وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات،
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك.
To another beautiful day of Dota here at the Riyadh Masters as we get ourselves into day 3 of the play-ins. More Dota 2 to be played here. Joined by Wagamama again for a very important day, right? We've already had some teams eliminated, qualified through in the top 3, and now it's time to get into the nitty-gritty of those middle-of-the-table battles.
Yeah, definitely. We already have the top 4 going through so far. Blacklist have secured themselves, Entity have secured themselves, Heroic and PSG Quest in their group have also secured themselves. And we already say goodbye to Azure Ray here in the play-ins. Yeah. So, a lot has happened, but this is the final day of the play-ins here, and we will decide who else will make it and who else will go home, because we still have 3 teams to decide who's going home.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's kind of an interesting thing I was saying earlier, kind of like this double chance almost, where, the top 3 of the teams go straight through. The bottom team is immediately eliminated, but that, 4th and 5th slot get to have another chance, another little battle between themselves to figure out who goes on and who is sent home down there as well. It's
I think that's a really cool group stage that, makes sure that you get the most out of it, right? It's very exciting in that way.
Yeah, it sure is. Yeah, just going straight through to that next group stage. I think this whole system, we've had it tried out in a couple of tournaments, having multiple group stages, basically, right? We had, TI Wildcard, the Elite League had their kind of Swiss play-in, which was super cool as well. Now here at Riyadh Masters, obviously, we have the play-ins into the group stage and then the main event. And I think you had a very kind of nail on the head comment where it's just finding the ultimate champion, right? We are looking for that best team, undoubtedly best team of the event.
Yeah, that's the beauty of it. No team can say, we lost because of BO1s or direct elimination or whatever. You have to work so hard. And you also can't say that, it was too few teams invited, because you have these play-ins here that people can play in as well. So I really love the format. I think it's greatly set up to really find the strongest team in the world right now.
Yeah, that's kind of what Dota's always been about, right? Having, think back to old OG and stuff like that. Open qualifier runs, you have a team that starts from the very bottom, right? You think about this kind of grassroots amateur level where anyone can join. It's complete free-for-all open stuff. And then you kind of, navigate your way through qualifiers. You win this, you win that. And then suddenly you're at an event with a $5 million prize pool, right? With the best of the best in the world. And honestly, looking at, some of the teams here at the play-ins, would you say we've got some dark horses or underdogs who are maybe overperforming and are looking like they could make one of these runs?
I think so. I think we have a few that are looking really sharp so far in these play-ins. This is early days, and they're playing against each other in the play-ins. We have strong teams waiting for the teams who go through here. But the ones that caught my eye, Heroic look fantastic. They just look absolutely fantastic right now. I think Blacklist look dominant as well. But I think Heroic are probably the biggest ones for me. And ultimately, I think Entity as well in one of their series looked super impressive. Which one was that? That was Entity when they played against... was it against Beast Coast? Yeah, because they were tied with Beast Coast. Who we're going to cast today? They're going to play against Virtus Pro. It's going to be our first matchup for the day.
Yeah, that's an absolutely massive matchup there in the middle of the table. Like Beast Coast currently sat at 4-4, Virtus Pro at 3-5, and we get into a situation as I open my notepad to remember what I wrote down earlier on, figuring out all the math and stuff. We had a chat, Margaret and I, about what exactly was going to happen. So if Beast Coast win, you go for it.
Yeah, exactly. So Beast Coast, they just need to win a single game here. If they win a single game, then they are guaranteed in the upper 3, which means they will advance. Virtus Pro are fighting against them here, so if they win both their games, then Beast Coast will not be in the top 3. They will instead find themselves in that 4th and 5th position. G2IG are going to fight up against LGD, so the two of them are really fighting for the chance to stay alive here, because one of them is going to be the loser, and whoever wins will still have to fight in the 4th and 5th tie head-to-head, or it's not a tiebreaker, it's a head-to-head between the 4th and 5th. Whether they're tied or not is kind of irrelevant.
Yeah, it sure is. And a lot of stories of kind of redemption as well here, as you're thinking about that G2IG against LGD matchup as well. LGD not going to TI, G2IG did qualify, so a chance for LGD maybe to have a bit of a redemption arc there. Virtus Pro and their redemption arc, not qualifying for TI. They're meant to be the 3rd best in their region, now coming to Riyadh Masters, needing to prove themselves. We've heard from FNG several times about needing to make that run. Azure Ray on the downfall, we've already mentioned that. But then we've got teams like, Mouse and Nouns, who are kind of on the outskirts, for me, of top-tier play, who have looked pretty solid so far in the group stage and still, a bit of room to prove themselves, but they could make one of these hero runs.
They definitely could. It will be exciting. We get to see Nouns later on. They're going to take on Azure Ray, who sadly are already out. So always tough for the teams who are like already defeated, that they, they got to play out their groups. But that means Nouns, we think they have a pretty good chance of taking a 2-0 there, which is something they also really want, because that would put them at 5-5, pretty respectable score in their group.
Yeah, just looking for all these tiebreaker slots, right? You get to day 3 of the group stage. Day 1, day 2 kind of breeze on by. We're getting into the meat and potatoes of the play-ins now, and just looking for these situations where it's like, how can we get the most tiebreakers possible? Just try and get the maths out, get the calculator out. Where's the stats man to figure things out for us?
I think it's not going to be that horrible, though, since the 4th and 5th is, it doesn't matter if there's a tiebreaker there. So I think we're overall looking pretty good. But like you mentioned, there could be some ties happening for sure still. But it's really about the 3rd place tie, or if we have a 3-way tie, that would be something. But we'll see. We'll see what the teams bring and what they deliver today. Speaking a little bit about the heroes that we've been seeing a lot, Gareth, we've been seeing really high success of some heroes that I think we should be seeing more picks of, like Beastmaster, for instance. And we'll see. We'll see if they pick it in our match of the day that we have here coming up. The first game coming up, Beast Coast versus VP. You said it, super important game.
Yeah, and this is one where Notice Beastmaster definitely could be making an appearance. Beast Coast, Vitali can absolutely pull that out as well. I remember Vitali back in the day playing, kind of Dazzle offlane, Beastmaster offlane. This was Dazzle offlane back when we had like Necrobooks still in the game, by the way. So he was loving the old micro situation. Definitely capable of doing that kind of thing. But yeah, this is the big match of the day for us anyway. This situation here where, like you mentioned early on, 1 win for Beast Coast secures them top 3. A 2-0 for VP secures them top 3, and then that potential to be in that 4th or 5th slot. Again, everything relies on the other matches as well, though, right? We need potential 1-1 draw between the Chinese teams, etc. As Beast Coast, the boys up on our screen, a nice squad to be building from. Taking elements from Infinity and Hokori, players from there and here and there. As we had Mariano talking earlier on in an interview with Purge, I believe it was, saying he's kind of been given the opportunity here to be, the talent scout and that kind of manager and coach to bring these players together and actually form a squad, a meaningful, long duration squad, right? That's not going to just change every 2 months.
Yeah, these guys have been under Beast Coast and playing together since January, but the plan is definitely long term, and hope that they can keep building, because that's something that, you know, every region struggles with. You want to have consistency in the players and be able to work through the toughness. But they are one of the strongest teams of their region, and that means that you're at least, you know, not going to be subject to like player poaching as much, and you can really focus on building up your players as much as possible. So yeah, hoping that these guys can keep delivering. We saw them struggle a little bit yesterday, like we said, against Entity, but they also did claim one win against D2IG on the back of an Ember pick there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and also nice to have this kind of... We often talked about it, right? This depth of experience, having someone like Moose who's played in multiple regions, has that experience from, you know, a depth of teams under different captains, captained himself, and then kind of with younger players to bring them up and, you know, build them up to scratch as well is always nice to have, especially in, you know, the South American region. As we flip over to Virtus Pro, the noticed I don't know, emote there. What a pose, I guess. Why am I saying emote? Been on the internet for too long. His that pose there is, you know, what happened after the TI qualifiers. Definitely not looking too good for themselves in that situation. But since then, they've definitely looked better.
That's when you accidentally sold your item. That's what that is right there. You're like, oh no. We've all been there at some point. But yeah, notice, gotta keep an eye on him in this matchup. I think that he's a phenomenal summon user on the offlane. I think that he shines a lot when he gets to play any of these micro heroes. He plays a really good Beastmaster, plays a really good Lycan as well, which is, you know, not really meta right now, but he could be played. Problem is, again, the Crimson Guard, right? It's like, this is an aura patch. We've heard it from the pro players in the interviews as well, and Crimson Guard kind of mitigates his damage a lot.
Yeah, that's true. We're seeing a hell of a lot of that. I mean, speaking of auras and aura items, Darkseer feels like the best offlane hero of this patch, and then there's like Underlord, who has suddenly gone from being garbage tier in my mind to being top 5.
Yeah, Underlord really grew a lot with the Facet patch. He got a lot from just getting buffed up. His gate summoning the extra Necrobooks is such a big advantage to have as well. So yeah, he's looking really, really solid right now.
Yeah, and you can get your predictions in on stcplay.gg. As a leaderboard there, you know, battle against your friends, against everyone else who's predicting the outcomes here for the Riyadh Masters. A little bit of fun there for you all to get involved in. See what kind of upsets you can predict, because that's what, you know, Dota is often about, you know, rallying and rooting for the underdog, looking for upsets. Toppling the big dogs is one of the classic things of Dota 2, right? It's not about yourself having fun, it's about the misery of your opponents.
Yeah, definitely. So I'll ask you something. You know, this is not related to our stream and the games we're going to play here, but just want to hear your thoughts. Who do you think is going to win between Blacklist and Entity, as they're going up each other on the B stream going on here on the first series as well?
That's a really good question. So I've not watched Blacklist in a while. The last time I saw Blacklist was... It was back at the Predator League. I was over in the Philippines doing that, and they looked like the best team there out of the Southeast Asian teams that were involved. But then from, January until basically now, 5 months period, they haven't been up to scratch. But just judging by their results so far, they are like, you know, I talked about Redemption Arcs earlier, and I've missed Blacklist here. They've gone from being, you know, best in the region to being kind of rubbish to now being top of their group in the play-ins and looking really hot. I think that's probably going to be a 1-1, but there's a chance that Blacklist are just switched on. You know, they are just firing on all cylinders, and it's either 1-1 or 2-0 for Blacklist in my head.
The exciting part for me there is that none of these teams have been 2-0'd by anyone in the group stage. So Blacklist have only dropped a single draw against Beast Coast, and Entity, they got a draw against VP, and they got a draw against G2IG. So I'm excited to see if either of those teams can really 2 each other. But yeah, it should be a high-paced matchup there.
Do I want to root against Astini, though? That's what I'm starting to wonder now. Do I want to go against the prediction god himself? Because he was saying in the interview the other day, you know, reading opponents like a book, they know exactly what's going to be picked. You know, judging by just a ban on an Ember Spirit, knew the Pango was coming, pre-picked a Bane. I don't know. I think 1-1 is what I'd be aiming at here. Because it looks like we're getting ourselves ready to jump into game 1 of our first series of the day. All the players getting prepped. Looks like everyone's in the lobby, so we should be underway in the next minute or two for that draft to be up on our screen. And you were talking about heroes and priority picks and stuff coming up through the woodwork, talking about these aura heroes. Hoodwink is up there in terms of pick rate and win rate. Pango is up there in terms of pick rate, but not win rate. Are there any big surprises or key other heroes you want to talk about?
I mean, I really wonder how they're going to prioritize the first phase bans, and Darkseer for me is going to be a big hero. Like, there's no way you let that hero through. From what we've seen, I just feel like he's so powerful in the first phase. Him and Beastmaster are two big ones for the offlane that I want to look towards, and other than that, Ember, dude. Ember still gets through every now and then, and he's looking at an amazing win rate. What's his win rate right now? Like 70% or something in this event. So yeah, he's a big hero to look out for as well, I think.
Yeah, 13 picks, 9 and 4, 69.23% win rate. Very hot. And yeah, just that on that Darkseer point, it's felt like even if Darkseer, you know, levels surge, level 1, has a bad early laning stage, as long as he has a Spirit Breaker or a Clockwork or someone who can start manipulating creep waves, get Darkseer to like level 3 or 4 reasonably safely, he just has an easy game from there on out.
Yeah, the thing is, the hero is so useful later on with the easy aura purchases, right? Like, that's what everyone comes back to, saying that, oh, you need stuff to carry the Pipe or the Crimson Guard or the Greaves, and Darkseer can buy all of those and still not lose anything for doing it. We saw earlier the Pango offlane building the Crimson Guard and the Pipe and whatnot, and it's a little bit awkward because he ended up doing like no damage at all, but that's not the case for Darkseer. He can do damage while also just buying these protecting items.
Yeah, especially against some of the big carry or core heroes, right? The Shadow Fiend, the Chaos Knight, stuff like that. You make these illusions of them and they're just doing more damage than the real hero itself. And it gets pretty nutty in those mid-game team fights. Looks like we're getting into draft though. Game 1 ready for us here, with the first couple of bans already out with the Brood, Weaver, and the Templar Assassin. Phoenix going to join them. So leaving a fair amount of the tasty picks in. Yeah, looking there at the Monkey King Tiny and the Darkseer still available.
Yeah, interestingly, you know, the entire top most banned heroes here are available, right? So far. So that's a lot of priority heroes. Monkey King does get taken out there. Hero that has been crazy ever since his Simian Stride, jumping around the map with super fast rotations. Very hard to play against.
But this is the big one, right? Is it SF or is it Darkseer? You know, are we getting rid of Hoodwink?
I feel like if you don't have first pick, then, you know, the SF is something I would really consider removing. But Hoodwink is also up there. I don't know. It's a tough choice here. We'll see what Virtus Pro prioritize. Maybe they feel like, you know, they can handle one or the other in a specific way. In my opinion, SF is still too broken, though. Yeah, they just ban him.
Yeah. It's like a pick your poison kind of moment, though, right? And I was wondering about this. SF, you know, very high ban rate, but he's like picked 8 times with a 50% win rate. So it's felt like some teams now have kind of let it through against weaker teams, maybe, or have a way to deal with it. But yeah, like you say, still kind of a busted hero and not wanting to deal with it as the Ember Spirit, the guy that you mentioned. You flagged the Ember, and it's a first pick here for Beast Coast.
Yeah, he should be. If he doesn't get priority, I think it's fine to first pick it. Now, historically, I've always been wary about first pick Embers because he does have some hard counters in lane, you know, thinking specifically about stuff like Huskar. But you just got to draft with that in mind if you do end up picking it first, so that you have some contingency plan for it. Also, Huskar is just not meta at all right now. He is in a very weird spot ever since the Facet patch. It kind of ruined him. The not having Disarm on his Q really changed the hero a lot.
Yeah.
Silence is decent, but it feels a bit awkward.
It was like having another life, right? Having that disarm majority of the times. Like,
when he goes low HP, that's what he wants. He wants to disarm people so he can stay alive and keep hitting. Yeah. But if you silence someone, so what? They still hit you and
like,
you die.
Physical damage always his downfall. Tiny, the big boy, going to come out as the first pick for VP. And the potential flex with his hero, always very nice to have in that first slot.
Yeah. Completely fine to send him against the Ember as well. Not too bad. It's a pretty easy lane for him to farm. So they have comfort there that they know, okay, we can play support, but we can also just be already aware that the mid matchup wouldn't be bad for you.
And here, prioritizing the Underlord because Pit of Malice, Rod of Atos is super good against Ember, right?
Yeah. Could also hint about what they want to play as a carry, but yeah, in general, Underlord is just super strong. And Ember does not want to deal with that. It's so obnoxious. And even gonna ban out the Skywrath.
Anti-res respect, man.
Yeah, that is surprising amount of respect there. I feel like You know, if anyone is going to make the Skywrath work this patch, I guess it's Hunterus, but it's not a hero I've seen in a long time.
And just pull it out from time to time. Even with the flex of the Tiny, they're still saying, hey, we don't want to deal with this. No, our Ember doesn't want to buy first item BKB or anything like that. It gets a bit nasty for him. Oh, Enchantress ban. And we saw a bit of this yesterday. Grimstroke Tiny, roaming around, jumping people. It was Mouse, right? It was Supreme on the Tiny with that Inkswell on him, just absolutely pummeled people.
Yeah, with Norman's Grimstroke. Yeah, that was the game where they were playing against Asher Ray, right? And there was this a horrible Grimstroke lane, or horrible lane for Gyrocopter against the Grimstroke.
Like it's Pango Grimstroke just being jumped on non-stop.
I mean, Pango Grimstroke is a strong lane. So that's something that we could see them opt to go for as well. But more than likely, this is just going to be, you know, some safe lane Grimstroke. But as we mentioned, could be mid-tiny, off-lane Grimstroke support, and then put some combo with it.
Well, Beast Coast really like this Rubik. Opting to take it fairly often in the early stage of the draft.
Yeah, it's okay here. Stroke of Fate is a really strong spell. Inkswell is great, and any tiny spell is pretty good. I guess you don't really want a tree grab, but it looks funny.
And it's always like an immediate response to these jumping heroes. It's super nice to have telekinesis where you can just be like, oh, you've blinked, avalanched, I'm going to lift you before you can try and toss. I'm going to catch you before you finish my hero off.
And it sets up into the now Jakiro in your team. You can lift people and then ice past them afterwards, so Jakiro can play into that. Jakiro, a hero we've been seeing the rise of as well, being played a little bit more, not just by Mouse yesterday with Bangam playing it. Actually, I did go on to pick Jakiro 2 more games after the series we cast where he made it look amazing, and sadly they did lose those 2 games. So Jakiro's win rate, I'm not sure what it's at right now. Look it up. It's only been played 9 times and 33% win rate, so not looking fantastic, but I feel like the hero's impact is good.
Yeah, maybe not an indication of the hero itself with that win rate, but the teams that are playing it or something maybe.
Yeah, I would maybe have preferred a Snapfire here over the Jakiro though, because I mentioned those 2 heroes feel pretty similar to me, and Snapfire I think is just doing a little bit better overall.
I guess if they're looking at this Tiny and kind of guaranteed as a core hero now, good luck hitting anyone with the right clicks Tiny against dual breath and stuff like that. Fadebot as well is going to make things a bit irritating. But VP come out with an ET and Gyrocopter now, so looking to kind of cement their lanes. Elder Titan Gyro safe lane, Grim +1 over in the off lane. Tiny's flexibility is kind of gone now.
A little bit. He could still 3 or 2, you know, like you can play him off lane. We keep forgetting that a little bit because it's mainly like, oh, +4. I bet it has to be +4 or +2, but it can play off lane as well. It's not terrible. But more than likely, this is mid, and they're going to keep banning off lane heroes here on Beast Coast. Beast Coast now got to react to the fact that there's some nasty stuff to man fight into, and the team fight is looking pretty good from VP right now. With the ET, his aura, his stomp, his ulti, Gyrocopter, AoE denial, and then, you know, Tiny and Grimstroke also pretty threatening in team fights.
Yeah, it's like you can feel the flow of it already, right? It's like Tiny jumps with the Inkswell, ET Splitter and Stomp to kind of follow through with a call down. Getting that initial jump into follow through and chase seems pretty damn good already for VP, even without their 5th hero. You got a bit of that from Beast Coast already, but they want something to kind of tie it together. Darkseer is still out there, right? We could have this Lawnmower, Ion Shell, Flame Guard, Ember Spirit running around. Vacuum into Ice Path could be super nice. And having a pipe carrier against all this magic damage would be sick.
Yeah, I don't dislike that at all. It's definitely a hero they could still go back and run here. They're going to go for a Slardar. So get themselves some big minus armor. Kind of gives us an idea how they want to run things here. So interesting. It's going to be a Slardar, most likely on that off lane, of course. Could also see it safe lane, but it's rare.
And we don't see safe lane Ember too much either, right? This is
no.
Mid Ember.
Yeah, he's mid. It's a little bit more telegraphed from Beast Coast than Virtus Pro here in the draft. I feel like going up against this Gyrocopter and ET draft, though, you got to be wary about how you go in, right? Slardar and Ember are heroes that want to dive in, but you can't get caught out by all these disables they have. The silence from the Grimstroke as well. AoE denial by Tiny. So BKB timings can be really big here for Beast Coast.
Yeah, and just thinking, like, this ET pick, every time it comes out, it's like this third pick ET, and you start realizing, hey, the enemy hasn't picked a carry yet. And it's almost as if Elder Titan blocks half of the carry pool.
He blocks lots. Yeah. I also feel like it
blocking,
sets
it
up
makes it
for...
scary.
Yeah, it sets up a little bit to maybe lean into something that gives armor to the team. Something like Sven carry. Always feel like that hero works well together with the Jakiro. And also protects people really well against the Gyrocopter flak cannon. If you just armor up your entire team, even your supports may not die that quickly.
Yeah, then you just imagine someone with amp damage on them, or corrosive haze, sorry,
right.
being whacked away by a Sven.
Yeah, Sven ulti and corrosive haze, and then you disappear pretty quick. EP taking their time here on the ban. East Coast were the ones to ban out of Doom, so they're protecting their Ember a little bit. Wouldn't be too surprising to see them ban out like Doom and then maybe another hero to just shield the Ember even more. If you really want, you can remove the Huskar, but like I said, not a super big priority. The laning stage is just as hard as before though, so Ember does super lose that lane, but maybe you can recover even against it. And there's that Sven that I was calling for. VP on the same page here. They don't want... If you have ET, your idea is to take away the enemy armor. You don't want them to have a bonus armor coming in from somewhere.
Is Lifestealer an option for Beast Coast? Just thinking about like laning against Grim +1.
I like it. I think the lane can work. More importantly, the Aghanims looks very good here against Gyrocopter, right? You just buy Aghanims and Lifestealer after Radiance and then hop in. They're gonna ban out the Windrunner carry. Yeah, they have great vehicles for a Lifestealer Infest, so probably something that could be on their mind here. It's a little bit weird for them to have to pick first, though, and not know what's going to come here. And like I said, the Tiny, not 100% sure that it's going to be it's mid or off late.
Well, every time this happens, right, when you've got to pick first, it's Troll Warlord. So I'm just gonna say Beast Coast are gonna pick Troll here, 100% guaranteed. That's
true, actually. It's very common that it's like, oh, what hero do we go for? I don't know. Then we got G sharing some of his knowledge. He's a legendary mid player in his own right. Oh, I remember casting a lot of G games back in the day, and what he was known for, in my mind, was he was the fastest dude at activating BKB if he got jumped. Like, the amount of times I saw people jump this guy, and he just BKBs before anything happens. Like, he had god tier reflexes. Probably why he has that nickname.
Yeah. He's just like playing Storm Spirit. Someone jumps me. Oh, I've already BKB'd. I'm zipping away. You're not getting me.
You know, I would love to see the pro players do like a...
Oh, who is that?
Ooh, Clinks comes in. That is, okay, a little bit of a curveball. Yeah, curveball coming in here. I like the Clinks pick with minus armor in your team. This is not a hero we see that frequently. I have not seen him ever since, I don't know, a few months ago, I feel. So this is definitely eye-opening.
And we're down to like 13 seconds of time here. So this surprise pick, leaving VP with not too much wiggle room, honestly.
This is only the second Clinks pick in all of Riyadh play-ins here. It was played once before, it lost.
Oh.
So he has 0% win rate. We'll see if they can turn that around. There is a Darkseer pickup, but Darkseer into the Clinks. Clinks can eat the Iron Shelled creeps, so, you know, they're kind of ignoring the Clinks, saying, whatever, you know, do your thing. We're just going to pick what we want here for combo for ourselves. This Darkseer is very much leaning into, we're going to vacuum people. We have tiny AoE disable. We have cooldowns. We have stomp. They have so many things to synergize with it that they accept the lane being not ideal.
So was this a factor here in terms of the time remaining on the clock? Beast Coast kind of whittling things down to the last seconds, picking a Clinks. Was that like preempting the Darkseer? Saying we're picking Clinks because we know you're picking Darkseer, we're going to have a good lane, and VP left with no time, we're like, we were going to pick Darkseer and we kind of have to now.
Yeah, it could have been. I mean, Darkseer going this far in the pick phase is crazy, but they surely must have communicated a little bit. I think it's also leaning a bit into their own draft. Like, the Clinks makes sense with these heroes that can enable him, like the Slardar. You also have a pretty strong lane support here from the Jakiro. So, yeah, they have a a good draft to make it work. The problem is, though, Klinks does not do that well if the opponents start 5-manning a lot. I feel like this hero is very good at split pushing, pretty damn good at pickoffs, and depending on item builds, you know, you can go a few different ways. But when the enemy is 5-manning, Klinks is pretty underwhelming until he has like big item progression.
Especially when it's like fast 5-manning, right? This is a surged, ink-swelled, you know, Elder Titan spirit over the top, tiny blinking on top of you. If they see the Klinks, he could just disappear in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how he can stay alive in this game and what he's going to be doing. Pyke, definitely a great player on that carry position, so we'll see if he can deliver on this little bit unorthodox pick.
Oh, we get the aerial view flying in behind the gyrocopter. The squadron is formed. A formation moving out here as Virtus Pro take on Beast Coast. Game number 1, 2-game series. The final day here for the play-ins at the Riyadh Masters. We'll see how this all pans out. Again, if you're just joining us, an important match, an important series here, as a single victory for Beast Coast will guarantee them top 3. A VP 2-0 will do the same for them into that top 3 slot. The potential, though, of course, is if VP do drop that one game, they get down to this, you know, the 3-way tie potential in the bottom 3 with the 2 Chinese teams that are currently down there. So victories absolutely vital for both these teams, but it's Beast Coast with a double chance almost.
Exactly, and I like what you said there. Beast Coast only have to win a single one, so the fact that they're doing this like curveball with a Klinks last pick here is very nice, I feel, in situations where you just have to win one game. You have a backup line. It's like, okay, if it didn't work, it didn't work. But you're trying something almost a bit cheesy, at least very different that the opponents are not prepared for. And when you only need to, you know, eke out a single victory here, I feel like why not try it game 1? Kirtik in problems here.
Crack. Oh, the gyro completely wrapped around on Slardar, Jakiro, and the Rubik comes in. He does grab the bounty rune, and he's being a speedy little devil, trying to get away, but dead in the end. So first blood for the Slardar down in this off lane. Triple bounty rune, though, it looked like there. Maybe even quadruple bounty rune for VP.
Yeah, they actually did get 4, so that is really big. They get a nice gold lead from that. Look at that, stonks. The gold going up, 800 gold.
It's rising. It's hiding in this mid lane. Squadex up against Lumpy's Ember Spirit. And Squadex an Ember player himself, so he'll know the ins and outs of this lane for damn sure. Is this one Tiny favored slightly, or is it even? How does this go?
I think it's fairly even. It's like maybe a bit Tiny favored, but Ember should be doing completely fine. Lasted-wise, you could say Tiny has very good damage and can have an edge, but the Flame Guard does a lot of work in this lane.
Up at top already, Antares going and blocking the small camp. Looks like he's considering dragging the next wave. Dual Breath level 1 for Moose up top. Looks like Darkseer having an okay time so far. This is the kind of situation, though, where we've seen previously a lot of lane dragging, pulling the creep wave back in behind tower. Do we have to do it for Noticed here? Is the Klinks going to be eating all of his Iron Shell creeps and making it that irritating?
I think you play the lane, as in no shenanigans. But yeah, it is. We saw it right there. He just eats the Iron Shell creep, and Noticed struggling a little bit. But at the same time, Grimstroke is very strong lane support, so I think you struggle a bit to do the pulls. Also, Grimstroke is not as fast or as tanky as some of the melee heroes that usually do the shenanigans, right? You send a Spirit Breaker, Clockwork, Tusk, these type of heroes around to pull the creeps. Doing it with a ranged hero can be difficult.
That's very true.
As they're not as fast, not as tanky, and I think they're going to have to play lane, whether it's unfavorable or not.
And Notice just putting the Iron Shell on himself. Well, that mid lane, though, look at Lumpy. Gets in on top of Squadex, the Flame Guard, and the Sleight of Fist, the toss back. Does that buy enough space for Squadex to stay alive? And he's going to die. FNG's going to die. Lumpy's still alive. Looking across all 3 lanes as people are like 10 HP. Notice is dropping low up top as well. So FNG dies down south as I think the Elder Titan was trying to stop the lane shenanigans that are happening down there.
Yeah, he gets picked off. You got to be so cautious against Slardar, continuously auto-attacking you. And that early boots on the Rubik is actually helping him a lot here. Went for boots first item to be able to not get run down by ET. We've talked about a lot how ET just runs at people. So movement speed quite important here. And top, we just saw a lot of harassment here coming in from the Clinks, trying to push Notice out.
I try and chip away at him. I was keeping my eyes on that bottom lane, and every time, FNG's kind of giving his life and giving space to the Gyro to farm, but
Moose
top
in
lane,
trouble.
blood grenade,
Yes,
Inkswell straight onto Moose, down he goes. That's the thing, Jakiro gets ever so slightly out of position, he's just dead to that.
Yeah, they do have a strong lane in their own right, they just can't rely on the creep. Iron Shell, FNG again, pretty far out here on bottom lane.
Steps up. He's trying to be this forward bodyguard, the line in front of Kiritich does get the trade kill at least, so good for the Gyro here.
He got the trade kill because the Hellbear clapped the Rubik and took all his HP away. Getting some help from neutral.
Thankful for it. But yeah, FNG's been doing a good job stepping up and stopping these little pulls and equilibrium dragbacks, giving Kiritich a good time. I saw Kiritich just hit every last hit under tower when he was under his tier 1. They're still doing decently on the CS up near the top. Down at the bottom rune spot though, Lumpy's been run at here. FNG making a swift move into mid to help out SquadX as he just tangoed up a tree. Lumpy healing up and under tower as well with that bonus regen. Armor dodges the stroke of fate with a sleight of fist. He's still surrounded by 3 heroes though. Look at him. He's not going to stay alive against this. Elmi should have come in to try and trade back. SquadX blood grenaded, but not enough damage. And now another turnaround with FNG lifted up, the Inkswell and the stun still there onto Elmi. Show a final touch of damage should finish him off to claim the life of the Rubik.
That's some crazy rotations to mid at minute 4 here, coming in. Big action, VP rotating 2 heroes. One looked like it was just going to be a bottle refill, but SquadX called, no, we go and fight on bottom rune, we kill this guy. And correct read, the Ember couldn't get away.
I'm just going to go back to sitting mid again. But yeah, very, very early rotation, right? We usually see that minute 5:30, get rid of the active runes.
Power rune, yeah, exactly. More commonly, we see Antares running into Moose here, but Moose is pretty damn strong. You don't want to fight into a Jakiro 1v1.
Notice. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with this situation now. Double bracer with a wand, kind of tanking through everything.
Yeah, he's getting to the point where he can actually farm, but all the time his Iron Shell creeps is being targeted down by Clinks, either auto-attacking them or eating them. So pretty difficult for him to get the CS that he wants.
Arcane boots on Clinks.
Arcane boots.
I'm not going to lie, I have no idea about itemization on Clinks. Is this normal? Arcanes into Deso?
It is not. I mean, I have not seen it. It's usually just a Falcon Blade for mana, and normally people go like Power Tread still. But Mana Boots is, very mana heavy here, getting a lot of mana for yourself. Downside is you don't get the damage the Falcon Blade would give you, but maybe that's fine.
That's pretty cool. Reminiscent of the Medusa, buying the Mana Boots.
I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea how to play Clink's current patch, because I don't see anyone playing Clinks. So if he says Mana Boost is the way, we'll see.
Yeah, believe in the process. Believe in Pyke. A rotation from Lumpy up to top. Set things up on the Darkseer. Inkswell's on him. Let's see if he can get away with this with a bit of heal out of the wand. Another Remnant forward, but Tiny holds them back with the Avalanche. They still finish off the Darkseer as SquadX is unable to trade, and they're going to get dived here now. Dual Breath, another slight chains. Tiny in a bit of trouble, but he's tanky himself. Beast Curse to run out of firepower to finish anyone off, but a good rotation from Lumpy here to kind of activate the Clinks, kill the Darkseer, recuperate a bit more out of that lane.
Yeah, some good move. And VP at the same time are going to hold on to their Wisdom Rune here, not going to fall to the pressure. 1 for 1 on the Wisdom Runes here, going both ways, picked up by the Slaughter.
A lot of room for this Gyro now. FNG has come in bottom lane, fed a few times, given the Gyro all the free room in the world that he needs, moved off to gank mid, gank top as he makes another move up top. Inkswell over onto the Clinks, dusted up. Pyke, I don't know if he can survive this now. The Iron Shell has a lot of damage, tries to eat one of his skeletons to stay alive. He's barely running away, but Gyrocopter has arrived. In we come with a call down, the nuclear damage from Kiritich, but he's a little bit stuck under this tower now. 4 members of Beast Coast surround him, take down the Gyro. 3 for 1 trade.
Beautiful by Beast Coast coming in. Everybody reacting quickly there to that dive. And Gyrocopter, he thought his team was strong. He thought he could dive in behind, but Slaughter, he disposed of the supports there, and everybody already committed so hard to kill the Clinks that they were just out of resources.
Top rune. 8 minutes. Illusion bottled. And Squadix, well, he's got 13 wand charges here. Antares is just annihilated, though, and the Tiny desperately needs a gyro backup. Lumpy remnants off to the side. The Jakiro dies. Lumpy is moved back in. Oh, risky business here. Gives a double kill to the gyrocopter. But look at who's lurking in the shadows. The Clinks has come in. Rubik, maybe. Oh, he's spotted, though. FNG with a sentry ward. Knew something wasn't quite right.
Yeah, good bonks immediately there from the ET, and they have big stacks here that they can fall back and clear on side of VP, but they could also leave them for Gyro for later, because for now, they act as a battery for this Elder Titan as well. See a little bit of replay here of what happened. That was a very, very big thing for Gyrocopter coming in there and getting a good rotation, because the top rotation didn't work out for him. So now getting 2 kills, really, really nice for him to get, you know, stabilized again.
Right, good stuff indeed. It looks like it's Clink's roaming time. Oh, the Radiant scan on the Twin Gate, though. The reads from VP, fully understanding what's happening. So I think Kiritic's Gyro, he's going to evade that 4-man movement completely. He's even high-fiving. I knew you were coming. I know you're coming for me.
Yeah, he probably even has a feeling that there might be a Clinks near him. Look at him. Oh, he's not going that way. All chatting a little bit. He knows, man. Good read, good read.
Good scan, good read. The second scan as well there as well from Dire and Radiant, just really confirming what was going on. But this will mean Beast Coast going to back up, go for the tier 1 push instead. There's also a Radiant lane
would be
ward
proud
in
of the soul
lane.
read there. That's the true carry feeling you have to have. Gotta notice when things are suspicious.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Did
under
smoke
attack.
close to that observer. I think the smoke was partly visible under the vision, but they were not visible under vision.
Oh, a career snipe. Moo's kind of scouting with it. Sends it up to high ground and still dies for it, but Lumpy's going to grab that double damage rune. Vitali thinking about the sprint forward. Unable to really turn around and do anything. So bottom tier 1 has fallen. Top tier 1 is being chipped away at by the Darkseer, who's just cutting waves and trying to keep that machine going. Let the creeps do the damage while he's farming jungle camps. And now a bit of space here for Kiritic to go back and lap up the farm elsewhere on the map.
Yeah. Pike just running after him here, gonna deal some damage to him. Has to get back and farm his creep wave though. This is not really a kill attempt or anything, but you know, just dealing damage when you can is a pretty good idea.
Yeah, just a get off my lawn kind of moment from the Clinks.
Yeah. Looking at timings in this game, it's going to be Blink first item for the Slaughter here with Power Treads. And how's Tiny on this Blink? Actually, both are exactly as far away from Blink. 1600 gold on the Tiny now, 1500 on the Slaughter. Probably the 2 biggest items that we're looking towards first here.
Yeah, I mean, those items crack the game wide open, right? Like, very, very good potential for a 5-man smoke into 5-man smoke, and whoever has that little bit of additional vision, who got the deep ward down, who breaks the smoke first, could give that advantage for the Blink initiation.
Looks like Ember is going to go for the Mage Slayer first. Good damage reduction here. If you get a hit onto the Tiny, could really remove a lot of his burst.
8 camps stacked by the Grimstroke, 3 by the ET. Not many stamps. Camps stacked by the Beast Coast side at all, though, and I guess no one really clears them.
Yeah, they don't have a carry who can farm them. You have Gyrocopter on one team and Clinks on the other. That's the big story there. Also, Elder Titan really enjoys there being a lot of stacks, so it makes sense that Virtus Pro a bit more stack heavy here.
Blink for Slardar's there. Tiny's coming on the courier. So just like you said, it's prime time.
The Arcane Rune, he is ready on Ember. He wants to go.
Sees up the high ground. Clips onto a couple of creeps. They've all been cleared out now, though. This is the moment where it really felt like Beast Coast were going to gather up and smoke and make a play, but I don't know. They're waiting for something else here?
They're respecting that the timing is pretty strong right now for Tiny. They know that the Blink Dagger should be up soon, and they don't have theirs. So, well, they got the Blink Dagger on Slaughter now. I would like to see him move over, yeah.
Nice VP making the first move.
Moose is under vision here, just sitting under a ward and farming.
Straight up gone. Well, hang on a second. Not straight up, just a little bit of delay there as he's tanky. Jakiro.
That's why you pick those thick supports so you don't insta-die to a Tiny. Again, Kiritic with a good read bottom, utilizing the scan. That scan's on cooldown now for both teams, though. So now you gotta rely on just your map read.
And maybe this is what they were waiting for, Klink's Deso to be ready so he can kind of go and hunt, look for people with the Slardar alongside him. Yeah, they're going to go through the Twin Gate to join him, I guess. With a couple of heroes, yeah, they'll come up here now. And building damage there, Tiny with a... Darkseid with like no building damage because he just lets the creeps do it for him. And he does get scouted here. This is the move from Beast Coast. Surge is up for notice, but he's lifted and dragged back into the Klinks. Well done by the Rubik there.
Nice TP reaction. Going on Slardar.
Jump in. Squadix run into the Slardar. Inkswell with an avalanche toss combo. ET splitter, not quite enough. Vitali with a one charge as the Bracer barely scraping away with life. And look
at Ember. He has vision on him.
Ember. He sees them. Chains up on the Tiny. Tries to sidestep the stroke of fate, but still going to get clipped here with the avalanche toss combo. Another sleight of fist, but no more control really to catch up to Squadix there. But now they've invaded enemy ancients. Take out some of this farm.
Really put getting the third rune in a row. DD rune, Arcane rune, and now Haste rune. He's getting all these power runes.
Mid-tier 1 looks like it's about to die.
Yeah, it's grouping up time here for VP. Whereas Beast Coast started splitting up, so probably gonna just concede this tower.
So I often find myself in a bit of a quandary in these situations. So that tower was in deny range for quite some time. And Beast Coast there felt like they made a conscious decision to not go and deny it. They wanted to hold it and glyph it and waste the time of VP. Is that true?
Not necessarily glyph since they already lost the tower, but yeah, you wanna hold towers even though they're low and in the deny range. If you think that you're strong enough to possibly bait the opponent to go there and then kill them on their objective. Because if you kill it, you immediately give your opponent gold, and you immediately take away TP points for yourself. So you do concede a loss if you just deny it. And it can be more important to keep that advantage over the gold difference between a deny and not deny.
So it's like an additional option, right? Like in the case that VP doesn't straight up push that tower, they have that.
In trouble. He's gonna get tossed
you're
back.
Right, the Tiny straight in onto the Klinks. Well, hang on. Where's the toss back? Didn't have vision, maybe. Squadix still gonna get there with the Inkswell. The toss up.
He's alive.
Splitter landing. The Klinks is dropping lower and lower. And in the back lines, there's Slardar and Ember just shredding through them. Beast Coast stand their ground and destroy the Tiny. Hunteress down. FNG and Curitage got to run and hide. Beast Coast don't lose a single soul.
Klinks deceptively tanky there, using his 2 death packs, getting a lot of heal. And I don't know what happened, why Tiny didn't get the toss immediately there. I think he lost the vision for a little bit as Klinks went invis, and maybe the dust was a little bit late. Looked odd though. We get to see a replay here. Yeah, the dust came in. Man. I feel like Squadix just messed it up a little bit. The dust was there in pretty good time. If you just stay on the Klinks, you could have tossed him under a tower.
I can see his reaction there, not happy with the way the events went. And yeah, just tossing the Klink straight into the sky instead of tossing him backwards.
It was too late at that point. Like, he was already running away, so he just tried to combo and try and kill him. But good reactions again by Beast Coast, and this Ember having a pretty good time on the back of all these power runes. Again, that's 4 runes in a row. I think maybe more. I'm not sure if he got the one before that too.
Having an incredible time. And just that like, we're focusing on the Klinks and that kind of failure of execution from Squadix and VP. And the immediate snap into action from the Slardar and the Ember Spirit, right? They see that moment where Klinks is he's the bait, he's the little dangly bit on the end of the line. And these other 2 heroes just straight into the back lines, find the catch on the supports, and that means that the Darkseid and the Gyro no longer had an entry point to the fight. They were completely blocked off from rejoining the Tiny.
Yeah. And Pyke has gone for the Aghanim Shard by the way on Klinks, so Deso into Shard was his build, and now he has that farm potential. The Burning Barrage is really good for just speeding up your farm.
Well, VP starting to play the way that you mentioned at the end of the draft, that group up, play as a solid unit. Not quite as 5, Noticed is out on his own getting that solo experience and pushing out waves. But they are very much trying to avoid being hunted and scalped by the Klinks.
Yeah. Vitali is top of the net worth. He could be a target down here bottom though. Tiny goals.
Yeah. Another initiation. VP bringing the numbers onto a solitary target down here, and it should be a kill for them. Takes a little while. Additional vacuum and a punch from FNG required, but that's a good amount of money now. 1,000 swing towards VP.
That's huge for them. Also, killing the Slardar, you know, makes your carry feel really safe, because that's one of the most dangerous heroes on the map right now. And this Ember goes in, kills a courier, and backs out.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Let's kind of delay the phylactery a little bit for a Tiny, as he had his point booster on it.
Notice going for the normal stuff. Stack the auras. He's already got his entire inventory queued up here.
Yeah, he knows. My purpose, auras. Got the Greaves already buying the Crimson Guard, and he's like, you know what? A pipe is coming up next. I don't care if we're playing into, you know, minus armor, draft, whatever. There's always magic damage to block as well.
Dire's
For sure. Like, screw you, Jakiro. Rubik.
Oh,
Like, Rubik's
boy.
gonna be stealing magic damage. Oh, jeez. Where did he go?
Grimstroke
It's
just
a straight to
TP'd through
Roche
the
now.
gate, and he found the Clinks.
And that's the funny thing, like, you've been talking about it, how Beast Coast have been playing that speedy snap into action style. It's not just the Clinks. It's like, okay, Clinks and Slardar were there, but everyone else was TPing, coming through the gate, ready to get into action as well. And they are in the Roche pit. ET Spirit will scout them here. With Corrosive Haze and a fair amount of physical damage, Roshan falls pretty quickly, and VP have no answer to this.
Yeah, they know he's dying, but at the same time, they're not in a good position to contest it. They're actually gonna smoke up now? I feel like this is way too late.
We've seen a fair amount of this
Interesting smoke from
fight into Aegis has been quite popular because it's this element of surprise. Beast Coast feels strong. Now the old Sun Tzu adage, right? Make your opponents think you're weak when really you've got that hidden strength behind you. And Kiritich is going to run straight in here with the help of Squadix, the two-man jump. They've got the vacuum back. Vitali, BKBs, but he's dead regardless. Now Lumpy's the one in trouble as well. Has to run off to the right-hand side. But this means Squadix can go for another initiation with the Earth Splitter chasing him. Dodges it with a slight, another remnant, but he's out of them now. No more maneuverability tools, and Squadix is back in. Avalanche toss back into the waiting arms of Kiritich, and there it is. That sudden surprise move. Yes, Beast Coast get Roshan. Yes, they get Aegis, but on the run back, they are hunted down.
Yeah, that was a really, really good catch for them there. I thought the Beast Coast would get away from that one. They had a ward that saw some people TP towards top, but I'm not sure they saw the smoke itself, so playing a little bit risky. We see Pyke hunting a little bit for Antares here, but he has a Ghost Scepter, so should not be able to kill this guy. He knows it too. He's like, no point going on him. And this is all time that you kind of waste on Clinks if you just sit around. Then again, Slardar could enable this kill. Gets the crush.
Antares, he knows.
Yeah,
He just dips back.
I mean, he knew the Slardar respawned, so he's just keeping an eye on. They're coming back. Here we see a replay as well of that move. You can see the ward right at the start of that replay, close to the tower.
Just the speed at which VP can get in and blow someone up.
is under attack.
ET Spirit, ET Hero, this natural order. Tons of magical and physical damage split between the Tiny and the Gyro. And very nicely done by VP to kind of clamber back into the game here as they were starting to get, further and further behind, and Aegis could have compounded their woes.
Well, they still have the Aegis on Clinks at least, so the two of them here, the Clinks and the Slardar, take out the Tormentor fairly fast. We are also seeing the Tormentor being taken out on the other side by VP, so Shard for the Jakiro and Shard for the Grimstroke. I would say Grimstroke Shard is probably a lot more important to get, as you get the strong Dispel now. Can be really good against these combos.
Radiant are scanning.
You can also remove the minus armor from Slardar, so very useful to have.
That's handy for sure. But now we're in a position where VP have top 3 net worth. Ember Spirit starting to lag behind a little bit, which definitely can happen with this Mage Slayer build. Needs some way to
especially
accelerate and get back in.
With how good his early laning stage felt, this is a little bit awkward for him, but once he gets the Maelstrom, he'll be kind of back in business in terms of damage dealing. He does have DD Rune as well to carry him in the next fight here. Both teams fully smoked. So Beast Coast are not looking for anything aggressive with it, though. It might lose their Jakiro.
A big difference in the damage numbers, all down to this man here. Squadix, the mid-Tiny. The reason why this hero was, what, like second spot in terms of bans overall in the tournament so far, along with Shadow Fiend up in first place, I think it was. This Tiny from the mid lane just offers you so much.
It gives so much, yeah. The Kanda is incredible damage. He's going for a BKB next. Wouldn't even be surprised to see him go back for an Echo Saber. Can always be a nice one as well for more damage, but he's so high burst and very, very survivable. Even against these minus armor strats, you're still seeing a 20 base armor, or, with the bonus armor on Tiny. So he's pretty hard to bring down. And Klinks, I don't know, it feels like he needs the Nullifier before he can really start picking off heroes, as we have the Ghost Scepter already on the Grimstroke, and Elder Titan, a little bit too tanky, I feel. He could just run away, face boots and drums of endurance. He probably gets away before Klinks kills him.
He's a speedy boy. I mean, maybe I'm just like stuck in my ways a bit, but I've always thought of Klinks as this kind of assassination hero. You know, hunting, looking around. The old Orchid build was definitely one of my favorites. Here, going hardcore physical damage. But is the Klinks missing like windows of opportunity in terms of not getting solo kills? Should he be farming more? What's the reason I haven't felt the impact from the Klinks?
I feel like he's done pretty well overall in the Klinks, but they've been struggling a little bit more on the supports, I feel, on his team. And this isn't a pick-off Klinks. He's trying to play it like, you know, farm and go into late game in a certain way. And I'm a bit concerned about that. Into Gyrocopter, maybe it would be wise to go more for an early game timing, because both Gyro and Tiny here, and the Aura Darkseer, we've seen what happens. He gets all these auras, he becomes nearly unkillable. And his team too. Lotus Orb, next item of choice coming up for a Darkseer.
Just stacking up all the buffs.
I mean, he's already at 34 armor. This guy is getting tanky. And that's before he drops to the low HP. Of course, then the extra 8 armor kicks in from the Guardian Greaves.
That's never a good sign there. You're seeing the tail end of the Aegis power play there, losing about 1.5k net worth.
Yeah, not what you want to have happen. Gyrocopter, by the way, has the Crystallis and the Aghanim spooky as well. So going for a Butterfly next. Kirchik is getting to that critical mass kind of thing on Gyrocopter. I think Butterfly is a massive timing in this game. Against Slardar, fantastic item.
All right, he's going to be huge. Nice Gyro. And so far, it's not really felt like he's been touched at all. You know, we've got so much frontline here from VP with Darkseer, Tiny, ET, just big wall. Gyrocopter has been very difficult to find. You know, going to come down to the Slardar and Ember Spirit. And of course, you know, vision. It's all about seeing your targets, picking your moment. So far, VP have done that a little bit better in that regard.
Yeah, I think they're doing a great job. They're playing pretty predictable. You know, they're running S5 a lot, but they are going towards objectives now. Taking this tier 2 tower opens up the map a little bit for them. Also gets rid of that. That first tier 2 tower is always important, so you don't have glyph reset. So then you could go down like top afterwards, take the tier 2, and then push onto the high ground.
Easy tier 2 and immediate rainbow TPs back up to top. Not even like a tier 1 top fall. This is our off lane. Get away from here, Klinks.
So all of them are cooking
freebies
on the side of Beast Coast. They're waiting for item timings here. Gleipnir is the item that Ember is waiting for. He's not too far away, but still needs to farm a bit more. The Slardar has a big timing. BKB Aghanims. So he's very ready. Of course, the Blink Dagger too. 1,100 for the Klinks BKB. It feels like they're always missing one item.
It's just a step behind.
Fun to see the Rubik go for the Guardian Greaves, by the way. I don't know. I mean, it's not that surprising, but something odd. You know, usually it's always the Ether lenses. Like, Rubik players are very selfish in my experience. Usually they don't go for these team items.
Are Snap players selfish as well? Or is that just in my games?
Yes, the support instead of Guardian Greaves support.
Well, it's like Hoodwink, right? Everyone was... Oh, and Taras is going to get caught here. Just a little slow getting through the Twin Gate, sadly. And he's going to make them work for it with a Glimmer Cape and a Ghost Scepter. He inkswelled off the Corrosive Haze now and duking through the trees, but inevitable that he will die.
Yeah, can't really stay alive. And Roche may spawn in 15 seconds, so they would like to be in control of bottom part of the map right now. Oh, actually, sorry, it's the top part still. We're still in nighttime.
Potential for nighttime Roche. Let's see what the clock says. But yeah, it's like everyone feels like they want to be a Hoodwink going for, you know, Gleipnir Rush and stuff like that. But I am a big fan of the Snaps and the Rubik's buying Greaves.
Yeah.
I'm not saying the Rubik should be buying Gleipnir, but, you know, the greedier items.
Yeah, also Atos is a great item on a lot of supports, I feel. Like, it's a casual support item that has a lot of value, whether you turn it into a Gleipnir or not.
Well, 2 minutes to go. So it's going to be a dire spawn, but he's very quickly going to run over to his summer home.
Yeah, only about 20 seconds timing window or something to kill it, right? Or 30 seconds, yeah. You got a little bit of time.
Beast Coast can kill it in 20 seconds, right? So there's, I mean,
They could.
right now, of course, teams don't see that golden timer. So theoretically, Roshan could be up already. VP trying to make their mark up in this top left corner as Moose gets a couple of wards down, but he'll get scouted out. A toss forward, the
Dear
takedown,
God.
and a killing spree.
strong.
He went from 80% to 0 with a crash landing.
Yeah, the damage taken.
Look at that damage.
Yeah, that looks fair. Yeah, Kanda and
Balanced.
753 damage from Toss. What? I think the Astro Spirit was on him, right? So kind of spooky.
Pretty monstrous. It's so easy to forget how much this ET amps people up. You know, we used to see a fair amount of the ET Zeus back in the day, and just seeing people get 100 to 0'd with an ET Spirit on them from a couple of lightning bolts is disgusting.
Yeah, it goes so fast. We see all of Beast Coast kind of sitting around here. They have a smoke, gonna pop it and run around.
It's a little bit awkward.
Patient VP though, sitting in the high ground, and Darkseer feeling confident he can be on the front line here.
Where's the vision, though? Does VP don't have any wards out here? Beast Coast have, like, one near the lane. But it's going to come down to your ET Spirit.
Look at the long wraparound. They're getting onto FNG here.
Oh, into the corner. Courier's flying all over the place as well. Vitaly, he's going to move into the pits. Sees FNG straight onto the ET to blow him up. Quick kill. In we go from Beast Coast with the glider on high ground. They've clipped onto the gyro, but Virtus Pro is going to reset, hold their position. Make sure they have this high ground, that little bit of additional vision to see where Vitaly's coming from. They spot the Slardar, cancel his blink, avalanche, but the BKB runs straight through it onto the Tiny. Gyrocopter trying to get into the back onto the Rubik, while Notice sprints around, and Squad X is still that first point of contact and the primary focus, but there's no real damage being done. VP have held their own. They see the Rubik as well under the vision here. Another blink stun catching Darkseer. Squad X can't finish El Micho off. Macropie is laid down. Notice dropping low, dying on the Darkseer. The Clinks opens up, and Beast Coast, they've lost the Clinks immediately. Curative comes in, swings out, massive damage. Squad X finds the Rubik on the left-hand side, but this Ember Spirit in serious trouble now. Rubik will buy back, but Curative, Antaresk, can they follow through on him? Tiny wants to blink again, but he's being clicked and right hit by the Rubik and the Skeletons. The buyback from El Micho helps them get a kill on Antaresk with the Slardar. In comes FNG again with a stomp, though. Enables Squad X, but the Ice Path stops him in his tracks. He can't finish the Rubik off. The crash landing, look at the damage! Destroys the Rubik, a double kill, but dies in the end.
Oh my lord.
What on earth? A scrappy fight. Everyone's dying. FNG,
Grimstroke?
he came back into this one.
I don't think you want to go in, buddy.
Again. A triple kill for Vitaly.
Oh, he just barely gets out, but Slardar on the hunt.
Through the twin gate. Run, my friend. Get the hell out of here.
Oh, hiding behind the trees. He doesn't see him. Oh my god, what a fight.
While it's all happening, where's Roshan?
Yeah, Roche is just like, I'm out of here, guys. I'm moving. That was like a, 90-second fight or something. So he just moved down to bottom. Meanwhile, that was a crazy, crazy fight. Gyrocopter did have a good moment of getting close to the Clinks and bursting him down. We see Clinks lacking survivability if he stands within range of the Gyro. But Gyro greatly suffered with his low mobility against all these high mobility heroes coming in from VP. You've been talking about the speed meta, from Beast Coast. The speed meta. Slardar running around, the Ember zooming around. Gyro was just not allowed to auto-attack as much as he wanted.
Yeah, so back and forth in this fight as well. I mean, Notice gets the wall down right at the end here, but it didn't feel super impactful. And does get a kill on Pyke there, but this back and forth where, El Micho buys back, this Slardar. Like, Vitaly is the strongest hero in this game, it feels like right now. Top of the net worth and just crushing it in these fights.
Yeah, he really is. He's having a phenomenal game, and he even got a nice neutral item, by the way. The Defiant Shell always feels good on Slardar. So if people man-fight back against you, just destroy them. And he has the Slithering Crush damage talent along with the Shard now, so you can insta-kill creep waves and ramp up his farm even more. Looks like he's going for an AC next item here. Armor is really the name of the game for both teams, even to the point that Gyrocopter picked up a craggy coat, by the way. So he really values getting that extra survivability.
Wow.
It's not a common pickup for a Gyrocopter.
No, that's for damn sure. Oh, yeah, feels like he needs it here against the Clinks and the Slardar.
I would have loved to see that butterfly, though. He opted to go for a Daedalus. It feels like the evasion would have been massive as well in this game.
The reaction from Kiritich there at the end of that fight. That's getting bogged down in all sorts of sticky nonsense. Gleipnirs and Ice paths, all the business on the floor. I felt like that fight, you know, there was no clean jump. There was no clean vision. It was kind of skirting around the edges of the fight from Beast Coast. VP trying to hold their ground, but if you don't have sentries and wards placed down, you don't see this glimmer cape on the Rubik. You don't see the surprise lift, the surprise jump from the Slardar. You need this vision on people to really allow Squadix to do his job, because he, you know, we've seen what he can do when he sees heroes. He blinks, he stuns, he kills. If he can't see them, he's kind of like, well, my blink's being cancelled by skeletons.
Yeah, there's a lot of blink cancels, and also there's you know, a lot of lockdown in this game in general. We saw in last fight the Ember just using his Gleipnir, his Searing Chain to try and prevent the mobility from the opponents. So any bit of lockdown you can have for your team here, really, really valuable. Do a little bit of a check here, see if there's any big new item coming in for someone here. We see Elder Titan is working on his BKB, but he has a long way to go. He just has a point booster. Of course, the BKB on the Ember, very important for him.
Hey, what are the? Let me look. What are the gyro stats now? Because he was 5-0 after like day 1, 6.
Oh, you mean the overall stats in the tournament?
Yeah, he's 6-3 now. 9 games, 66.666% win rate.
Oh, is he 6-3 in the tournament too? Because he's 6-3 in the game. That's what I thought.
Oh yes, yeah.
Oh, so that's how it works, huh?
That's how it works.
Okay. Your stats are always going to be the same. You should pick some Beastmaster. You're going to be whatever it is. Some really good KDA on that.
21-4 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Wait, so how has that got? So if he was 5-0 and now he's 6-3, I guess he's won 1 and lost 3 in the past day. Let's see if Kiritich can turn things around. The fates of the gyrocopter firmly in his hands.
This full AC. Oh, Dark's here.
Beast Coast, right onto Darkseer. Tiny's coming to try and save his body, but tosses the Darkseer into the sky. Pops a few heals, but Squadix has to BKB. He's been left to die here. Kiritich being dragged around, thinking about the move forward, but Beast Coast able to hold the line. Keep everyone alive. They even denied a Wisdom Rune in the heat of battle, and they're jumping further, but Vitaly doesn't get the catch.
That's pretty funny. You denied the Wisdom Rune with Slardar. There's a melee deny on the Wisdom Rune. Could you not have picked it yourself? But there's a lot of hectic stuff going on there. And this Slardar, man, he's a big bad fish. He's so tanky as well. And I don't think they have a hero who can fight against him right now. So VP, they need to work towards more items here. The Satanic on Gyrocopter is what he's prioritizing. Would be nice to get one more Dispel for himself there.
Slardar just gets unexpectedly tanky in the middle of a team fight. Puts the puddle down, he's got all these items, and he's right up there in terms of net worth.
Yeah, I mean, he's sitting at 60 armor. If he puts down the W, and when he gets the Solar Crest from Moose, that's 60 armor right there. And even just a little physical barrier that you get, the 400 HP barrier, if you have 60 armor, that takes a long time to just get through that part.
That's incredible tankiness. A bit of chip damage on that top tier too. Pyke and Vitaly are going to come in and finish it off. And quickly dispatch with that tower.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
And Klink's starting to become pretty monstrous now, eyeing up a Daedalus, which he should have completed in a matter of moments. Scardy Cape up next
not going to save you against Slardar if he gets there. He's jumped up a tiny.
Half HP Vitaly, soulbound, vacuumed, the wall dropped on them. That's good from Noticed, but the Grimstroke just gets turned on and pummeled. Ember and Slardar just surviving through the onslaught.
They're so tanky, hard to bring them down here, and they can back up and reset if they want to. Slardar even just creating a puddle, standing in it, 47 HP region. Greaves coming in.
Aegis did get claimed in the midst of all that as well. They've still got Roshan's banner over on the Slardar though to play with if they can get themselves up towards high ground. And Grimstroke's dead for 40 seconds.
Yeah, good time for them to try and do something more on the map, but I think they might also just farm. They just need one win here to secure themselves to be in the top of the group, and they're in a great position here. I don't think they're necessarily getting weaker as the game goes on, but we already see the Gyrocopter. He knows. Kiritic says, I'm going to queue up the Butterfly, I'm going to queue up a Rapier, because this is a game where I need Rapier to turn it around.
Yeah, they need some big damage to try and contend with these tanky cores.
Yeah, only way to get through them, right? I don't think otherwise that you will have enough ever.
It's become more and more difficult for Squadix as well. And the tanky people get, the less value his magic damage has become. Starting to shift back into a bit of that physical damage. Go for the Silver Edge.
Yeah,
And of course, we
good.
think about the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, so Shadow Blade also allows him to run around on the map a little bit.
Do my eyes deceive me? 25? I guess that includes bounty runes, but still, 25 runes activated for the Ember Spirit. What?
Yeah, I mean, he's been getting every single rune the entire game, pretty much. He's been... I was counting it earlier how many in a row he got. Then I got tired of it because he just got every rune. So it's... we do see a DD rune going the way of Gyrocopter here. This is the Gaben rune. This is the turnaround rune.
Oh, they see him. Oh, but he jumps away. Nice attempt from Squadix, but Lumpy's just too fast. What can Kiritich do with this? Amplify damage. Gleipnir's thrown on him. Jump from Vitaly. A lot of damage coming in on the gyro. Kiritich is gone. Gets popped by Beast Coast. Ursula is there onto Lumpy and Moose. Squadix trying to fight in the midst of it all, but they'll die as well. Beast Coast just slapped them out of the game. One win is all they needed, as we were saying, and this might just mean it.
This minus armor coming in from the Slardar, and then Klink's laying into him. Using that Burning Barrage with the Daedalus, he just did so much damage. If you can lock your opponent down, we see the potential here. Slardar still on the hunt, has vision. That was close.
It's like, where do you go now, Noticed? TPing bottom, like, screw this, I'm out of here.
Yeah, but
Top wave being cut by Antares, but the... Oh, that was close!
My God, dude. All of them barely surviving at this point. Doing what they can.
But now it's high ground time.
Banner gets dropped down. They're saying, we own this place, in this mid lane. It's going to be gone in seconds.
Look at the Ember Spirit. The boldness.
No mid player, no carry player. What are you going to do?
Yeah. Sleep me. Oh, I'll take a quick nap by your tier 4s. Don't mind if I do. And straight back onto the barracks. Melee down. Range gone. And quickly onto the tier 3 top. Look at how quickly they destroy these buildings. There's a secondary glyph here for Virtus Pro. I just don't know if they've got what it takes.
They are smoked up immediately here. On the side of Tiny, he has his ninja gear. Okay, it's just ninja smoke. Kill off the banner. So they only lost one lane. I actually thought they would lose 2 lanes there. But Beast Coast playing it very safe. I think they could maybe have stayed, but they're not taking any chances here to say, you know what, not too long until Roche could spawn. Let's just back up. And there we see the Gyro disappearing again, the highlight. That was crazy, man. So if they can get the lockdown on Gyro, then, you know, the damage is definitely there.
That's the thing, right? Like, how do you save him? Unless Kiritich presses BKB, you know, put G in his seat. Like you were talking about earlier, have that BKB press just that little bit faster than the crush lands.
This is why he needs the butterfly, honestly, because you can strong dispel him with your Inkswell. So Inkswell to strong dispel, he can BKB and Satanic on the Gyrocopter, but he can't keep hitting because he was getting bashed over and over by the Slardar just hitting him. So having evasion would have been really useful there too.
And FNG not too happy about things, and Squadix going to die down in that southern portion of the map. Antares glimmered up for now, but Vitaly and Lumpy, they've got bigger targets on the back to look for. They think about diving the tower, but go for the Grimstroke, the simpler one to begin with instead. Elmisho,
Rubik stomping. He's setting up.
He's stomping this E-tier, a taste of his own medicine, and the Ember Spirit, he's gone by the tier 3 tower. Lumpy, that might have been a little bit too far. Looks like he's okay for now. A good ice path, blink in, crush from Vitaly, and another secured kill. 70 seconds with buyback on the Darkseer. ET Grimstroke have theirs as well, and they are going to have to bloody use them. There's no Tiny for the better part of a minute.
It's going straight for a tier 4s here. Ignoring the barracks, saying that we want something more.
Go straight for the jugular.
Yeah, without Tiny, how can you fight? 400 gold from buyback.
So very difficult. Like, there's bounty runes on the map, but there's no way to get out to get them. No Tiny. Double buyback here from Virtus Pro, so that looks like it's the signal to retreat for Beast Coast. A little afraid. A little respectful. VP
I mean, they're just playing it beautifully. Backing out here is the correct play. They did a staggering blow. Getting the tier 4 towers gives you a lot of gold. 2 buybacks forced, actually 3 buybacks forced, and now backing out saying, reposition, play the Roche pit. They have great vision for Roche as well. They have ward set up here. If they just take advantage high ground here, this smoke out from VP could be very, very devastating for themselves. But maybe this is the only chance they have to turn the game around, right? So they already got scanned out.
They've got to make a move somehow, some way. Try and get in here. But we've seen Clinks with that massive building damage. Ember Spirit with the most hero damage in the game now as he's scaled very nicely. And Vitaly, the first point of contact, just BKB's up. Kuratic trying to Satanic BKB, heal himself, but Notice has already died. In the back lines, they've lost moves the Jakiro, but I don't know if they care too much about that. They've still got their Clinks up and running. Lumpy is able to stand his ground. BKB out to regen, and in goes Vitaly again. The big Blink Crush kills the Gyrocopter off. Vitaly, even if he dies here, knows that the game is over when this fight is done. GG is called, and Beast Coast with a Game 1 victory secures that top 3 spot for them.
Yeah, huge for Beast Coast, so that they can finally sigh of relief here. Good win for them, and they deserve it. That was a really, really cool game. They played it out nicely. They played with, you know, pretty good patience, I feel like, because late game, we were talking about it, how late game could be hard here for them going into a Gyrocopter and so on, but they showed us this Clinks and Slardar combination. It worked really well. Vitaly, what a game, dude.
Incredible. Like I was kind of sad it wasn't a Darkseer pick, but after, you know, results oriented, after seeing that game of Vitaly, the way he played out the Slardar, spot on stuff, good draft, and a good victory for Beast Coast as we head into a break before game number 2 comes up.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the Riyadh Masters, as we are halfway through our first series of the day. Day 3 here, Virtus Pro taking on Beast Coast, and well, Beast Coast have secured themselves top 3 already.
that they have. They are secured, so they don't have to worry going into this next game here. But, it's good to take every game serious and do the best you can. But for them, the next game, I don't think has any real implications on placement. Still, though, for Virtus Pro, this next game matters a lot. If they lose this game, that could spell some trouble for them. But yeah, winning it at least would be nice. Well, actually, does it make any difference? I guess they needed a 2-0. I think ultimately they're going to be 4th and 5th no matter what. Is what we said earlier. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're at they're at 3 and 5, and they've just lost 1. So the best they can have is 4.
Yeah. They're going to be 4th and 5th no matter what.
Yes. Yeah. The worst they can have is 3. The best that one of the Chinese teams can have is 4. The other one cannot have 4. They'll have 2, or they're at 3. So yeah, it's either going to be a 3-way tie, or VP are guaranteed 4th or 5th.
So it's important for VP to win this one, so they don't have to play in a 3-way tiebreaker for the bottom. Is
yes.
The important part. If they lose this next one as well, then that could be the case if the 2 Chinese teams end up drawing against each other as well, LGD and G2IG.
That's where the whole landslide thing happens, right? Because I guess in my head, I'm thinking of tiebreakers as one, contiguous thing where it's actually tiebreakers and then you have that 4th, 5th slot decider. So yeah, VP are still in a position where they could just be tiebreaker into knocked out if we do have that sequence of events go. So like you said, important for VP here to try and get a win to avoid that and have another chance to stay in the tournament.
Yeah, definitely. But going back to, what happened in the previous game, I feel like they ended up being a little bit outplayed in terms of efficiency on the map in what we saw in the first game. They didn't manage to use as much of the map and the resources available. They grouped up a lot, and that's nice, as long as you can keep the tempo really high and just crack down all the towers. They were never allowed to do that. Beast Coast did a great job with their split push. The Clinks was farming a lot, the Slardar was farming a lot between his ganking, and the Ember, of course, very elusive here as well. So maybe the problem for VP in the previous game here is that they couldn't really play as greedy on the map with the risk of being picked off by the Slardar.
Yeah, and there was a lot of emphasis from both teams. It felt like kind of getting out of the laning stage and getting into that mid game as well. Like we saw every smoke, every scan being used, by minute 20, everything's on cooldown. And it kind of led to this point where that one Roshan fight really dictated the pace of play for the rest of the game, right? Beast Coast made that long wraparound on that top left Roshan, found the fight that they needed, got another Aegis, and from there on out, it was like, for VP to get back in the game, they needed a smoke, they needed a scan, they needed some deep ward coverage, but they couldn't find it, and it was a nice attempt with that double damage rune to kind of run down mid, but man, when you have this amount of minus armor and just utter destruction jump on your gyrocopter like that, we saw FNG's reactions just like, what can you do?
Yeah, it was a lot of things going wrong for them, though. It was also Squadix jump onto the Ember there, trying to jump him, but the Sleight of Fist dodges it, so things didn't work out for them. And then suddenly, when the gyrocopter revealed himself and tried to just push the tower, he was kind of a sitting duck for Beast Coast to just lay in with all their damage. And even if you have the strong dispel from the gyrocopter, it was not enough to really protect there. I think Beast Coast looking pretty good. I think they're playing better than what we've seen them before in the games that we've cast. And hopefully for them, they can keep this up. And for VP's sake, they got to get out of this potential 3-way tie. It is risky because a 1-1 outcome between LGD and G2IG is very likely. And you don't want to get dragged into this tiebreaker where one of you is going to go home,
You may not have that choice though, right? Because I think you made a very good point earlier on about this, this Clinks pick. It's a little bit out of left field. It's a little bit weird and wonderful. Virtus Pro, kind of drafting normally, I want to say, within the box. Beast Coast come from outside of the box and they beat you with it. Going into game 2, drafting and the thought process here from VP and their system might be a little bit broken.
Yeah, I think some things definitely may need to be adjusted from what happened in the previous game. I think giving away the Ember first pick is pretty risky overall. That hero has been doing so fantastic. So maybe there's changes they can make. Maybe the Weaver shouldn't be that high priority. Who knows?
Okay, we'll get ourselves ready for that second game coming up shortly. We'll have a quick break before then.
Hey, this is Purge here at EWC. I'm here with Mariano. He is with Beast Coast. Can you tell me a little bit about your team right now?
We were trying the entire year to qualify. We were failing at first, but then we, with some roster change and with hard work, we still maintained it united after one change. And we managed to qualify to the two most important tournaments this year. There is Riyadh and TI.
Yeah, it's an amazing accomplishment. You're obviously known as Pepito previous to this. What's with the name change?
It just felt like it was not right. Like being old and being called Papira, it didn't feel right. I know everyone still calls me the same way, but I'd rather be called by my name, but I don't mind. I don't mind being called Papira or Mariano, it's fine.
Okay, so in terms of your guys qualifying for the tournaments, what was the expectation like in the team prior to those qualifiers? Did you guys anticipate to do so well and be so successful?
Well, I tried as a coach to make a path where we would qualify for these tournaments. At first, it was like understanding the team, seeing if we actually needed some changes or not, and just give the team time to adapt to Beast Coast. And then we made one change. It became like a process of understanding each other when the new player came, Misho. And so I think it was honestly the right timing. We tried to do everything perfect during our path, and then we just managed to qualify at the best time possible because we didn't qualify to any other tournament.
Yeah, I mean, man, amazing timing. How did you become the coach for the team? You said you worked with Beast Coast before, but obviously you played professional before. So how did you get here?
So I worked with them in the past for the TI when they were with Chris Lack, Whisper, and Hector. And I had good relationship with them. So they had this team with Parker, Sacred, and Darmago for TI. I was like kind of in the backstage for them. I was watching the project. They told me that they wanted me to be like in charge of the next project because they liked my discipline and hard work. They wanted like a project like that. So that's when I started working with them, and they told me I was in charge of making the new team for them. So that's how it happened. And then I tried, scouting, watching replays for every player, and just managed to get the correct roster. So they could feel happy with it.
And the Riyadh Masters continues here as we get ourselves ready for our second game of the day. Still in the first series, Virtus Pro taking on Beast Coast, and we've already got some results coming in. Beast Coast have managed to secure themselves that top 3, and like we were explaining a little bit earlier on, Waga, VP, a little bit of work to do, right?
Yeah, they've got work to do, and a little bit scary as well. You lost to a strange, out of left field pick there with the Clinks coming in from Beast Coast in the first game, but you still really want to take one win here so that you make sure you don't end up in the tie for the lower placement here in the group. But VP, they definitely have the, they have the scruff, they have what it takes to do this. I think for them, draft was pretty important here. The draft they had forced them to go as 5 a lot, and with Beast Coast playstyle, this is what we saw as well. Entity knew that Beast Coast were gonna play a lot of split push. That's why they picked these Spear Breakers and these heroes that could punish them. We'll see if VP are gonna do some correct read. They would need some help from the coach, Mr. Was it Astini?
From Entity?
Yeah. They would need him to come in here and give him some word to wisdom.
Yeah, a little whisper to G. Over on Beast Coast side, Mariano's done a good job here, setting things up for the boys. And definitely got to go back to that drawing board because VP very much a 5-man draft in that previous game just to try and dodge the Clinks' ganks. Things definitely didn't come to, I think draft is one thing, but execution, VP just looked poor in that game. Blink initiations from Tiny were kind of 50-50. Noticed on his Darkseer didn't really have that good vacuum wall play, was always getting caught out. And there's a much cleaner from Beast Coast in terms of angles towards the fight.
Yeah, looked maybe a little bit nervous or a little bit off from Squadix today. I'm usually a big fan of watching him play, but I think several initiations there didn't really work out for him. Could be, you know, a bit unlucky, but also, you know, a bit of nerves perhaps playing in, as this is a high pressure situation for them. They, you know, need to make it through this group here. And they're letting Beast Coast have the first pick SF. This is the first SF that you and I cast. I've been saying a lot that this hero should still be in the ban phase. You know, I think it's super strong, and he makes it in here.
G's face there is like, wait, let them have SF?
Yeah, dude,
no,
G is an SF spammer from back in the old days. He's looking like, oh.
No. This is calculated, right? They banned the Ember Spirit, let SF through, and we were saying earlier on, SF, you know, he's up there in terms of ban rate. Pick-wise, though, this is the 9th pick. He's currently at 50%, I think, 4-4. So he's definitely a beatable hero if you've got the right kind of draft to go about it. And usually that kind of draft has been Darkseer Spirit Breaker as some kind of opener, but Spirit Breaker is already banned.
Yeah, I mean, you want to have stuff that can work through the BKB, possibly from the SF, and stuff that can jump on top of him to prevent him from getting his ulti out. But nowadays, with his Kayasha build with a quick ulti, it is spooky, man. The Requiem does not take that long to load up. I also feel like this pick here, opening with the Tiny into SF, loses some of its flex potential. Because I don't think it's so good on +2 against SF mid. You can run it, but then you really need your supports to move in mid as well. Overall, not a fun matchup. Any melee hero against SF is just very rough.
Hey, don't be playing into razors like that. Against nasty real quick. What kind of heroes do you want to play with the SF? Is this another setup for a minus armor draft?
It is. I really like running stuff like Vengeful with him, to be honest. Not a hero that we see picked that frequently. But yeah, he works well with having, even though the low win rate, I think Pango on the offlane is a nice supplement to an SF in the team. You need something that is in front of you, something that creates a little bit of space, and that minus armor from the third skill of Pango can also be useful.
Some ranged carries. The flexible ones that have been played 1 and 3 being banned out.
Yeah, banning SF, or banning the combo for yourself, the Vengeful. I guess it's equally good against SF. The swap is amazing for stopping the SF loading up his ulti, like I said, and also has the stun, so it's a kind of a 2-for-1 there.
Difficult. This ban I always struck. Yeah, I was about to come to that. Did they just ban the Elmisha Rubik because that has been one of his go-to heroes? The answer is yes, as they grab themselves a Zeus. So what is this? 4 tiny mid Zeus now?
Yeah, I'm leaning towards that. Play the Zeus mid against SF. It's one of the heroes that does better against him and can actually stand against him in lane fairly well. And you get a bit of burst as well into the Tiny. So if you have a support Tiny jumping someone, it's a lot less damage than a mid Tiny, right? But that's where the Zeus can come into play. Looks like a pretty nice opening from VP. See what Beast Coast's reaction is going to be to it.
Steal the ET. Don't let them have ET with Zeus and Tiny. Was talking about it previously. That gets really nasty. Your heroes just disappear.
Well, that's nasty. I also think it can be hard for them to run, because I don't think you want to run ET and Tiny support duo, and that kind of puts you into you have to run an off lane or carry Tiny here, since the Zeus most likely wants to take that mid lane. Maybe they can play it themselves though. Still not bad, you know. SF plus ET does similar stuff.
That's true. Just amp everything up for him. The most common one's always been Clockwork. Like, you know, okay, you can't do the cogs things anymore, but Clockwork's always been a nice teamfight disruptor and setup hero for the Shadow Fiend. But Bane is their go-to for now. So it's a bit of nightmare saving against potential damage from Tiny and Zeus. A good laning support?
I guess so, yeah. I mean, Bane is a pretty good hero to break combos as well. Combo breaker against the Tiny, so if Tiny jumps in on someone, if you have Bane nearby, you can nightmare them, prevent that damage. So that's a possibility here, but I'm a little bit surprised to see the Bane picked up. I don't feel like it's the best heroes ever to play Bane against, but maybe it's just comfort as well. And also, the setup is not bad. If you Nightmare someone and SF is nearby, that either sets up for his races or his ulti in some scenarios. You can just walk up and land a perfect ulti on them. So you do go for that combo. You mentioned the Clockwork. Tusk is almost completely interchangeable with Clock in every aspect together with SF.
Another bit of save as well. That's technically double saving supports, even though they may not be, you know, an Oracle or something like that, right? You've got the Snowball, you've got the Nightmare. Buys a bit of time, can give that bit of wiggle room in the fight for the SF to unload his massive damage.
I like it. It's also a hero that can get on Zeus pretty well. The Tusk, you know, you can first try to shard the Zeus. Of course, you can hop over that. But with Snowball and your ulti as well on Tusk, you're pretty good at catching a Zeus, especially once you get Blink Dagger. At that point, you have someone who can go in and hunt. Because Zeus is really that hero, you need to reach him. Otherwise, his damage output is going to be the highest in the game for sure.
I'm starting to get into the weird side of Dota now with these drafts. You know, not the conventional ones, which you kind of get used to. You do get the double scrappy strategy, though. The Keens in charge, Gyro and Clockwork. So that's their safe lane pairing for sure.
Yeah, looks pretty nice. The Gyro and Clockwork work really well together. So quite likely they are going to have the Clock and Tiny supports. But Clock works really well against the Bane. Always nice to have someone who can stop that Fiend's Grip. Honestly, it looks hard to get a Fiend's Grip off in this game.
Yeah.
Avalanche and Toss can stop it. Zeus can stop it quite easily. Clockwork has multiple ways to stop it. And then you have Gyrocopter who can homing missile you just to, you know, make it so you can't ulti.
And quite challenging. And just another hero that gets on top of the Shadow Fiend. Always going to be a fearsome opponent. So what's left for them? Offlane hero, right?
They gotta grab their offlaner. I feel like, I mean, I would be happy to grab the Beastmaster here. I was Beast Coast. Live up to your name. You gotta go a different direction. Pick the Visage into the Gyrocopter even. It's very good against the Zeus, that's for sure. Hero that doesn't care about Zeus ulti pretty much ever.
The Battalion Visage. So Visage Tusk lane against the Gyro and the Clock.
I mean, he's a very good Visage player, so it kind of makes sense to utilize that as well.
And Visage is also kind of an aura buyer, right?
He is. He is an aura bot to a pretty high degree. I haven't seen Visage in this patch be played, but I can only imagine that he would still go for the aura items that we see a lot of offlaners go for. Maybe get that Greaves, who knows? You could get Piped for sure. And this game looks pretty good.
He loves the Boots of Bearing as well. He's always one of those kind of Tranquil's Drums kinds of heroes.
Yeah, that's also a good one to have, especially when you have SF, who benefits so much from the extra damage. Or attack speed, rather.
And are we definitely looking at SF mid here? I'm just trying to think here. If it's SF carry, there's a chance that Tiny's mid and Zeus is like Antares plays pos for Zeus, and I guess that's what's stuck in my head.
Yeah, he does. I mean, it's possible. There's some wiggle room here for both these drafts. You can run safe lane SF for sure. It's a very, very strong hero, and we don't know what VP want to put on the off lane really here. So it's curious to see how they're going to end up with this. I think Beast Coast could change up stuff and put SF on the safe lane. I'm a big fan of that, but overall the slow is very strong to play around. So he does do a little bit better on the mid lane.
Yeah. I guess VP have last pick as well, so it's a bit challenging for Beast Coast to kind of blind pick and keep things open at the end of the draft. Much easier for VP to hide their picks a little bit at the end. Yeah, well, Alchemist is gone.
It's another hero that they respect themselves a lot and also pick themselves, right? So they say this would have been a good Alchemist game for them. Let's just take it away. I'm not sure Beast Coast are as eager to play it here.
Well, like Chaos Knight or something maybe as this last ban.
Yeah, there you go. Good call.
Yeah, it's got to be right.
Yeah, I mean,
he
CK
fits so
still,
nicely here.
He does. He's also super strong in this patch still. And it's one of those heroes that can burst the Gyrocopter before he gets to turn around with the Satanic, like we saw in last game, where Gyrocopters, they like to stand their ground and be too hard to kill and just turn the fight around. You can't really do that if the enemy has too much damage up.
Alright, Beastmaster banning time. Beast Coast. Get rid of Noticed's arguably best hero. What's left in that offlane pool? Underlord?
Yeah, Under is still in the pool. We have Darks here. I guess you could still run... Yeah, they're ban out. His other hero that I mentioned is one of his best, the Lycan. That's a lot of respect given over as well. You know, it's not really a Lycan patch by any means, but he plays it very well.
Ooh, hello, Mr. Pudge. Wait, is this now Timbersaw time? Is that a carry Pudge?
I think it's carry Pudge. I think it's safe lane Pudge with Bane, so you have the potential to set up with Nightmare into hook, pull people on the tower, mid SF. What offlane would you like here? I mean, maybe it's just Slardar still?
Ooh, Enigma.
Okay.
Okay. So, pretty big team fight. Protection of the gyrocopter. It's... I don't know about this lane, though. We've seen Pudge... I guess it was Pudge Warlock that was used against the Enigma to kill Eidolons with Fatal Bonds and Rot. I'm not sure if, like, a Bane and Pudge can do the same kind of thing.
I mean, you can body block the hook at least with Eidolons. You can use your babies as a safety net. So that's a nice thing. I'm not sure that Pudge cares about Enigma that much. You can just press Flesh Heap and the damage from the Eidolons is kind of mitigated. So this lane, I think I would rather be Pudge in it. And I've seen Pyke Pudge before, by the way. His carry Pudge is pretty damn good. He's delivered on it in the SA qualifiers.
What kind of build do we go for this Pudge then? Is it similar to old days with the Aghanim Scepter? Blink kind of deal?
Yeah, usually same thing. You just go Aghanim Scepter first, maybe a cloak, casual cloak, and then build into Eternal Shroud, get your big unkillable status, you know. But yeah, the Aghanims is very, very integral to this build. If you get it too late, then you don't really have the farm speed. Yeah, this is exciting. Beast Coast really pulling out a fun draft here, but VP, they go back for a little bit of comfort as well, getting on that Enigma. And now they have the potential to take the game at any stage. Like, that's what Enigma brings you, I feel.
I was a little bit worried there, just looking at the faces. Nice having that side-by-side camera there, seeing Beast Coast, you know, Moose being vocal, dictating what's happening. VP seemed absolutely silent. No one moving. Squadix has his head in his hands, but I'm assuming G behind them was giving them a bit of a pep talk to boost that morale going into game 2 here. Again, just reiterating, super important for VP to grab a win to get themselves out of that potential bottom of the table tiebreaker situation against the Chinese squads that are down there. East Coast have guaranteed themselves top 3, and this is a chance for VP to just wiggle themselves into that 4th, 5th decider match later on.
Yeah, make sure that they're there. I mean, at worst, they're gonna be in the tiebreaker for knockout here on the side of VP, but they really don't want that. So at best, they will win here at least one game, and then they're guaranteed to have that 1v1 in the 4th and 5th position.
And a smoke from VP.
He's standing very close to his tower, but still kind of smoke revealing the way he's positioning. Pudge coming in mid here, doesn't have vision on anyone. He's gonna stay outside the ward vision for now, not walking close enough that he's spotted.
Just hook into the rune. Good Eidolon placement though. Look at that. Notice knows exactly what's up. Pyke also not wasting the hook to go for it. 2 for 2 bounty rune to start things off. Down at bottom, some interesting stuff happening over there.
They're preparing to do a little bit of a assassination attempt here. Not necessarily going for a kill, but they're going to body block if they don't see a carry walking by. We see the body block by Tusk, trying to bring this creep wave under enemy tower so that the wave bounces. He actually slips up a little bit there, though. I don't know if he got on the tower. Ah, he does. He does. Yeah. You don't need much block at all. Just a little bit of block, and that will make this creep wave push very quickly. You see Gyrocopter too late for the last hit, misses the first one.
Oh, yeah, not going to get any just yet. Difficult stuff. I'm just going to try and flat cannon, push some damage back, but Vitaly and Elmi show that kind of faster level 2, that good lane positioning now in front of their own tier 1. The most important thing, right, is that lane to chase. With Tusk and Visage, you've got slows for days. Gyrocopter could be susceptible just to being run down once they do crack level 2 here.
Yeah. And bottom lane, gonna be an interesting one to keep an eye on. I'll also keep an eye on for top and any potential setups here with the Nightmare into Hook, but so far nothing.
But who cares level 2? Look at them go at level 1. Nearly killing Gyrocopter straight up. Another Soul Assumption. The final bits of damage onto FNG, but El Misho is the one to drop.
God,
No, he's
they're
not
diving.
live. He's got a Fairy Fire to save himself and keep himself alive.
Some hefty dive coming in there, and even though they didn't get the kill, they forced out the salve pretty early here on the Gyrocopter, so you just gotta work through these resources.
That's a scary amount of damage. Like FNG and Kiradich both having to salve up, you're right, just to stay alive in this lane. 2 last hits on your Gyrocopter's got to hurt as well. They do put a bit of damage back onto the Visage with a good Cogs trap here. Vitali getting run out with a Rocket Barrage. Snowball will turn things back around onto the Gyrocopter. Blood grenade thrown. Gyrocopter's going to get this one. Vitali is stuck in the trees, and first blood is there for VP.
Impossible to run away once that Gyrocopter gets on top of you. The Afterburner gives it a little bit extra speed. He just keeps chasing you down. So good turnaround for them. What was otherwise a pretty hard start to the lane. Mid we see 1-for-1 water runes. Both teams mid laners are doing fine. SF actually struggling a little bit in CS compared to Zeus.
The high fives up at top over the large camp. Sentries placed, body blocks happening. They're having a good old battle there. And it looks like the Bane has already sentried his small camp to unlock that as well. Moo's getting the upper hand. Another
Very hard
down
for
bottom.
Antares to go out because of the hook combo with the Nightmare.
He's dying. Oh, the Cogs not going to save him. El Misho will happily trade his life for this. A kill on the Gyro, always handy, and that's going to push Vitali closer to level 3. Even more damage from this lane. It's just the fact it's uncomfortable for VP is also a massive factor.
Yeah, I mean, he's 5 CS right now. A bigger story than him, you know, dying there. At the same time, though, 7 CS on the Pudge, who's getting completely out CS'd by this Enigma. He is 14 and 10. I didn't expect him to do this well on the lane, but I've been saying it, man. Noticed he should be on Summon Heroes. He always should. He's so good at them.
Absolutely. And this Enigma... Oh, that's upsetting. That could have been a kill. A huge one on Pike. A hook. Not going to land. Yeah, this tiny Enigma lane has been absolutely monstrous every time I've seen it. Just tossing back into the big old Eidolon army. People just die. You can't escape from it. When you're Malefist up and being avalanched, it's scary stuff.
Yeah, it's a lot of auto attacks, and Bane hasn't really been able to do anything to the Enigma. He's always trying to fight for the pulls and trying to fight the Tiny in the 1v1, but he's not helping Pike in the 1v1, and matter of fact is, Pudge, he can't kill these Eidolons. He just micros them back whenever he goes. So you see a pause during the fight bottom here. El Misho in a bit of trouble, maybe.
And he's still going to run forward with a snowball onto FNG. Vitali with another Soul Assumption will finish him off. And these Fairy Fires from El Misho, and they're keeping him alive with a Magic Stick popped as well. The tower damage and the click from Gyro will take him down in the end. While up at top lane it continues. Pike has been tossed back into Eidolons. Oh, he pops the one, tries to survive, but the damage from Notice is too much to handle.
This is just what you were talking about. Toss back, and the Eidolons get so many auto attacks in. Bane trying to kill off Eidolons here, but they're gonna split. They got enough auto attacks out, so yeah, good luck bothering the Enigma here. It's actually not even microing his babies right now, so Bane might get some juicy last hit.
Level
He's
3.
3.5, so doesn't have the flesh heap yet, which would be very good for survival, but I mean, I understand it. 1-2-0 is the start. You just need, on the 4th level up, you do need 1 point in a meat shield here.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. And another toss back there. Bane sent into the Eidolons. Malefist. And earned. A lot of damage coming his way, so another kill there, and great for VP in his off lane.
That's so amazing, having the early earn charges here as well. Gonna really help the Enigma get more kills. This top lane is going amazing for them.
A lot of action in these side lanes, and it's only going to continue as I think the Clockwork, come through the Twin Gate. FNG loves this. Early moves. Does leave the Gyro kind of stranded down here, and with the snowball forward, the Shadow Fiend rotation gets onto the Kiradich. Massive damage here to take the Gyro down. As Squadex rotates, looking for a trade. The shard's thrown out. El Misho knows that he's dead no matter what happens. And Squadex, he had to spend a TP while Lumpy still has his. Looks like it's just going to be the walk back to lane, though, as the Pike Pudge hooks out the catapult to try to slow down the push But with this massive creep wave and the Eidolons, they're going to dive here under tower, looking at
He's in
moves.
a weird spot now, though.
Trying to kill Pyke as well. FNG solo killing the Bane, helps out the Zeus get the Thunder God's Wrath, and the tossback is there on the Pudge, throws him into the Eidolons. Beast Coast starting to bleed out here in game 2.
This is just what VP need. They need just one victory so badly, and getting off to this strong of a start is amazing. Sure, your Gyrocopter is not getting the best start down here, but you can create space for him later. With Enigma having this monster start, you can play around him a lot. And even the Zeus doing great this game, getting that kill as well for himself, and has a haste rune ready, so he can run and join a fight now.
The bottle refill and the 2 supports moving out of mid. FNG gets spotted, but let's see if they can find him. They know he's tucked in the trees there because of the Dar Observer ward. You know, process of elimination. He's not gone left, he's not gone down, he's got to have stuck around. Avalanche chucked. Lumpy with that Nightmare dragging the Tiny closer to the Requiem. They get some good damage to kill FNG and a bit of chip onto Antares there, but Squadix, he wants to go for a trade, of course. With noticed rotation, they get the 1-for-1.
Yeah, that's an Enigma showing up as well, and you just gotta get out of there. You can't really fight against this. He still doesn't have level 6 Enigma, but getting close here with this big camp stack being cleared up.
And this is much more VP-esque than we've seen in the previous game and previous games of this tournament from Virtus Pro. A heavenly jump gets Squadix away from the Nightmare danger, but the birds have followed him. You said this Visage is great against the Zeus. Gets on top of him and allows the kill, and now the tip is returned. And Squadix was tipping Lumpy earlier on. Gets revenge.
Gets a little bit back and forth there. Players having a bit of fun. SF gonna be happy with this, though.
This game is turning into a bloodbath, though, Waga. Like, VP, they like to play fast, and we've seen FNG making these early moves. A very high-tempo game from them, and Beast Coast equally do like to respond with numbers.
Pudge angling for a hook. Not gonna go for this fight, though. A little bit dangerous fighting into a Clockwork and a level 6 Enigma, so gonna back out, but farm rate really isn't the fastest right here for him. I think the side of Beast Coast, they have to rally around the Visage. We saw how strong he is. Him and the SF are going to be the ones that you want to play around. The Pudge, he needs time, dude. He needs time to recover. That laning stage went so horribly for him. And toss back mid. Tiny is just all over the place.
Running nice from target to target, but the shards, Elmisha still dead. A high ground vision there.
He pinks out
exactly what's going on.
Pinks out the ward afterwards, but good toss back play there.
Look at that new record. I mean, it's 2 matches. It's been a while since we've seen this Enigma Spirit Vessel. We had one the other day against an Alchemist, I think. And now, you know, very fast timing from Noticed. Already has his vessel up.
It's super nice. He doesn't even have boots yet, but the damage from this vessel puts it onto Tusk. He's kind of dropping. Zeus has ulti. Not low enough, though. Well, now he is.
Look at FNG, my man. My dude. Elmisha is dead of the Thunder God's Wrath, but yeah, he was looking like he's dead no matter what. And Taris is the trade out as Vitali runs forward, charging in with the Visage and the Bane, while FNG is just like solo setting up and being an absolute nuisance on top of the Pudge, killing him off with Kiritch's move. That was a good 40 seconds of FNG just, I'm following you, I'm following, you know, holding on to the tail of the Pudge, just being dragged along. And then Gyro comes in for the kill.
He might find more here as well. The Bane going very close to a Gyrocopter. I think he's out of position right now.
That damage. Substantial stuff. I mean, FNG would love to be level 6 right now, but he's getting a lot of work done, even without his hook shot.
So unfortunate you get your ward dewarded as well. They placed a really odd ward trying to not have it get dewarded, but since he was nearby, and now a black hole.
How dare you deward me? Notice, just chucks the black hole at little Elmisha. And this is the tempo, right? Just keep the pace up, use the black hole, get a kill, move forward. You're pushing top, pushing mid. You're holding out on bottom lane for the Tiny to get his Blink Dagger. Everything is clicking into place here for VP.
I love it. I respect it a lot. Before minute 10, you know, this early in the game, you don't care at all if your black hole goes on cooldown. If you get a kill for it, take it. And this Enigma doing a great job activating after a good laning stage, not just playing the farming style. He's being involved. He took the mid tower, played around mid, and now moving towards top since the tier 1 tower here.
It seems like VP have found their voices again. You know, going a bit silent, looking a bit down, but Noticed seems like the driving force so far here to give VP a good first 10 minutes in this game. And FNG has hit level 6 now.
Him and Antares. Antares has been really, really good as well, catching people. So many tossbacks.
It's nice when your offlane duo, in tandem, making stuff happen on the map.
So SFS Yasha now, going for that Kaya and Yasha first item. I'm so happy this item is actually like a viable item. You can go first item now. For how long was Kaya Yasha just seen as a super sad option?
It was a meme item. It was just like, how could I get more movement speed? Get a Kaya Yasha.
Yeah, it was like Spirit Breaker only that could use it for a very long time as well.
Yeah.
And even then, people were like, why not just get Kaya Sanj? You know, pretty good too.
Who else did I see? I think I saw it on Lesh in like 2 out of the 500 games he played last year. But it was very, very much, you know, I'm already winning, let's win hard. I want to run fast. or a misclick. Yeah, it could have been.
Oh no, I purchased the wrong upgrade. And then we see a smoke here coming in. Tiny, Enigma. Gonna run into Bane, so he's giving his life for this one, but that is another kill.
Wait, the minute 12 level 5. Oh, the hook shot. SF. FNG just slides in here, pushes back with the cogs, and gets a kill on Lumpy. Noticed with the double, up to a mega kill streak. Who cares? Move away from FNG's dying body and the corpse falling there. He did his job, got in on top of the SF.
Damn,
Beast
is ice cold. Doesn't even bottle up his body as he's taking tower shots. He's like, nah, you're dead, buddy. Just let him drop. I'm moving towards
it's all gone. It's all gone pear-shaped for Beast Coast. You know, Visage had a good laning stage, but hasn't been able to transition because he's had to move around to stem the flow of bleeding.
That's a saying? Yeah. Are you just saying random things, man?
It's gone pear-shaped.
It's a thing?
Yeah, everything's gone pear-shaped. Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. It's a new expression for you.
Yeah,
an expression used to indicate that a scheme has not been perfectly executed.
Ah, yes. Their schemes have truly been stopped here. East Coast, last game, they got away with it, but now thwarted by this Enigma on the offlane.
Not exactly sure where it's come from, but I guess it's like pear is an unusual shape. You know, it's not straight, it's not round, it's like a bit wonky. It's all gone a bit Pete Tong. Moo's gonna get caught in the cogs here, but is FNG caught with him, or is Moo's caught with FNG? As the turnaround comes in from the gyrocopter now, Vitaly trying to slice into FNG's clockwork, does get the kill, but Antares and Curatage on the tail of the Visage, blows him up with the Thunder God's Wrath, and gives vision of Moose off to the left-hand side.
Ooh, he's close.
is getting close.
It's coming.
Thunderbolt is coming to give vision. He sees him on the left-hand side. Neutral creep's not going to give the deny. A double kill for Squadix comes in. 18-8, 5k lead, Virtus Pro. Starting to get back into Virtus Plow mode.
Yeah, they really are. They're just running across the map, doing whatever they want, and at this point, it's getting hard to even get out and farm here. Lumpy continuously has to run away, give up farming area. You know, the SF was off to a pretty good start, but he's starting to fall behind now to all the cores of Radiant, just because he has to give up these, you know, valuable areas. The Ancients being taken over and over again here. See a solo smoke by Bane, smoking out to get some vision prepared. Actually, he's gonna try and steal the enemy wisdom. Probably a good play when he needs 6.
He's still not 6?
Back? No, he's not. He's very close. He's very close. Like a single creep would do it too, but this wisdom rune could be important for him. Doesn't look like anyone on VP is gonna TP away here. They want to stay on the forefront, so they're gonna drop their own wisdom rune to him.
The Purple Panther sneaking in to take it.
He also gets in position to put some good ward, but you know, these are very deep wards that he's going for right now. And meanwhile, VP are playing on your side, so these wards may not be that important. At least get some rune vision here.
Well, Antares is TPing back for the Wisdom Rune and realizes there's nothing there to be had. Some theft has occurred. Amplified down rune up at top.
The Q for them to smoke back and make an aggressive move into this area. Zeus leading the way. They see Tusk.
Yeah, Almisho. Kill off a sentry. Snowball himself. Only going to drag him closer to death. Inside that Midnight Pulse.
Yeah, Clockwork's still on the hunt here. No point rocket, so he can't scout for himself.
Yeah, Bane slips away. Visage is nearby. And yeah, Pyke's Pudge. Difficult laning stage, still trying to recover. Bottom of the cores in terms of net worth.
It's
but
not
maybe
what you
here,
want. Yeah.
Like if Beast Coast can find like a couple of sneaky kills, like snipe out FNG, move on to the gyro. The hook is there, they catch the Clockwork, but he hooks back. A little bit of biting from FNG, and the cooldown landing onto Pike means the avalanche toss will send FNG right onto the Pudge to kill him off. Vitali's dead to Squadix, and Moose is being chased. And on the right-hand side, El Micho's come back in here to try and help the birds to kill the Clockwork off, but he is dead no matter what happens after. Is the Bane still running? Has he got back to, got back to safety?
Yeah, he TP'd. Enigma saw him. He didn't black hole him. He was like, you know what? You're not worth my ulti. We'll save this one because now we're getting to a point where they're looking at tier 2 towers, maybe a Roche place. So they want to have this ready and available. See a little bit of a replay of what went down there. That hook onto the Clockwork didn't do enough damage to really bring him down quick enough. So Pudge just gets turned around on here, and Tiny coming in for the finish.
FNG on his Clockwork is just such a masterful baiter. He knows exactly what the limits are. He's got like Arcane Boost, Magic Wand, a bit of tankiness, 1300 HP, tanks up a bit of damage, drags them into an unfavorable situation.
Oh, SF walked under a Ward Sentry combo. They saw him in this here.
You're right. They know exactly where he was up to.
Yeah, and Bane not gonna get spotted by Zeus here. He does see Zeus.
Oh, SF seen. A gem is there for Tiny. Spots out Lumpy, trapped in the cogs, and the Shadow Fiend is down.
Oh no, the Ward is spotting the Visage too.
Oh,
is he gonna be fine? Oh, looks dangerous.
Oh, pop the drums, run away. Vitali, try and save your birds. 500 gold there, handed over by the familiars.
Tara's been slept. They're trying to combo him.
Nightmare into a hook. Grip is there as well. A fair amount of damage coming his way. And it looks like the Gyrocopter are just going to die to this move by Beast Coast. Very well set up by Moose. Hook shot back in though from FNG. Slicing
Enigma
right on top of the Visage with the Enigma here. Looking for that black hole towards the back lines, but it'll just be the Visage kill for them.
Yeah, just got auto attack him to death. Last hitting heroes here. Everything going so smoothly here for VP. They did lose their carry, which hurts them a little bit there, and that was a lot of gold. So still, you know, one of the better engagements we've seen for Beast Coast in this game. And they have the Aghanims on the Pudge, but he's scared to even go up and farm right now. They know the rotations from VP have been relentless this game. He's just sitting in a tree line instead of farming, and that's not what you want from your carry Pudge. You want him to be confident, farming, ramping up his items. Because right now you're already 4,500 gold behind the Zeus.
I was trying to do some quick maths there, but I'm not very good at it. I was trying to add up all of the damage dealt numbers, and I think it was like 40k for VP and about 20k for Beast Coast across the... Oh, we can do it again here. Yeah, it's about that. Like VP have done double the damage in this game compared to Beast Coast.
Yeah, basically.
Look at that building damage from the Enigma as well. Massive numbers.
Yeah, he's the one pushing. He's got the Eidolons. It's really been the one taking down these towers. Looking like Roche is on the menu now for them, and I don't think we see any contest here from Beast Coast. What Beast Coast need is this Blink Dagger on the SF. Let's go for Aghanims first, it looks like. I wonder if he really will finish that. The Axe is very useful for sure, but they need some big ulti in the fights.
Well, yeah, they need to stay alive before they can do damage. The amount of jump from VP has been so scary.
That's true.
Roshan down, and they're even coming back to defend that mid-tier 1. Visage puts his familiars up at the front. Pudge was there angling, but FNG dragging wave back while the
gem in danger.
Antares, yeah, throws the avalanche, but in comes Noticed with the Midnight Pulse. Black hole onto the Shadow Fiend as well. El Micho's already spent his spells. The toss into the black hole. You can't escape the event horizon of Noticed in this one. Squadix on a monster kill with that Thunder God's Wrath. Long range damage here. Launching artillery in, but Noticed is getting turned on. They've got Pudge. Kill the Beast Coast to claim the life of Noticed, while El Micho stays alive. Antares trying to get away from these birds as well. Kiritich and FNG back towards Pike, and Squadix has made the long run in, migrating to the bottom lane to bring down the Pudge. Looking at the Visage as the next target, if they can just get up to the high ground with a toss forward of the little piggy. Squadix is sent skywards, comes down for the heavens. The Acropolis was his home, but now he's here to kill the Visage.
You can't run from heaven, especially when Tiny Airline's in heaven as well. That's beautiful. This Tiny is doing so much work every single time, dude. We're gonna see them go for the Tormentor Steel as well here. Pretty low HP on a lot of them. Antares has to blink away. I'm not even sure they can finish this. Looking a bit rough.
Squadix?
Yeah, they think better of it. El Micho is like, there's a low HP Tormentor if you want to take it right now.
Just kidding, boys. Just kidding.
Well, it was an ambitious attempt. It's better that they back out there than they lose important heroes for some Tormentor.
And it's such a confidence boost here for Squadix as well. You know, going from game 1, having a few failures, now dominating on this Zeus.
Yeah, dominating on a hero that's not played that much, right? So, Zeus kind of fell out of favor, but still very useful. Mid. Tiny again with the tossbacks.
This Midnight Pulse is irritating. And FNG does have the hook shot if he wants to launch it. Right now, just protecting his gyrocopter from El Micho, who got a little bit deep.
Yeah, that was pipe used and on cooldown now, so bit of a timing here to push with the Aegis on the side of VP.
Beyond godlike Zeus.
That makes sense.
What's SF got? They just bought a Blink Dagger. The hook on another Eidolon. And it's been hard for Pyke to play around as Enigma.
He needs to get some big ulti on the SF, but it's very tricky. Like I said, there are so many different cancels in this game, way too many stuns. So you gotta be really, really expert about your positioning and find the right moment to go in. Now they're gonna go back. Round 2, Tormentor. You bested us last time.
Round 2, fight.
They win. The 5 of them. They brought all their friends. Now gonna go back, take their own Wisdom Rune and their own Tormentor, so... Bit surprising they didn't get the Wisdom Rune there on Beast Coast with a single hero. It was like full minute of the Wisdom Rune just laying there.
Yeah, VP, the freaking Power Rangers, all TPing back with their rainbow colors. Come back to Zordon. The big... the Tormentor looks a bit like Zordon. It's like the kind of blue floating face kind of guy.
Yeah. I think it's it looks exactly like a card from Magic the Gathering as well, by the way. There's like literally something that looks exactly like the Tormentor.
Yeah, I remember seeing that, like the chained cube or whatever it was.
Yeah. I mean, Dota has a lot of references, right? We got the Octarine core and so on. Are you a Terry Pratchett fan?
Yeah, I've been recollecting the books. I read them all when I was younger, and I've been collecting all the hardback ones. They're currently sat in... I've just moved apartments, so they're currently sat in a box somewhere. But yeah, the Octarine, the color of magic. One of my favorites,
exactly.
for sure.
And gives you CDR, so you can cast more spells. It makes sense. All logical. In the game, though, we have VP pushing here, just extending their advantage. Just with this Aegis, doesn't feel like Beast Coast want to fight into them at all. Even though they have perfect vision of everybody's positioning pretty much on Radiant, they're just dodging them.
Beast Coast just need to try and extend this game for as long as possible right now. Get to that. It's not even just like they need one more item on these heroes. It's needing 2 more items to try and contend with what VP have.
They need so much. Hookshot goes in here.
Great angle from FNG. Kiritich kind of sidestepped it to allow it to come through. Maybe a little deep though now. The snowball buys a bit of time. Vitali though inside this Midnight Pulse just gets ticked down, and Moose has stepped up here trying to save his buddies. The hook, Pyke drags the Zeus back towards tier 4s with a Requiem here. They're going to kill off Squadix. They're taking the streaks down, Beast Coast, but they're still bleeding out a little bit.
That's a huge catch, though. They want to get more, but they don't really have the mobility to catch here. But what a nice catch on the Zeus. Gives them so much gold. Yes, they use their buybacks, but they're not going to be sloppy now. They're going to use their smoke immediately, get out on the map, and try and get something more. Aegis is reclaimed as well, so this could be a good power spike. But for the Charo, PKB is just arriving now. It's on the courier. They see he's getting it. I don't know if they can kill this. Can they? Maybe if the Bane gets close enough?
Maybe.
Oh, body blocks into hook.
Kiritich, he knows what's going on. He's got to know.
They do it.
At the hook, they drag him back. He gets off his BKB. He is gripped up. Can we get in here with notice? The Enigma the Tiny will swing back in to kill off Moose, keeping Kiritich alive. FNG's trap Pyke inside. The cogs there, a cage, making sure that the Butcher cannot escape. The Abomination's been destroyed, and the Black Hole's there from Noticed. 2 trapped, 3 make it with a toss back on the SF. This is utter annihilation. Virtus Pro carved through Beast Coast here, and El Micho, he'll hand over his life to a triple kill for Squadix.
Oh, what a good turnaround for them. We see VP just, you know, they realized, they knew what was up. They felt that the smoke out is coming, so they played towards their gyrocopter. He was tanky enough to stay alive. What a beautiful Black Hole there for Noticed as well. And the damage output from this Tiny and Zeus, dude. Tiny, even from support role, does so much damage in these fights.
It's absolutely
like
insane. When there's like 3 people being black holed or trapped in cogs, he's like, crash landing. Just a little bit of crash landing.
I mean, the toss, it just does so much when it comes in, dude.
Skadoosh. Yeah, the staying power for Beast Coast just not there. It was a good attempt. Nearly
Zeus
had that latch of the
finds
gyrocopter.
Not gonna get hooked one more time onto the high ground here as he spots him with a lightning bolt. Everything feeling pretty rough here for Beast Coast. I don't believe they have a smoke available even anymore. They did just finish up a BKB on the Pudge. Very crucial in this game. Otherwise, it feels like you can't do anything against all these disables.
Thanks.
Yeah, it was a funky last pick. You know, a game which doesn't matter tremendously to Beast Coast. Trying something a little bit here.
Radiant are
I mean, what's that win,
Ultimately,
what
I think-
does Dota Plus say about their win chance, actually? I'm curious.
Yeah. What does it say?
6%.
That's pretty generous, I think, for this situation.
Yeah.
6%, that's, yeah. If they win 6 out of 100 from this situation, I think that's pretty well played. It's not an easy situation to be in here. Enigma is going for an Octarine core next as well. Visage going aggressively.
I mean, these are meant to be his Ancients, but he's going to lose his birds for it. And I hope
Gets
to
hooked back.
safety.
His carry's like, get out of here.
So what do you think that 6% is referencing? You know, is this just they have a Shadow Fiend that's worth 6%? Pudge Hook into Fountain is 6%?
They have, it's the throw potential, you know. Enemy being undisciplined is the 6%. I don't think Dota Plus really understands pro Dota to the same degree. It's trained on pub games, right? It would be interesting to see if Dota Plus win probability prediction was based purely on pro games, if it was, you know, giving a different percentage. But yeah, your average game, this is going to be a Radiant win, like most of the time. But pro games are less likely to do those dives.
Yeah, I guess we've got chances of like Snowball saves, Nightmare saves, Pudge Hook, puts people out of position. Oh, this smoke break. Awkward for Beast Coast. Antares even moving forward, looking for any stragglers
Walk
here
is
as
in.
FNG walks straight onto Pike.
Can't even beat
trapped in the
BTP.
cogs. Yeah, not even a chance. Not even going to waste it. Knows he's dead.
They have 2 different cancels. The black hole can be used, of course, but the smaller cooldown of the hook shot could also just come in and stop you, so he doesn't waste it. Is the
And we just
carry
go
down?
Straight up to high ground now. Looks like
toss
it.
out?
Toss back the SF. Snowball,
Oh, he
Snowball
picked it
saving
midair.
mid-toss? Holy
Yeah, he
shit,
picked him.
that's incredible. He's still going to die, but that was pretty freaking nice. Lumpy trying to Requiem, FNG very low, but Kiritich just charging into this enemy base. Looking at Moose's Bane and Vitali's Visage, nothing left to do but try and run and hide, but he's being caught out with the Malefice, and that onslaught of damage from Kiritich's Gyro closes out another team wipe. Beast Coast
This is
hit
their
the deck.
game. They can feel it. That was a beautiful catch again. I mean, nice try to stop the toss out, but ultimately there was way too much firepower on this VP side. Everybody hurt so badly at this point. Enigma, very large. The Zeus, uncontested in that fight. And of course, the Gyrocopter is the late game threat. We knew he was going to come here.
And Daedalus delivered now. And not only mid lane of barracks, but top lane potentially opened up for them as well.
Yeah. They're going to repay
Dash
the...
HA. Do we have hook accuracy stats?
For who? For both of them?
Well, I mean, I think FNG has landed all of his. I think Pike has caught 3 or 4
true.
Eidolons, maybe more. He's hooked some catapults to slow the pushes down.
It's a tough one, to be honest. It all started with a rough laning stage that I don't think they expected it to be that hard against Noticed Enigma. This Pudge last pick just didn't really work out for them. And Noticed, you know, he's my MVP of this game so far. What a game he's playing.
Sure.
He is just looking phenomenal. Even though we have a 19-2 and 13 Zeus as well. I mean, but that's kind of what we're used to, right? Zeus always get crazy KDA.
He's been securing all the kills.
True. Yeah, making sure.
People dying in black hole or trapped in cogs. Yeah, that's mine.
I did
He
this.
takes the kills.
You know, we just saw one of the greatest tragedies in Dota. When an Arcane rune isn't picked up and you get replaced by a different rune. I feel like that's just
Like an illusion.
Yeah, it's sad. Yeah, the damn illusion. Invis rune comes and takes its place. I don't know. I think I have a problem. I think I'm addicted to CDR. when they took away Spell Prism from the game, I got like the shakes, you know. I'm like, what do you mean? No quickening charm either? Come on, bro, give me something.
Kicking in.
Yeah. Whenever they take away a CDR talent in the talent tree, I get some anxiety.
Radiant are scanning.
Speaking of CDR, did you know the Morphling with the bad facet can do perma disables on people if you have the right enemy? If you got like Wind Ranger as an enemy, you can perma shackle shot people if you have a timeless.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's
So
back.
I've seen a lot of talking about this offlane Morphling. I've seen some people say it's like, oh, I've tried it 20 times, it's unplayable. I've seen some pros in like Dota 2 Pro Tracker have like decent win rates with it, so they're trying it and it's like looking okay. But it's all going to come down to like, how does it do in scrims, right? Before pro play sees it.
It's super hit or miss. It's so weak in lane. Your last hit damage is atrocious. You need to have a very, very strong lane support, and the enemy lane needs to be kind of weak. It doesn't work in your average game.
Maybe that flex will come in later down the line, though. The potential is there. Just got to iron out the kinks a little bit. There's VP going for the second lane of barracks.
All eyes on SF in this fight. He needs to land a huge ulti. If he doesn't, they lose. Like, it's simple as that. He needs a big ulti here.
He's got no BKB. Kick the gyro out of here. He's going to get avalanche tossed and killed. The snowball.
He gets tipped for it.
Where's the snowball going? Past his barracks? Cross to an Eidolon that dies. And a hook there's on the Tiny. Antares gets force-staffed out of danger, though. And Kiritich with his BKB. Hook shot onto the Vitali Visage as well. Shred through the cores. Pyke's going to try run back to Fountain, will successfully survive. But the rest of your team, they're just dying, not staying alive. Lumpy trying to Ogre Seal Totem back away, killing Antares in the meantime. But that's a 4-for-1 trade, not even breaking the Aegis or the cheese. And Virtus Pro, game 2 looks like it's theirs. Oh, another hook on a creep. Oh, yes, he's got it.
Get all that farm as the CS. Yeah, ultimately, VP, they're going to be the ones to do it here, going to bring themselves back. And, you know, feel safe that they are not going to be fighting for the bottom placement here in the group. Getting a single win here is going to be all they need. You see a black hole, celebratory black hole onto the Pudge. Some high fives.
The stats. Yeah, a few more kills going away in Virtus Pro.
Full on stat padding mode right now.
Just buy back and feed, buy back and feed. But there we go. Virtus Pro tie things up in that series, 1 apiece. And as we were saying earlier on, Beast Coast had already secured themselves top 3. And this win for VP means they are not going to be down in that awkward lower bracket situation. Lower slot situation where they're tied at the bottom of the group. They still have that chance to 4th, 5th, fight it out. As that G2IG LGD game obviously matters a lot in terms of the standings. But we'll take a quick break and come back with some highlights and potentially an interview. We'll see you in a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone, here to the Riyadh Masters, rounding up our first series of the day. Beast Coast and Virtus Pro going one apiece, as we do have some highlights to watch back of that game number 2. And Wagmama, did you go over once more? I know we've been sounding like a broken record a little bit, but what are the ramifications for this series?
Yeah, this series, so what happened after what we have seen, we already have it in Liquipedia as well. VP have been locked in that they are definitely going to be in the 4th and 5th slots, so they're going to be fighting up against the winner of G2IG. If it is a winner, if it is a tie between the two of them, then I guess they're going to have to solve that tie immediately, because one team is getting eliminated, and it's one of G2IG or LGD in this group.
Yeah, we're getting to these real interesting spots now. Coming down to the wire, again, just such a big difference, you know, thinking back to the old days of these super long 7-8 day group stages. These are the play-ins, of course, before the proper group stage itself, but it's 3 days of hectic Dota. You're playing 2 series of the day, it's 2 series per day, and you've got to get every game, every victory matters just to try and scrape through the groups to put yourself in a position where you can contend with the other teams, right? And you're looking at these groups and the teams that are playing. These are the play-ins before we get to the main event, and we've got teams like Entity, Blacklist, Virtus Pro, G2IG, LGD, the massive names. Are just absolutely incredible, the caliber of teams we have here.
Yeah, and we see the highlights here, of course, from VP striking back hard and taking out game number 2 here in very convincing fashion, at least against Beast Coast after a pretty rough loss in game 1.
Yeah, it was definitely a difficult one. Didn't feel like things really went right for Virtus Pro in that one, and morale definitely at a bit of a low there for them. But it's just this resilience of Dota players, right? You lose a game, you reset, you come back into game 2, and you make sure that you're giving people comfortable heroes. You talked about it, right? Noticed the micro heroes get Enigma this game. Could have been Beastmaster, could have been Lycan. Oh, well, Lycan was banned, but theoretically, giving Squadix his Zeus, a hero that during EU DPC, during Eastern European qualifiers and stuff as well in the previous year and a half or so, has looked incredible on that hero, and here striking again.
Yeah, he plays it really well. It's a good reaction to the SF as well. So letting the SF through in the first phase there, they clearly had a plan for how to deal with it, and it worked out really well. They had good, BKB canceling stuff. It was really good. But I think we get to talk to him a little bit here after the game. I think we have G on the interview line from Virtus Pro. G, are you with us?
Yeah.
Hello, G. Congrats on that game 2 victory. Hello.
Yeah. I hear you. Yeah, thank you very much.
Good stuff. So game 2, you looked really good. Was it a conscious decision to go into game 2 and give comfortable heroes for your players? Like noticed on Enigma, Squadix for Zeus. Was Squadix asking for Zeus?
I mean, I think our heroes were really good against their draft, but I strongly believe that the enemy had like too much weaknesses when they picked the heroes. The problem is that they didn't care that much, if you can say so, because they already like through, so I can't blame them. But yeah, it's hard to imagine what they could do with the matchups that they met. I think Zeus is just is okay hero versus Shadowfiend. At least he can't get caught by ZXC, If you playing on range, it's already a good hero against Shadowfiend.
That's true. He's not like Ember or Spirit who's getting raised up. He's going to do okay no matter what happens.
Yeah.
So thinking back to game 1, what do you think went wrong in game 1 for you guys? Was it execution level? Was it a good draft from Beast Coast?
I think we made a risky Darkseer pick. I think this hero could potentially not survive early game at all. But we managed to get it through, and we kind of survived with it. So I think there is not much problems with having the Darkseer in this lineup. I think the game was kind of easy, at least from our perspective, and I think we had like good chances. But Beast Coast played really well. I think they outplayed us in some situations. But if they could manage to punish Darkseer early, this would be like a super hard game, not the close one.
So, just one more question for me. Was the Clinks So there was very little time at the end of the draft. I think you had 20 seconds left. They picked Klinks, and it felt like Klinks was a good hero against Darkseer. Did you have time to change your idea?
It's not like we were planning to pick Darkseer. We were planning like to pick like a decent offlaner when we see the enemy hero. And obviously Darkseer is not a great choice on Klinks. But you know, everyone playing Darkseer, it feels nice. It feels nice to have these auras. It feels nice to push lanes. It feels nice to teamfight. And we kind of YOLO'd with it. But I think we could be punished by this pick, but we lost the game already later when Darkseer was already fine. Like when he passed like early game, when he is already like top 3 networks in our team, and all our cures are like top 3 networks. I think the game is kind of stable.
So I have a question. First of all, you know, congrats on the second game there, getting out of the potential 3-way tie. Do you have any of the 2 teams here between G2IG or LGD that you would rather go up against as a team? Or does it not matter to you too much who you're going to face next?
I think playing teams are kind of similar. Like everyone focusing on the same objectives, and it's not like one team plays particularly faster than the other one. I think we are kind of like on the same level. So it all comes to drafts and like small details. Like everyone are fighting for runes. Whoever like bring more heroes or press the buttons better, you already like outplayed in that scenario, etc. So I think LGD and G2IG have like the same weaknesses as all teams in play in Star Heaven, and it's hard to choose. I respect like both of them. They both trying really hard.
Yeah. Well, then I wish you best of luck in your future head-to-head that you're going to have here against the winner of those two. And thank you for joining us here on the interview, G.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Good luck in the future. See you next time. I love these little interviews with players at the end, or the coaches as well, of course, getting a nice little bit of insight there. And yeah, just like respect, like the level of competition, right, is so close. Like he's saying, there's very little difference between any of these teams, whether you're top of the table, bottom of the table. It comes down to draft and details, right? That's what Dota's about at the pro level.
I like it. It's pretty level-headed by him to, you know, say that you shouldn't care so much about, you know, the individual teams being too different here. I don't think they are. I kind of agree with him that everyone has to work to get to that top level right now, get through these play-ins and get in the big show, right? The main group stage, first of all.
Absolutely. And day 3 here, it's a bit of a shorter schedule. We don't have the 4 best-of-2 series to go through, just the 2 before the tiebreakers. So one more regulation play series here in the play-ins as we get ourselves ready for our second series of the day, which should be Nouns Esports up against Azure Ray. Nouns in the middle of the table, Azure Ray down at the bottom, and we'll see what comes of that after the break.
Hey, this is Purge here at Hey, this is Purge here at EWC. I'm here with Mariano. He is with Beast Coast. Can you tell me a little bit about your team right now?
We were trying the entire year to qualify. We were failing at first, but then we, with some roster change and with hard work, we still maintained it united after one change, and we managed to qualify to the two most important tournaments this year. There is Riyadh and TI.
Yeah, it's an amazing accomplishment. You're obviously known as Pepito previous to this. What's with the name change?
It just felt like it was not right. Like being old and being called Papira, it didn't feel right. I know everyone still calls me the same way, but I'd rather be called by my name. But I don't mind. I don't mind being called Papira or Mariano. It's fine.
Okay, so in terms of you guys qualifying for the tournaments, what was the expectation like in the team prior to those qualifiers? Did you guys anticipate to do so well and be so successful?
Well, I tried as a coach to make a path where we would qualify for these tournaments. At first, it was like understanding the team, seeing if we actually needed some changes or not, and just give the team time to adapt to East Coast. And then we made one change. It became like a process of understanding each other when the new player came, Misho. And so I think it was honestly the right timing. We tried to do everything perfect during our path, and then we just managed to qualify at the best time possible because we didn't qualify to any other tournament.
Yeah, I mean, man, amazing timing. How did you become the coach for the team? You said you worked with Beast Coast before, but obviously you played professional before. So how did you get here?
So I worked with them in the past for the TI when they were with Chris Lack, Whisper, and Hector, and I had good relationship with them. So they had this team with Parker, Sacred, and Darmago for TI. I was like kind of in the backstage for them. I was watching the project. They told me that they wanted me to be like in charge of the next project because they liked my discipline, hard work. They wanted like a project like that. So that's when I started working with them, and they told me I was in charge of making the new team for them. So that's how it happened. And then I tried, scouting, watching replays for every player, and just managed to get the correct roster. So they could feel happy with it.
Hey, Purge here with Supreme from Team Mouse. How are you doing so far at the tournament?
I'm doing good. I'm really enjoying the hotel and everything. It's amazing so far.
Yeah, can you tell me a little bit how your team's been doing? You guys have been qualifying for some tournaments so far. How's the team atmosphere feeling right now?
Yeah, it's been some up and downs, but right now we are working hard and atmosphere is good. I think everything is fine. We can do really good.
In terms of meta right now, how are you feeling about the current meta in the state of Dota? Do you like facets? Like, are you cool with the patch? How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, I love the new things for sure. I love the mid lane meta as well now. Like, all the spirits are good, so that's kind of my thing. I like that a lot. I'm very happy with the current state of the game.
Which spirit heroes are your favorite?
Storm Spirit.
What do you like about Storm so much? Is it just that you can globally initiate? Is that you can scale as a right clicker? Like, what are things that really pull you to the hero? No pun intended.
It kind of feels like the hero does everything. He is strong all stages of the game. He doesn't really lose lanes. He farms fast. His skills really good as well. He farms jungle fast. He does everything almost.
Okay. In terms of your team's overall playstyle, how do you draft like an ideal lineup to fit with Storm Spirit? Like, do you care about mana combos, or are there other synergies that you prefer?
Just a strong support that can fight for the runes, some fast playstyle, something like that, I would say.
Perch here with Ulnit from Mouse. So what are you guys doing in this room right now?
We're choosing jackets from ESL.
Okay, so what was the process like for you guys? You're customizing patches and stuff, is that right?
Yeah, they gave us these patches. We chose from them. I chose the Axe, the second one. I like it. And then just sizes.
You an Axe carry player?
No, not yet.
What else did you pick out? Just the Axe one? Anything else cool that caught your eye? Some numbers? A knife? A good quality knife?
Knife is nice for sure.
Do you play CS or any other games that kind of drew you towards it?
Just Dota mostly. I just like the Axe, play some RPGs.
Did you see other players wearing jackets too? How does it feel to get a piece of the tournament that you get to take home with you?
Yeah, it looks nice actually. It looks high quality, so I'm excited to get one.
I'm standing here with FNG from Virtus Pro. What are your guys' expectations for the upcoming tournament?
I don't know. We feel a bit lost because we lost the TI qualifier, and the issue is not that we lost. The issue is that we just lost ourselves in Dota. We misplay a lot. We can't find the right way to fight. Just a lot of arguing, but it's good because when you evolve into something, it's good. And I hope that all the practice we did before this tournament will pay off, and eventually we'll just start playing Dota as we like to do.
So how much of this is like normal in the cycle of getting better? Because it's very difficult to win, to be better than every other team in the world because everyone's trying so hard. So is this like a normal cycle in your experience towards getting better on a Dota team?
Well, first of all, I was never a world champion, to say if it's the right way or not. But I would say, yeah, it's just play Dota. Play a lot of Dota and work on your problems. Because usually when you especially play against strong teams, they do something that you're not ready to do against them. Or like they do something completely unexpected for you. And at least I would say first step, be ready for everything possible. Or at least if you are not ready, know how to play after one mistake. It's never one mistake and you lose the game. It's always like, this chain of mistakes that happens. And second of all, you can also do some unexpected things, or like the best things in Dota you can do. And if you do them, it puts pressure on enemy team, and sometimes they will start making mistakes because you put pressure. So yeah, you just need to work on those things and everything will be, at least you can say that you were prepared. And then what happens, what happens.
I'm here with Omar from PSG Quest. Do you feel like your ideas are different than other teams right now? Do you have like your own playstyle thing going on, or are you just following the meta and performing well?
I think we didn't develop our full own style so far, but I think we have a lot of good ideas about the new patch. I mean, we have a good coach, and Dukalis, who just plays 20 pubs a day. He's just making a lot of ideas, and yeah, we're doing them, practicing them, and hope they will work out.
What's your favorite hero on the offlane right now that your team won't let you play in officials?
That won't let me play?
Yeah, they won't let you play.
Maybe Morphling. Yes, I want to play Morphling very badly, but because it's very fun to play with the strength, with the strength build that minus cooldown, all the skills, but it doesn't provide anything to the team, like no team fight, nothing. But I want to play, but yeah.
What's your favorite hero when you play Strength Morphling to turn into with like low cooldown abilities?
Maybe it's Ember or Tiny. It's very strong. Yeah, maybe we can see it on the tournament. Maybe someone could play it, but maybe not me.
Hey, this is Purge here with Watson for Team Entity. So you guys qualified for TI recently as well. So you guys have been hitting the big tournaments. Seems like you struggled a lot in the last year, but in the last couple months you've been doing really good. So what changed?
Our coach.
He joined end of May. It's July now, so he made a big difference.
Yes, like we start to play a lot of better, and like new things we learn. We play better. Yes.
Hey, I'm here in the makeup room with the offlaner, I almost said mid laner, of Team Nouns, Gunner, getting his makeup done, looking beautiful.
Yep. Well, in the process of it, but we all got to do something in the morning.
Before and after, I was trying to say that you're looking beautiful, my friend. So I've already talked about briefly the fact that you swapped roles. How has that been for you so far in competitive?
It's been a lot of fun. It's fun to learn new heroes, and I like the role. It's a lot of fun to lane with Ellis. We got to TI last year together. Now we're laning together, so good synergy.
What is like the discussion that goes on when you guys are looking to, because you've made a few roster swaps, what is the discussion that's going on where you're deciding, is it worth getting somebody in my current role to swap over? Is this just the best option available? How do you go about that?
It's kind of just talking about options, like what options we think we have for what roles. And I was also looking kind of to play offline at the start of the season, so I brought it up as an option, and then we just leaned into it.
Why were you trying to do that, if you don't mind me asking?
I don't know, it's kind of boring to some extent. It's like you play Pango for 5 years and then you don't want to play Dota anymore. So, and now Pango's kind of good at offlane, so I'm kind of sad. Like I play offlane for 5 months, no Pango, and now Pango's good again in offlane. And so I don't know, I can't escape the hero.
Sometimes in Dota, there's just no running away from your troubles. But going into the tournament, I'd say one of the biggest storylines for you guys is that Shopify has kind of been the gatekeepers of all the qualifiers for a while, but this and TI, you guys are the team from NA coming out. What has been the difference towards the tail end of the season that has allowed you guys to overcome that big hurdle?
I think Copy is really good. And playing with him, we lost one best of 5 to Shopify with him, but it was really close. And from our perspective, we kind of threw 2 of the games. So like we kind of won the series 4-1, if you think about it. And then so now we had more time to gel and practice, and then we won the next 2.
We'll let you get back to your makeups. Good luck in the tournament, my man. I'm here with Faith Beyond. We're about to get his photos for the event, and I'm going to start with the obvious question, because last year you were literally talent working alongside me, and the year before you won the whole thing. So what are you expecting? How are you feeling coming into this event?
We just want to try our best There's no like certainly goal or something. Just enjoy the game.
Now, I guess the question would be: last year, did you expect this to be where you were this year?
No. Last year, I think maybe this year I would be a talent again.
Hi, I'm here with Aurora's 23 Savage, and I think it's the elephant in the room. We're at Riyadh Masters last year. The unforgettable moment where you preemptively celebrated, ended up bouncing back in the middle of the tournament. What's different going into this year compared to last year?
Maybe this year I'll wait until I win and then I'll do it. I hope we can get like top 2 or top 1.
A little bit better than last year then. I wish you best of luck, buddy. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
I'm here.
Welcome back, folks, to the Riyadh Masters here at the Esports World Cup as we get into our second series of the day, day 3 of the play-ins. About halfway through it now, and another important match, Wagamama, getting into Azure against Nouns.
Yeah, very important here, at least for Nouns. For Azure, you know, it's important because it's the last series you're playing here at this tournament. You're sadly out, but Nouns, they still need to collect victories here. Group B is not finalized yet how things are going to shape out. We just had the second option is, well, even though you're out, you might still really feel like, oh, we are not letting these guys get an easy win against us. These guys definitely, you know, we want to make them fight for it if they're gonna survive. So, you know, you still have the Grim Reaper's grip here on the group stage.
Right. Yeah, I feel like every time I've interviewed a player from the Chinese region, it's always been the same answer when I've asked them this kind of question. You know, if you're out of the groups or it's a dead rubber match, right, where there's no seeding or no lines of importance across it, the same answer is always there, whether it's Faith Bian or Tianming or Xiao 8, whoever it might be. It's like, no, we take every game seriously. And it seems like it's kind of this, you know, culture ingrained into the Chinese region where it's, you know, this is still a matter of pride for us. You know, we're not going to go out with a whimper here and get 0-2. We're going to fight back. It's another scrim. We will try our hardest and try to get a victory here against Nouns that we see up on our screen. And just thinking back, again, I love these little interview snippets we're seeing from Purge, a little makeup interview with Gunnar earlier on, saying the addition of Copy, this little fella, that lad on your screen there, coming into this team has been incredible.
Yeah, Copy is kind of, new and rising player for them. He's taken over that mid role, and Gunnar experimenting a little bit, go to the off lane. He's called New Leaf in Dota now. I guess he's referring to himself turning over a new page and going to be an off lane player for now. But funny to hear about the Pango haunting him. He's like, no, I don't want it. Either way, it's going to be interesting to keep an eye on that mid lane, because Gunnar, he's a very strong mid player as well, but I think Copy has been doing really well. I think he's famous for like playing Tinker and some other heroes as well, so we'll see what they can bring to the table here.
Yeah, definitely got some of those cheesy picks out there. As you're Ray, you just look at this roster, right? Ori, Bach, got Lanham as a coach and captain, FY, one of the gods of Dota. Tan Ming has looked incredible in the past couple of years since he's joined the top tier of Dota 2, and of course Low was right at the beginning there. You expect great things from this squad, and they have just faltered. They have not even got their foot off the ground.
Yeah, but like you mentioned earlier, you gotta still try your best, and this is a chance to kind of cover some of your pride here, at least regain some of it. Even though you have been eliminated, you can maybe still put up a good fight. Maybe you can take a series and regain some of the honor, at least at this point, because it's a sad showing for them, but it ain't over, and this game still matters a lot to Nouns and to the viewers, so they're definitely gonna try their hardest on the side of Azure.
Yeah, and of course there I'd be remiss to not mention Milan, the coach of Nouns as well, joining quite recently as well. I mentioned Lanham, you've got to mention the coach of the opposing team, because it has become such an important role in Dota. You think back to the old days of ROTK and Xiao8 kind of setting the mark in that regard of being the dictator. You're in charge of the draft, you're the captain, you're the leader, and now we've got an entire role dedicated to that job.
Yeah, it's very, very nice to have someone with good experience in Milan. He's known for high-pressure situations. I can never forget his moment on Shaker. That was absolutely crazy game long ago. I can't remember what the tournament was, but he's a star player in some ways, and can bring excitement. So we'll see what he can bring for the draft here for his team.
Yeah, already starting things out as we get ourselves into the draft and find out exactly what we have.
We have a Shadow Fiend coming out first pick here for the side of Azure Ray, as the priority of the bans was Darkseer Tiny, Monkey King Hoodwink from Nouns, and Spirit Breaker, Pango, and the Weaver from Azure Ray. So Pango, not gonna haunt you anymore, Gunnar. You got a cover from Azure Ray.
Already banned out. And a Beastmaster first pick. We've been talking a lot about this hero. Has been ignored a fair amount, left towards the end of the draft, picked occasionally. But Nouns really gunning for it here with an offlane Beastmaster for Gunnar, straight up, I guess.
I love it. I think the hero is worth first phase picking. There are some things that you can struggle a little bit against. Stuff that can kill his boar really well usually is good. Used to be a hero that like PA was picked against because she could always punish the boar in laning stage and then just kill him quite easily as well with a good pos 5 support. But yeah, we'll see how he gets off to a start. The Aghanim's timing on Beastmaster is probably one of the most important item timings in the game in general. It's like night and day. The moment you get it, suddenly you have life gain, you have tons of farm speed, you have kill potential, everything opens up. And before then, you are just hoping you don't get ganked.
After the next round of bans, let's see what we round things up with. This last one.
Both teams picking into what looks like they could have pretty hard right click here, with Beastmaster, of course, doing a lot of damage right click wise. Shadow Fiend as well. And we have a Snapfire coming in. Love that lane support for our Beastmaster. Snapfire is a potent lane.
Oh yeah. That's a damage, kind of long range harass if you're trying to play defensively. They can get up in your face if you're playing in the wave. It feels like no matter what kind of hero you pick there, you're going to struggle.
Yeah. See, probably not going to be Fly's hero, but we saw him on the screen there for a little bit as well. Let's see what hero he's going to end up on. If it's going to be a plus 5 specialty coming in. Because you also got to think, this ban on like Enigma, for instance, that could be a plus 5 Enigma ban. Fly is one of the players who can really bring that to the table. So even with the first phase Beastmaster, they're still banning the Enigma, saying, no. That hero is still potential for you guys. We know you don't just play it offlane.
So last time Azure picked the Shadow Fiend up first, they went for the little wave there from Milan. They went for the Spirit Breaker as their second pick. Definitely an option they would have loved to go for here, but both Spirit Breaker and Tiny are banned, so a little more challenging to get that at hero they want. And I feel like Clockwork is still the guy, along with maybe, excuse me, the Tusk that we saw previously as two big heroes that go along with Shadow Fiend hand in hand.
You got a good read on the Clockwork in specific, man. Always when the clock is about to be picked, you see it, you know it. And yeah, you're very right. The similar heroes were already taken out, so they go for Clock and they go for a Jakiro as well. I like Jakiro into Snapfire because you get that long range disable against the Snapfire Kisses here. So same thing with a hook shot, you could maybe cancel her with that. So you have a little bit of tools to prevent Snap from doing what she wants. Because otherwise we've seen some games with tremendous impact from support Snapfire ulti.
I'll tell you now, the new patch, you know, the new cavern crawl and the facets and stuff really has unlocked my potential. I played Warlock in 90% of my games for a year. If you look at my Dota buff, you will vomit. It's just turbo Warlock for a straight year, like not even kidding. This new patch though with the cavern crawl is like, oh, I'm going to play new heroes. I'm playing a bit of Tusk, a bit of Spirit Break, a bit of Clockwork's fun. I played a lot of Clockwork recently, so just like having a feel for where he's good, what he's up to. Super nice. As a Templar Assassin comes into play.
Yeah, a hero that I always love to see, no matter how popular she is. You know, I'm honestly not that happy that she is as favored as she is right now, because I like my favorite hero, my personal hero, to be not the meta, the hero that we see all the time. It takes away from the joy of being a spammer on a hero when everyone else is also playing it.
It's the same in every realm, right? Like you have a Pokemon card or a Magic card, which is kind of rare and obscure, and you enjoy playing it. All of a sudden, it becomes mainstream, and everyone's picking it up. It's like, no.
Yeah, you're like, get out of here, posers. But no, the TA very good here for them as well. Gonna give them a little bit of a staying power in that safe lane, and of course, TA can bring good amount of lockdown and control here with her Aghanim Shard as well. The trap can be amazing against SF. And brings a good push power, so now it's drafting in a very sensible way, I feel. More minus armor coming in with the ET as well. We've seen good success from this hero, dude. Ducalis was the one who kind of showed us first on the B stream when we were casting over there how much he could do in laning stage with it, and we've kind of seen more and more impact of it.
It's very nice for kind of resetting and setting up for your team as well. Like if a hook shot comes in, you can put that stomp down, make sure that whoever's targeted is kind of protected a little bit, or even just set up for a roar or a Snapfire Kisses. Very handy to have when you're protecting what is, a Templar Assassin carry here. She needs a little bit of defense from her team. Azure Ray coming out with an Ursa now. So the question around this is going to be, where do Clockwork and Jakiro go? Are these going to be pos 5? Like, does Ursa want to lane with the Jakiro, right?
I think so, yeah. It should be Jakiro with the Ursa. You don't really want to have a Clock Ursa lane that feels pretty underwhelming. But Jakiro can slow people up. Ursa jumps them. It's decent. I don't know if I like the lane against Beastmaster Snapfire, though. I feel like they're a little bit weaker. And that was also the problem last time we saw Azure Ray play. They got destroyed in laning phase because their laning combinations were just a little bit weaker. Taking us back to that Gyrocopter post 1 and Sven post 5 versus the Grimstroke and Pango lane, where they just got destroyed. So hopefully they can get out of the laning stage in a decent way here. But Nouns, I like their chance a little bit better on their off lane.
And up last, some off lane heroes being banned. I mean, then we get into the question of who do you want to lane with a Clockwork. Often it feels like you want this melee range kind of setup. My brain immediately goes to like Death Prophet or something to be laning with a Clock, but I don't know. But that's a hero that we see all too often nowadays.
It's usually how you want to lane. It's otherwise a little bit vulnerable to being abused in certain ways. I mean, that's what we see. Nouns are looking like they're doing the same thing, right? They have the TA plus the ET on their safe lane and Snapfire Beastmaster on their off lane, most likely. Yeah. It just synergizes a little bit better because you have two melee heroes who kind of step on each other's toes. You get hit by the AoE abilities quite easily. There are some exceptions, like Darkseer, Spirit Breaker, of course, but those are exceptions for a reason. But yeah, we'll see what they want with it here. I'm leaning towards like a Wind Ranger for them, but I'm not sure what the hero should be.
Yeah, that was the other one that kind of comes to mind. Offlane Wind Ranger has looked reasonably solid, but it looks like Brewmaster and Underlord, the two problem heroes that Nouns were looking at, and they get banned.
Yeah, those are pretty obnoxious heroes to play into. Underlord's still very good at killing off their fraction charges with the Firestorm, and a little bit of roots always goes a long way when you have Ursa in your team. He can catch up to people and kill them. One of the main problems for an Ursa is getting kited, so having an offlaner that sets up for you would be nice here.
And there he is. And big old Mars. So team fight looks pretty strong there from Azure with Requiem, Arena, Hookshot, Macropire, tons of stuff to kind of dump in onto a target they jump.
Yeah, teamfight looks good. I'm very concerned about lanes though. I feel Azure with this Mars pick here put themselves in a spot where it has to be like Mars Clockwork off lane, or you put Clock with the Ursa. And either way, it feels like a concession you're making, because Mars Clock against TA is having a field day.
Well, can we still put TA mid and like go for a Razor or something here?
They can, but they have no reason to. They're like, she's very strong on the safe lane here against the potential off lane. But looks like they are gonna do that. They want the CK instead, so it's gonna be a mid TA here. I'm honestly not a big fan of mid TA into the SF. I feel like that matchup is very SF favored currently, but we'll see what we can pull off.
Yeah, it is Copy, the young genius, the Wunderkind.
Kopura, his current in-game name. Yeah. Let's have a look at it and see them get ready here, head into the game. Dude, I cannot get over this silly Jakiro skin. Observer is going to have to zoom in on that one, the older skin.
Oh my god, I just tabbed into game to look at it. That's wild. I don't think I've seen that yet.
I love that. Ogre has a skin to look like Jakiro, and Jakiro has a skin to be a bit like Ogre, I guess.
Man, they both got two heads. It's incredible. Incredible stuff. Yeah, I'm definitely leaning towards Nouns here. You know, Yuma on his Chaos Knight. This has been his signature hero for years and years since he joined. Since he joined the Dota 2 scene.
Yeah, I mean, I cast the NA DPC a lot of times, right? The amount of times that I've seen Yuma on his CK over there. Back in the days of the DPC, it was definitely one of the heroes they leaned on more, and he plays it really well. He understands the timings. And it leans pretty well into the draft as well with the Beastmaster, the TA. You're getting minus armor from Snapfire, now the CK as well, and even ET. Like, this is a huge minus armor strat in a little bit disguised, I want to say, on Nouns.
Yeah, a little bit hidden, right? Reality Rift, the TA comes in, ET's there. Yeah, you're
Shredder.
right.
Yeah, I mean,
a little Shredder. I forgot about that.
Exactly. There's quite a few things. So they're very good at getting their physical damage done. Overall, though, their spell damage output isn't that high, so if we get a really strong game somehow on Azure Ray here and they can get a Crimson Guard, that would be nice, but not an item we see on Mars a lot.
Yeah, that is a big point to make, right? We're having this aura meta, all the coaches and players are talking about auras, Darkseer, Beastmaster, Underlord. Mars is an initiation hero. He's one of the classic Blink buyers. Very unlikely we see the auras come out of him. So then it's down to like Jakiro buying Greaves, Clockwork buying Crimson Guard, stuff like that.
Yeah. I always get happy seeing players yawn right before their game, to be honest, because, you know, you feel bad if you do it. You're like, oh, I should be excited. I should be go mode, right? But yawning even right before something important is not necessarily a sign that you're not gonna be ready or that you're not excited. It just means that you're currently relaxed enough that you can do that. You know,
there's another reason
I feel bad. You know,
there's another reason for it as well, though, which I recently learned looking into, like, you know, ADHD symptoms and stuff like that. I've been on a personal journey for my own medical stuff. But the yawning is also linked to like pressure and stress situations where you're not getting enough oxygen. So your body tells you you need to breathe, you need oxygen. So if you're prior to a game starting, you're kind of holding your breath, you know, building up that tension and stress in you. And yawning is that way to kind of, you know, big breath, release it. You know, your natural anatomy. Oh my god, that word was hard to say for some reason. Your natural anatomy kind of just does it for you.
Yeah. You see a sneaky observer placed from smoke here by TA on mid, not spotted, and a wraparound bottom here. Buck gets spotted, but I think he's running away from this. And yeah, you're right. I mean, even at the gym, can sometimes yawn just to you know, to oxygenate your body. I guess.
Yeah,
it happens.
Oh, yeah, I need more air. Give your lungs the good old full pump of oxygen and air.
They're popping around here. Yuma in danger if he goes for it.
I'm trying to fight for this. I mean, Lelis potentially could save him. Goes for the Scatter Blast. 4 heroes here from Azure Ray just blowing through Yuma. Fly trying to trade, but he's going to be that bonus kill here for the Chinese squad. Even with Ori missing the raise, they'll have the dual breath and the follow through with that final bit of damage as Fly, making them work for it. Another blood grenade as well. All right, there you go.
Already chasing for a long time, though. He's going to be late towards the mid lane, and he's going to have no mana at all. So, yeah, you got 2 kills, but T is very happy with this, because, like I said, otherwise a very unfavorable mid matchup. SF didn't get either of the kills there as well, so he doesn't really have an advantage for all the disadvantages he got. coming late, having no mana.
Oh, and already a deny up. 4 last hits out of the first wave. You're right. Copy having a grand old time. Does he get this range creep? Oh,
Ori, the nerves.
Yeah.
0-0 on the first creep wave. And even having to raise for CS and still getting range creep denied is a great start for TA.
Can we look away? Like, my toes are curling into the balls of my feet. Like,
yeah.
It's painful, man. Bottom lane, here we go. A bit of action onto back. Yuma and Fly. Okay, they step up. It's just, this is ET stuff, right? You're 1v2ing.
Yeah, just gets a lot of damage buff, and then when the aura or the buff is gone from the Astral Spirit, he can just chill a bit and then rinse and repeat.
Let's go back in again. Bodyguard Yuma. Double melee against double melee. Kind of a rarity nowadays in Dota.
Yeah, it is. Not too common.
Odd situation to be in, but look at the damage output coming in. FY didn't stand a chance.
And again, the ET. We hype him up every time, and he is so strong in laning stage. Always looking great. He has a little bit of an awkward spot later on in like the mid-game timing, where he's not that fantastic, but then he comes right back in late game. He's a very nice support to have again.
And up at top lane, Beastmaster, 5 and 3. They've dragged the wave back here for Gunner, so they've got a nice lane to chase with the Boars and the Cookie if they get on top of the Jakiro. And Chanming has got to try and unblock his small camp, which looks like it's sentryed already. Not able to really pull any of these waves back, and this makes life difficult for Low up here.
Yeah, this is what I was concerned about with this Ursa Jakiro lane. I feel like it's a little bit weaker than the Beastmaster plus the Snapfire. They just have more firepower in the lane.
Oh, good courier snipe from FY at least, and Obs and Sentry are coming out to the Jakiro shortly on the courier. There's something going decently for them there. But yeah, okay, we can peek back into the mid lane again because TA, she was absolutely crushing this. It was like 10 and 4 versus like 6 and 1, but Ori is starting to recover due to level 2 raises, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really prevent the CSing from an SF no matter what you do, really, as TA. It's gonna run low resources for a little while here if he doesn't get a bottle refill or something. His bottle is completely used up. TA has more charges remaining.
So is this down to that first blood attempt like you were talking about earlier on? Because you said SF should be favored, right?
Yeah, it all swings back to that. Honestly, I mean, Copy is playing fantastically. He's doing everything right, but he did have a massive advantage in getting to body block his creep wave before the lane started and getting to CS before the SF got there, and then SF comes in a weakened state. All that, it completely offsets the balance of the lane. Then I would say it's heavily TA favored if that's the case. So, yeah, that... Earlier, the second kill they went for.
Yeah, this TA still has that full bottle as well with the water rune there. Not able to keep her wits about her and stay playing that lane non-stop. 10 seconds to the 4-minute runes. Oh, look at the Snapfire already rotating. So TA can go bot rune, Snap can steal top, and this is just going to shut down Ori completely.
This is going to be rough for him. He wants to go for this rune, but he does get help bottom. FY is down there. Okay. So TA coming in, but gonna get caught here. Okay. Stay safe, has boots.
Nicely done by Lelis, though. Doesn't just straight up take the water rune, making sure that situation resolves first. And Gunnar getting dived under tier 1 top. Needs the TP help from the Snapfire to come back in. Now Chanming and Low behind enemy lines here, going to clear out this wave. But like, what's the? This is a weird move. What's the next step for it?
I mean, they were just trying to do something while the Snapfire wasn't here. Now they kind of need to get out of this situation. They're pressuring for sure, but Ursa can't really stay here. Yeah, the Boar and the Hawk, we've seen it many times. Hard to run away from.
And the Cookie with a blood grenade. Just need the damage to follow through now. And down at bottom looks like the picture-in-picture catching the kill onto Fly, but this Ursa, the big ticket kill, just being chased down. So they went for this dive, like you say, trying to exploit that timing of the Snapfire missing. But yeah, your Ursa dying there is just disastrous.
What is going on with that visual on the Beastmaster there for a second? But yeah, that's a very slow rundown. Finally does go down.
He's Spider-Man.
He is. He's got like a little, I don't know, slingshot going on. What's happening, dude?
Did you have a toy as a kid called Stretch Armstrong? Do you remember him? That's it. It was I don't know if he's a wrestler or he was like an action man, but you could stretch his arms like super long, right? Go to the playground and just go from classroom to classroom.
It reminds me of one of those hands, you know, the slimy hands that you could like stretch out and use to grab stuff.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Seeing like, you know, TikToks and reels of people stealing receipts from waiters and stuff like that with their sticky hands. Just grab it. Top lane
dive
fly.
now. Lu in trouble again.
The twin
just
gate.
came back.
Yeah, dies, comes back, dies again. 20 seconds on the sidelines, and Tianming in some serious trouble as well. Nouns already starting to run away with this one. Now the draft.
This is exactly the problem that I was talking about. I don't see how they're going to survive that safe lane. In the draft, it just feels like this is reminiscent of what we saw before from them. Lu not having a laning stage, can't really do much. His CS isn't that bad. Maybe I'm making it sound too doom and gloom here, but he is going to have to run all the way from base now to get out to lane. So only level 3. This doesn't feel good for him as Beastmaster is about to hit level 5.
And it's not as if the lane got any better either. He's going to run back to lane. Probably thinks about, you know, farming a jungle camp on his way there or something. Just have a bit of a morale boost, you know? You have those moments where, you know, Liverpool at Man United, they go off to play against some 12-year-olds before their season starts. Lowe's Ursa is going into the jungle. It's like, I don't want to go play in this lane anymore. FY and Tianming, a bit of pressure onto Gunnar.
Oh, wow.
Do trap him in the cogs.
Gunnar.
Yeah, looks like they've got the takedown, and Lowe is actually handed a kill on a silver platter.
That's when you gotta thank your supports. They really served that one to him. Clockwork trying to go for the Wisdom Rune here. This can get contested by both the supports coming in of Nouns. Again,
trying to guard it with what they've got.
Combo, though. Can they do it?
I mean, FY just steps up, walks forward, doesn't grab it. Fly better than FY apparently in the clicking battle. And gets Cooked across to the Clockwork. That's a lot of damage from the battery assault. And trading blows, but in a 1v2, not an honorable fight here. Lelis
this is awkward though.
Fly inside the trees. I'm gonna get the kill eventually, surely. Tianming in the meantime has died to Yuma as FY really makes them
He's still
work
alive,
for this.
dude.
The cogs push back, they're juking around. The cookie forward though, there we go, secures it now.
You gotta call that space. That was half a minute of 1v2ing there after the rune. So pretty good stuff for him. SF is hanging around bottom, looking for the CK. Wants to try and get a pick off on him, but meanwhile, TA is getting quite a good amount of farm in jungle herself.
Yeah, it felt like Ori was expecting the twin gate play from Yuma there, but Chaos Knight just goes back deeper into the jungle. TA farming jungle as well, so quite some acceleration from Nouns here, able to take down stacks, build themselves up. While Azure Ray, you know, trying to pressure the bottom tier 1. Not sure if they can defend top tower.
Yeah, it looks a bit harder to defend that. It is still pretty healthy though, and all of Nouns kind of playing it safe up here. So maybe they can both take a tower and get back and defend. This is big for Azure Ray if they can. Looks like they will be able to. Yeah, Nouns are just losing a bit of tempo here.
Seems like they've got the time. And Nouns seems like a conscious effort here just to make sure the CK and the TA do get to farm the jungle a bit. So it's a lot of posturing top, making some noise here.
That's the downside of the two heroes together. They're a little bit greedy in the early game. TA, not really a mid hero who makes the most rotations. She's out farming this, but this Beastmaster, dude.
Like, I just keep expecting him to, you know, like spring back.
Imagine he just get pulled that
the bungee cord. It's just gonna bounce all the way back to whatever he's connected to.
You know what's really funny is that it's different for different spectators. I'm watching it through the live feed for the viewers, and for me it looks different. He's getting pulled a different direction, so he's actually slingshotted in different directions on different streams.
Incredible.
It's just a funny little visual bug.
He's got a funny hat on. That's the problem. A funny little sticky hat. Some good recovery, right? The first 6 minutes definitely look doom and gloom for Azure Ray, but they're slightly ahead in terms of net worth. Bark is here, halfway through level 7. Blink Dagger queued up after, of course, his double brace of Soul Ring, so he's got staying power in the lane to just keep on farming. And now, yeah, I think you're right, kind of giving up a little bit of that momentum as they start to storm away with things.
They never made the rotation with TA yet. Like, we're 10 minutes in, all she's done is sitting mid and farming for now. Would almost have expected one move towards top to take that tower. When you have a Beastmaster, you know, imagine that they would have pushed, but they're respecting Azure Ray's team fight.
We've got a bottom rune. Yeah, well, this gets the haste.
Yeah, speedy little frog. It looks disturbing with a haste rune. Oh my god, please never take haste again on Snapfire.
Was it like flopping around everywhere? Oh my god. Look at those arms, man.
It's walking on its back legs, dude. I'm uncomfortable with it. It's pretending to be humanoid.
It doesn't look like it's walking. It looks like it's swimming in the air. You know, it's kind of like paddling with its feet. Oh, Beastmaster has stuck himself to some ancients. Go over and farm those with the axes.
Yeah, he's gonna sit there for a while.
7.
He needs 2,000 golds for his Aghanim Scepter, so as a way to go. Meanwhile, we have Armlet complete on the CK, of course, so he's got his item. Dragonlance on the TA, building towards the Deso next, so not going Blink, not going for any tempo play here. SF going for a Kaya first, so Kaya Yasha coming in.
It's a disgusting timing from Nouns, though, right? Like, they're going to hit that timing a little bit faster. This Armlet, Aghanim Scepter, Deso. We still need, a fair amount of time for Blink on the Mars. And correct me if I'm wrong, but Shadow Fiend nowadays feels much more of a, 3 or 4 item hero than a straight up just, I'm going to get Blink BKB.
A little bit, yeah. I mean, then again, I think Blink Kaya Yasha is similar threat level to a Blink BKB. Because it's very hard to fight against before you have really good stuff against it. Problem is here, though, for him, that Yuma is going to go for that standard build as well. After Armlets, it's Orchid on the CK. An Orchid, great against SFs who don't want to go for the BKB early on. Don't go for that Manta style, because wanting the Kaya Yasha.
No, this Orchid Armlet build is so exploitative. If you're able to, position yourself in aggressive farming positions where you can also get solo kills, CK just shreds through people.
You want to steal here.
Hook shot. FY. In there we go. The Kisser is trying to give a bit of covering fire, but Fly is dead, and the Arena onto Gunner, forcing the Roar kind of defensively onto the Ursa. He's going to get munched on by the Teddy Bear. 2 down for the 1 in exchange. Yuma joins the fray, tries to go in onto Mars, but realizes that's not really a fight that they can take.
Yeah, all the Ancients being cleared up here by Dire. TA can trap the SF, but not really enough for anyone to catch up to him. That was a pretty good move for Azure Ray, getting a nice arena there. That catch on the Beastmaster was big, and getting more momentum for this Ursa, who had a pretty bad time early on, is actually now sitting at just 200 gold to his Battlefield. As I say that, he's completely dead.
Oh my god. That damage out of the CK.
You gotta be wary when you're a caster. You start speaking well of someone, they immediately die. It's like, it's a crazy power.
It's inevitable. FY trapping Copy in the cogs with a Requiem and an Arena, a Spear back into the tier 1 tower here.
Dear God.
Beautiful kill on the TA.
You got pinball machined there for a little bit into finally getting a ride all the way to a tier 1 tower. Not really what you want as a TA.
This is that proper fight back. And good move, the high ground ward spots everything. The Arena has nice protective coverage there. So the CK, look at CK, just like, let me play some Dota 2?
Yeah, he wants to do something. Yeah, can't help his buddy. They were a little bit too disjointed there on the side of Nouns. Like, TA was on the other side, CK was on low ground. If they were just grouped up together, they could maybe have killed someone, but they did a good job splitting them there with Azure Ray. The Arena in particular.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Versus has the full Battle Fury coming out. He's gonna go over and stack these Ancients one more time, and also get ready to pick up the Wisdom Rune.
Has TA always been left-handed?
Yes.
Oh, hang on. Bottom lane. FY. Well, he's gone in, now he's going out. Never mind.
You mean the attacks?
Yeah, I was watching her, and I don't know, for some reason it was weird for me to see her shooting projectiles out of her left side. Or is it dependent on the angle of attacking?
She can shoot it with both. It's either side. So she's dual wielding, and like a proper dual wielder, she can utilize both her hands. I'm not sure if she's actually left-handed. We have some heroes in Dota that are left-handed, right? Like that use a weapon in their left. But I forgot which ones.
Yeah, it's got me thinking now. Got lots of ambidextrous heroes in Dota. CK is right-handed here, just whacking away at things. Mars is right-handed with his spear.
Yeah, it's like in the real world, I guess. The lefties are rare, but there are some representation. I'm a lefty, so approved.
Bellis. He's been found here. Ori. It's going to be Tian Ming to get the final touch.
They do have a DD rune. I'm surprised they don't crash down on that tier 1 tower, as they're right on top of it. I mean, that would have been a free tower. We can say that easily from the, God perspective that we have with seeing where everybody is. Just backing away after getting a kill right next to it feels awkward. Looks like they're going towards early Roche. Okay, with the SF races, you can actually do this.
And the last remnants of the amplified damage rune.
Get the Ursa in there. This is a pretty early Roche.
This is pretty good for Azure, right? I don't know. Maybe it's just because of their positioning in the table that I felt very negatively about the way things have been going for them, but they're pulling out all the stops here. You know, Low has a poor laning stage, but he's come back pretty strong. Yeah, very fast. Roshan timing there. Much faster than average. Not a record quite. Snipe onto FY there. A quick little kill for Nouns.
Orchid reveal for the CK as well, getting his first kill involvement, and they're going around. They want to play on a number advantage here.
Come in behind Tianmeng. Cookie forward, killed Jakiro off immediately, and the kiss is in towards the SF. Look at how quickly he just disappears. Ursa also being tagged up. The kisses and the control. Yua does get turned on. The Fury swipes are annoying. They're just juking around, kiting him. Ursa can't stick on a single target. And now they've got tons of stuns to come his way. Aegis reclaimed. Death of the Ursa. 2 cores down. And how many times, Wagga, do we see this? A team takes Roshan kind of sneakily, and they get punished super hard by the next fight.
It feels like you always have this overconfidence from, oh, we have Aegis, guys. But yeah, you lost your Clockwork over on mid, though. And the wraparound is coming. It felt a little bit telegraphed as well that they might be coming top, since nobody was pushing out mid even more. But Azure Ray, they just stuck around too long, and you know, they found out what happens. The CK and TA have a lot of damage right now.
And what was that? A 37-second Aegis being held, and 3.1k, I think I saw correctly, in terms of gold lost after that fight, or in the duration of the Aegis.
The
100 gold a second.
At least you didn't allow Aegis on the side of Nouns, right? You gotta spin it around to be positive here.
True.
But yeah, Nouns looking good, looking sharp in this game. They're running the greedier draft overall, and they're getting away with it. And with Aghanims complete on this Beastmaster, he's gonna start ramping up. The Blink not too far away.
It's also my fault. I should continue speaking negatively about Azure Ray so they continue to prove me wrong and perform. The moment I opened my mouth and was like, oh no, they're doing well, that happened. But here we go. I spoke negatively about them. They're going to get a kill on the CK here. Good hook shot, good Requiem, nice setup, good kill.
Perfect execution, starting with FY there. This is why I love having heroes like Mars and Clockwork in your team. Like the simple, straightforward execution. You have someone who can jump in first, start the fight, and you follow up on, upon it. Looks like we might see a smoke here coming out from the Snapfire and the Beast. Smoke revealed by FY though.
Right place, right time. I'm still gonna try and walk down this lane, see what I can find. Jamming off to the right hand side.
On SF, dude. The spell amp, it hurts a lot. These nukes coming out, 20% spell amp on the raises.
That is powerful.
Just wait for the level 15 talent. That's the real power spike. 120 damage on the races is enormous.
That's monstrous. On Yuma, just going to pop his ulti. Bit of farming there, clear out some jungle camps. And at the same time, go in with this Orchid. A Reality Rift just in range, but a nice ice path there from Tianmeng to save the day. Yes,
oh, some clutch timing. Coming at the right spot, right time. Meanwhile, Ursa split pushing bottom, recognizing that, okay, they're not playing this part of the map. Right now, Azure Ray a little bit more in dodge mode, and Nouns taking over as much as they can on the map. Even thinking about that top tier 2. Could maybe go down with next creep wave here if there's no defense.
I just see those lines drawn by Lelis, right? Just keep the lanes pushed in. Shove top, shove mid. Don't give Azure Ray any breathing room. They've got
Azure Ray, they're doing the right thing.
Jungle.
Playing bottom, waiting for heroes to reveal themselves on the map, and then they're kind of sieging up around this tower. So if you want to defend this, you're in danger. The Mars has great positioning now. Scary to siege up the tower, though. SF doesn't really feel like he can do it without a BKB.
I'm going for
the push.
A winding smoke. So this is kind of like Low shows himself bottom. Hey, I'm an Ursa. I have 5 people behind me, surely. And Copy, realizing he's got to try. Oh, yeah, he does. You're right. Blinks away from it. Out of the arena. Off he pops. Fly. Gonna get raised down by Ori. Bach helping out. But now the rest of Nouns, they can come in. Hook shot is there. Copy caught in the cogs. FY trying to do his best to deal with his TA. Copy getting a bit of space and the spear misses. Copy, he's so speedy running around, turns and kills off low. Now the Shadow Fiend in serious trouble. Ori's gone. Yuma and Copy still alive to bring down the Mars. Oh my goodness. Azure Ray just get absolutely handled.
Oh my god, that was hard to watch. Bach, he thought the TA had Blink. At the start of that fight, I think he had Spear ready. He didn't go for a spear combo and arena combo on the TA because he thought that she would blink away. If we see the very start of the fight, okay, we got the middle here, but the very start of the fight, he didn't use his arena combo immediately, and TA had cooldown on blink. She already blinked around for mobility.
Oh, and she melded right at the start.
Yeah, but even if you meld, I mean, it doesn't matter. You can spear her anyway.
Yeah,
so
but, yeah, it
was an easy catch. He just was a little bit too nervous. Nervous to use it on her. Worried that he would miss the spear and she would blink away.
And straight into Tormentor, straight into accelerating even further. Oh, that was meant to be a defining moment for Azure Ray.
Yeah, that was...
And that team fight, if it goes well, that's, BKB's up on your cores, that's you stepping forward, looking at tier 2s. But instead, it's Nouns.
You didn't lose more, right? Like, you lost a fight, but they didn't lose another building for it. They didn't lose more map control for it. They even got their own Wisdom Rune and they got Tormentor, so you can bounce back from a fight like that, even though it was horrible.
What is it? In the wise words of FNG, Dota isn't lost off the back of one mistake. It's the kind of process, the snowball, the domino effect of mistakes that can follow. Always about recuperating.
Have a group up here by Lelis and Gunnar smoking in.
Smoke break straight away. FY caught out here by the roar. The drums of Slom bang him to death.
Yeah, just roar the first target you see. That's the rule of Beastmaster. Just go on something. If you're not fully 5v5 fighting, you just want to get that kill quickly. Anyone dies pretty fast to him.
Who's this? Yuma? Bit of Picasso going on. Circles up top. Some lines and scribbles down bottom. Some impressionist painting going on.
Yeah, he has this BKB.
Radiant are scanning.
I want to see some fractal art going on here.
Love some fractals. Ursa. Did I see he's going Satanic, the third item?
He is. It's a really odd item build coming out from Lou here. I mean, you are playing against the Orchid and the TA Silence as well, so I can understand wanting to have another Dispel, but Satanic third item Ursa is a little bit odd overall. It's not really the item I would have expected. I still think just, even though it doesn't look amazing here, BKB is still probably needed. You can think that, oh, it's not great against the Beastmaster ulti, you can still just use it on me. Yeah, but at the same time, there's a lot of stuns that are controlling you right now. Say he gets his Satanic, he gets stomped by ET, he gets cookied, he gets Yulesed randomly by someone, like ET is buying a Yules next. I think there's too much control if you don't go BKB here.
Bach, what are you up to over here? Well, what is he up to over here? Wisdom Runes 7, 14, 21, 28.
He's
currently 24.
Cutting creep waves, maybe? I don't know. Or he's done with this game. He's on his phone right now. He's just... Nah, I don't know. He's trying to be sneaky. Like, his team is pushing top, right? So he's setting up behind here. He took the Watcher, holding the area. I'm not really sure. I feel like he's disjointed from his own team, but maybe he's gonna farm over here. Feels like this is the safest part of the map. Oh, he's got body block the Ancients.
Blocking the Ancients?
I mean,
okay, what's
I don't
next?
think that was intentional even, because he kind of could farm it if he just sits here.
Cut the next wave, probably.
Yeah, and then quick TP out. Gonna leave this area right now. Join his team for bottom, as Roche could be spawning at any moment. And Azure Ray, they want to be there. And so does Nouns, they're running.
Yeah, 4 members smoked up. Gunnar can join them.
Blink Dagger on Yuma now. This is, I love to see this. Blink CK, so valuable. See what he can do here.
Yeah, the same conversation about Hector, K1, his CK, not going for that blink. Here, Yuma just able to jump onto people if they find them. But Azure Ray relinquish control of the bottom right-hand corner. That's about to crack the 25th minute. So through the twin gate we go and back up to the top left corner as Lowe's Ursa. Not going to get scouted just yet. TA spot that? Saw the skeletons dying?
I think they saw him, yeah. I mean, they saw at least the aftermath of him farming there as ET walked in. So they're holding position right now. Looks like Azure Ray are just trying to get whatever farm they can right now. The Clockwork farming aggressively down in enemy jungle. SF also over in Vinland getting some farm. Staying safe here. I think they're respecting that Nouns is stronger. Nouns' timing right now is very, very potent. And they also have the BKB on the Beastmaster, so they're very respectful of the strength of Nouns. High ground defense has to be the play. And also the timing is coming in here. They have Shadow Fiend Aghanims is complete. So the high ground defense, if he does get a big ulti with that, could be really strong.
Aegis power play.
We've seen Ori do the long range ultis, by the way, so far this game, just trying to fear people. But I would really like to see him manage to get a little bit closer for more damage in the next fight. Can't just rely on it for fearing opponents, because Ursa can't kill everyone alone.
This pressure is just mounting so quickly. There's traps all over the top lane. There's a catapult wave coming in. Azure Ray just not entertaining any idea of meeting their opponents up there.
Knocking on the front door. Macropire forced out already. It's always something. That's -1 tool in team fight.
Yeah. And then the glyph. I start TPing back now.
TA still happy to siege here.
Has that refraction, has the Aegis, and there's nothing to like drag her into base. All she has to worry about is like...
Mars doesn't have TP yet. He's not
Hang
there.
on a second. That's a Requiem into raises, but Ori has now given his life to kill an Aegis, dead for a minute. Kisses are coming as zonal fire here to take the Ursa out of the fight.
And now
Ranks
Mars
are
is here. He didn't have the TP when the SF went in. That was some miscommunication going on.
Oh dear. Yeah, I mean, with no SF now for 35 seconds,
You're
maybe look at Copy
as... Yeah.
Well, we can spear him back, maybe? Spear him into an ice path?
In about 15 seconds, he has Aegis or BKB coming in on TA. Essentially an Aegis.
Yeah, it's a second life, one way or the other. Courier is about to arrive, and he still has his backup of his team. They'll hook shot, they'll spear, catch the TA with the damage here out of the Ursa. Ice Path is connection. The arena's down, and Copy is dead. Back, though, is being shredded by Yuma. Chaos Knight, he's the backup carry, and he's arrived on the scene of the crime to wipe it all up, clean the floor with Azure Ray. There are now 4 heroes down, and Shadow Fiend is respawning and looking around. Where's my team?
Yeah,
they all gone?
Where's my team? That's also what he was thinking when he blinked in earlier and got that first kill. I mean, committing on the Aegis was a risky play when you don't have your teammates nearby. Definitely not what he intended for. So they lost a lot there. We see a little bit of a replay of how it went down as they focused the TA. You do get the kill. It's so close. Look at the courier. It comes in. BKB arrives. He's not stunned anymore, but Ursa just finished him up with an auto attack.
Pretty damn close.
If it arrived just, 2 seconds earlier, maybe, you could maybe have stopped the combo there.
Yeah, then that's like a game over moment, because TA's alive and just killing all your buildings.
Yeah.
Ori looking at this BKB. He desperately needs the farm on a Shadow Fiend, but he has to TP home. Too afraid of Yuma chasing him down.
Clockwork is going for that Crimson Guard I spoke about in the pick phase, by the way. How Mars probably doesn't want to go for it, but Clock is like, I got you, buddy. We'll have it sooner or later. 850 gold to go. Then they have a Crimson Guard.
Yeah, I kind of had to, right? Like the Jakiro Greaves, Clock Crimson. Exactly as we said. Oh, this is a pivotal moment, though. Smoke into smoke, and Radiant have the high ground vision. Phantasm. Smoke still here for the rest of the heroes. Now they're going to get the jump with that immediate move onto Tianming. They blow up him and back. Mars Jakiro gone. Ori in trouble. Silenced up. Can't Requiem. Taken out of the game. Nouns with a sweeping move. Domineering their way to a Game 1 victory. Very close to it. It just feels like there's no answers to anything.
Yeah, very good read there by Nouns. They knew exactly where the move was coming. And Kopira just stood his ground there, auto-attacked immediately when he broke smoke, so he silenced the Mars, auto-attacked him. He couldn't really do much. He could BKB, but, that doesn't really help you. You're still stuck in a bad spot. Can't blink. And yeah, everything is falling apart here. The Ursa desperately working on a BKB, but SF dead for 30, and this push is going to be the final one if Nouns have their way.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire structures are falling.
Oh, we're back in. Sorry, little issue there. We need to get the jump onto the Ursa. Low is trying to farm on the enemy side of the map. Oh no, he's stuck. Oh no, he's stuck. A little nook for the Ursa. Oh, dearie me. Sliced down by the CK and his illusions. As the Beastmaster also getting a roar to kill. A solo one on the Jakiro in that mid lane. Gunnar comes in, slays the Beast. Now 2 heroes dead for the better part of a minute. Now it's time to run down mid, get some more tier 3s in melee barracks. Nouns is going to run down mid. Copy and Gunnar here.
Oh, I can hear you again. Fantastic. We're back.
There we go. I got back in a little bit faster than you. Watch the Ursa dying. And now Nouns is pushing down his mid tier 3. Again, just no real response here from Azure Ray.
Yeah, I mean they're winning this game so hard. They're saying you can stop casting. We're about to be done here anyway. Nouns, they even find the SF down here bottom. The Yuma CK catches the mid laner, and that's 60 seconds with him dead. I think that spells all but GG for this game.
It's that domino effect. One failure leads to another, and just really Azure Ray out of breath. They don't have any.
Yeah, they had moments where they managed to do something in this game, but this was pretty rough already from the early laning stage. It felt like Nouns just had better combinations, and I don't know, Azure Ray always on the back foot from the first 5 minutes, I feel like.
That was a very good draft, right? The CKTA compared nicely. Beastmaster first pick, unanswered. Right now, he's getting gone on by, what, 4 heroes? Doesn't give a freaking damn about anything. BKB's up, runs through the arena. GG's called. Nouns just cruised to victory in game 1.
First one down. Important games, like we mentioned before. The series started here for Nouns. They want to get a clean 2-0 here. So they're 1 down already. Puts them at 4 points so far. If they get 1 more win, then they will, be in an ideal spot here. 5 for 5. Best that they could hope for.
And then potential timebreaker for them as well. I think it's definitely gets super interesting. I love just going to Liquipedia and seeing the little thing colored in, knowing exactly what's going on. You got 5 teams already through, 2 teams in that 4th and 5th slot. We'll see what happens next with Nouns and Aurora. As we wrap up game 1 here, a nice solid victory for Nouns. Azure Ray, yeah, difficulties for them in their camp. Going to have to go back into the dressing room, have a chat with Lanham and see what's up as we take a quick break and come back with game number 2.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Welcome back to the Riyadh Masters as we have some nice player shots there of the victors of game 1. Nouns cruising to victory against Azure Ray, who just had no answers to the draft and the pace that were brought by the North American squad. And it looks pretty doom and gloom for Azure Ray now. Nouns, though, potential for them.
Yeah. I mean, Nouns, they're still fighting here. They could get tiebreaker. I find it funny you say, like, the North American squad is like Gunner only. They have such an international squad nowadays.
Well, Fly's Canadian.
Yeah, true. They got players from all over the place. Yeah, this will be interesting to see if they're going to be able to take a 2-0. Because if they do, then that means that Aurora and them could be a tie. But Aurora also playing right now on the mainstream, going up against Heroic, of course. So we'll see if they win a single game, then there's no tiebreak.
Yeah, honestly, kind of interesting you bring that up now, because we could have a situation where Nouns and Maus, the two teams in that 4th, 5th slot, are the kind of mixed teams, right? You've got Yuma with his, I don't know, triple nationality, Nicaragua, Belgium, Germany. You've got Germany, USA, Brazil, Israel and Canada, Milan's from Bosnia-Herzegovina, and then Maus are that ultimate mix as well, like Romania, Philippines,
yeah.
Czech Republic, Mongolia, Sweden. Yeah. Just every country even feasible being represented by these two teams.
That's true.
United Nations of Dota.
If you wanted to.
That's pretty incredible. But yeah, this second game important for Nouns, and it's kind of felt like, beating a dead horse, honestly. Azure Ray.
Take them out back. Take them out behind the barn, dude. It's over. It's over for Azure Ray. They put up a good fight here in this second game, or in the first game. But again, similar issues we have seen from them in the group stage overall. They just fall behind a bit in the early game. I think that first blood move really set back the mid lane, so you didn't have the outcome you wanted with the SF winning against TA. Instead, TA came out ahead in that matchup. There's a lot of things you can go back to in this game, but ultimately, I just think that there was more confidence in Nouns from the laning stage and from the get-go.
Yeah, but you took the words from my mouth. Just about to say the exact same thing, honestly, just playing with confidence, right? You talked about Bark kind of missing spears and not connecting confidently with his arenas and initiations. We had difficulties, with Ori in that laning stage. Low, we've seen through the entire tournament, kind of been, sold down the river a little bit in terms of lane stage matchups. This was no different. Had a difficult time early on, recovered decently, but then you don't have this confident driving force. It feels like there's no voice in the Azure Ray camp saying, this is what we're doing now. It comes back to this conversation about communication and I'm strong, right? We're going to bring this up time and time again. No one in the Azure Ray camp was saying, I'm strong, let's go do shit, apart from maybe FY.
Yeah, no, it felt, FYE was doing what he could, land some good hook shots in that game. But overall, I feel they were just lagging behind on all their cores, really just not having a good start here on anybody. The Marsh was doing decently, but then he didn't really deliver in the first few important fights, and ultimately it was just Nouns taking over, farming away, and then ultimately taking over the game.
Now, before we get into things, we do have a quick break. Game 2 coming away right around the corner. Welcome back, folks, to the last game of regulation play here on the C stream as we get ourselves into the depths of day 3 for the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. Nouns taking on Azure Ray, and as we know, Azure Ray down at the bottom of the group. Just going to reiterate this, they are out, nothing necessarily to play for in terms of standings, points, or prize money, but pride is on the line, whereas Nouns definitely do have something to play for, Waga.
They do, yeah. Azure definitely out, but Nouns, they took game 1, which puts them in a good spot here to maybe tie it up against Aurora. Aurora fighting up against Heroic, who are the leaders of the group right now. Of course, Heroic, they already won, but they are currently in game 1 in their best of 2 series, and Heroic are winning right now. They're in a big advantage. So if Aurora don't take a single win and Nouns get a 2-0 here, we have a tie between these two teams for who's gonna fight against Mouse, who are already 1 game down, I believe, in their series. So they are guaranteed to fight in the head-to-head 4th and 5th for who also gets eliminated. Basically, 2 teams who are going home. Azure is 1, and who knows who's gonna be the second one.
Yeah, who knows indeed. Definitely gets
Could be any
into
of the 3, right?
a sticky, yeah, and any of the 3 sticky spot down there as things get super tight. But again, you know, everything relying on other results. Like you say, if Aurora get a single victory, they are out. They're free. Sorry, out as in out of the danger zone. They are free and through into the green zone, the happy times up in the top 3. And then it will be guaranteed Mouse versus Nouns in that 4th, 5th decider slot to give that additional chance to get through to the main group stage of the Riyadh Masters. And yeah, just kind of thinking ahead to this second game, draft-wise, execution-wise, everything really just seemed systematic and clicked into place for Nouns. And we talked a little bit about what Azure Ray can do to kind of come back into this. They didn't go out with a whimper. They're trying to go out with a bit of a bang. They're picking up this Ursa, going with the Shadow Fiend, trying to kind of catch up and come into things. Is it now time to pick something a little weird?
I mean, I wish so. I want them to see them do something, you know, more experimental, do something different. Maybe, you know, pull out a Clinks like we saw earlier coming out from Beast Coast. Maybe we could see some interesting pick. But yeah, Azure Ray, right now it feels a little bit like you said, beating a dead horse. They're just not really up to snuff here compared to these other teams. They're all delivering a little bit better. So it's tough for them. Game 2 is still around. This is their final chance to pull out a single win here, or it's going to be a shameful record of 0 wins in the group stage here for them.
Yeah, it's not a good look when you go 0-10 as such a star-studded roster, falling out of the group. It's one of the biggest events, biggest prize pool of the year in terms of Dota 2. It's a rough one. Honestly, I'd love to see Azure Ray pick out the Warlock. They've taken it once, I think, this tournament so far. Obviously, they haven't won any games, but Warlock's one of my favorite heroes. Just put them in the soup. You know, let's have a soup strat. Let's have, you know, Warlock with Upheaval, have a Supernova, an Undying Tombstone. Just put a load of shit on the floor that your enemies have to deal with. Make a bit of chaos and some FPS drops to go along with it.
Yeah, I saw a First Blood once, which was pretty funny. The 2 teams connecting to each other, where there was a CM, a Warlock, and a Murata, and they all put down stuff. The CM used Crystal Nova to hold people in place. Upheaval held them even more, and then Murata, that calling, every time he got a kill, it extended as well. He ended up with everybody dying inside it. That was a pretty crazy thing to see. The ultimate soup. And we'll see what kind of soup they can cook up in the next game, as we, you know, are expecting the draft to be a pretty important part. I feel like it's been true for every single series that we watched. Draft, you can get things wrong if you get a little bit of an edge in the draft. That usually means a big advantage in the early game.
Yeah, so thinking about that, ban-wise in that first phase, Spirit Breaker, Pango, and the Weaver were the first couple of bans, along with Darkseer, Tiny, Monkey King, and Hoodwink. Do you think any of them are unworthy of being first phase bans? Like, does Shadow Fiend go back up there? Nouns seem comfortable playing against SF. And actually, I guess we should preface this with pick priority and who has what, right?
Yeah, exactly. Did they do the roll yet? They did. So first pick priority, or first priority was for Nouns. So Nouns went with first pick, and Azure said, okay, we will be Radiant in this matchup. So knowing that Nouns have the first pick, I wonder if you want to get rid of, you know, I still prioritize Darkseer personally. I prioritize the offlaners pretty heavily, the strong ones there. The SF, we've seen teams deal with it now in 2 different ways here, but I don't know if it was so much Nouns dealing with the SF, or more so he dealt with himself coming to a lane with no resources in last game.
Self-inflicted injuries. Yeah, it's like,
I mean,
we got first blood, we got some kills, we got bounty runes, but then no mana SF going into lane against a stacked up T8. It felt pretty rough.
Yeah, it's also that body block. Like, some heroes on mid lane care a lot about getting their own high ground, sit on their own high ground and get an advantageous place to fight, especially SF. You want the opponent to walk close to your tower so you can slow them down, run them down. He doesn't want to be, you know, fighting in a bad position. So yeah, everything matters a lot. You know, these small details. Even if you think they, oh, we got first bloods, we're doing so great, guys, but then immediately get punished for it. But yeah, I don't know. I think I like what Nantes were doing in the previous game. They prioritized the Beastmaster a lot, higher than some of the other teams that we've seen, which I think is smart. That hero has been, you know, looking outstanding every game.
Yeah, and they're also not afraid. You know, that was the first time we've cast now so far in this tournament. So just looking back, you know, previous games, previous drafts and stuff like that, it seems like they're not afraid when they're given the chance to have, you know, Monkey King and Hoodwink. Just grab those in the first phase. Give Lelis Hoodwink, carry Monkey King or a mid Monkey King even, depending on the matchup as well. Not afraid to grab some of these very high priority ban heroes that aren't necessarily straight up picked immediately.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Monkey King has been banned so much, and I think teams should be happy to take it if they are given a chance. As we are going to head into the game here, the teams are getting into the draft. We can see the players here getting themselves ready. It's nice to see a little bit of smiles here, actually, on the side of Azure, even though most of them are probably feeling pretty hopeless at this situation. That's a good thing, right? They're a team. Sure, you have a lot of expectations on you, but at the same time, they've all achieved so much that it's not like, oh, you know, we failed our one shot at glory here. They've been here before. They know it's part of the game. Sometimes things go amazing, sometimes they don't.
At some point, though, it's like about saving face, right? You are these big, you know, monoliths in the Dota 2 scene. A 0-10 scoreline is not something people could live with, honestly. Just like, oh god. That's it. We're done. First round of bans. Gone through that pretty quickly. Pango, CK, Weaver, Tiny, Spirit Breaker, Hoodwink. So Monkey King left in the pool alongside that Beastmaster Darkseer.
Yeah, and Monkey King will immediately get picked up, as we have seen from Nouns before. If it's let through, they happily take it. But Azure, they looked ready for that, because they insta-snap pick the Phoenix here, which is a good hero against the Monkey King. You get the attack slow, so it should be a, you know, understood pick order here for Azure.
Back to normality. Shadow Fiend ban.
Yeah, maybe we see potential Snapfire ban as well coming out from Azure when they get a chance to, because you know, that's a hero that you don't want to give away when you have the Phoenix. Can always be problematic, and Nouns did just enjoy it as well.
Is there much else Monkey King has to worry about? Like this, I guess this is a flexible hero, so we don't know if he's carry, mid, or position 4. But
he's
like, you don't want to ban Primal Beast and stuff like that. It's a waste of a ban, right?
No, you don't need to. I think Primal is not even the biggest problem. For me, I see issues like being against something like a Venomancer. If you're playing Monkey King, can be really annoying. Stuff that gives you vision of where he's jumping around, and also is good against him in laning stage. You slow him down, can be problematic for him. But I don't think you need to prioritize saving the Monkey King with your bans. You can prioritize other things, because this can, like you said, just be a support. In that case, he doesn't care what he plays against.
I love moments like this where you've talked about it before. You know, you see something in an enemy draft, you lose to it, you steal it. Nouns say, no, you're not stealing the Beastmaster from us. I'm gonna ban it.
The amount of times that we see it, honestly, it's like players get reaffirmed beliefs of how strong something is after they just won with something, because there's so commonly these patterns where teams will win with something and then they're going to proceed to ban out components of what they used. And, you know, for good reason. It was a very good part of their draft. The Beastmaster Snapfire lane was super strong, and Beastmaster Phoenix can also be equally threatening.
Well, at least Lanham still got some smiles. Storm Spirit.
Snapfire did get banned out as called, and the Storm will be a good hero for catching the Monkey King. Whether it's support or core, Storm is a pretty nice hero to have against him. Mid lane can be a bit tricky though. I mean, I think it's Storm favored still, but it's volatile. It's like if you start messing up a little bit and Monkey gets too many Jinger triggers, then that lane can fall out of control. So it's skill based if it's a 1v1 mid.
I guess it's a little easier now with the static slide, right? Like Storm Spirit was always a hero that wants to play in the wave, which makes him susceptible to Monkey King.
Yeah. Ooh, Al's pulling out the Marcy. Okay, that's another hero that actually does kill the egg really easily with the ulti. Not always easy to be ready and commit the ulti for it, but I like Marcy overall. I think that hero is underrated.
Getting into like a healing strat as well. You got the bodyguard protection out of the Marcy. Jingu for the Monkey King. Get those life deals and heals back up.
Where's the IO? Pull out the Marcy IO strat here. Let's go.
Oh, that would be
a hero that I
monstrous,
feel is really dirty.
I'm curious now. Control F. IO.
We got 5 Marcy games so far. As for IO, we have 4 of them, where he won 3 out of those 4 games.
Cool. Can I see who picked it? Yeah, so Aurora, Blacklist, both won with it. So what was it? It was IO Gyro in the 2 wins that it had.
Yeah,
God,
I think there was
the stat section, so useful.
There were 2 games with both IO and Marcy, but in both those there was also the Murta G2IG. So I think it was more IO Murta combo and then support Marcy, right? In the games they ran it. Either way, back into our own game. CM adds a little bit of mana for them, a little bit of control as well. And Frostbite, pretty good spell to have against the Storm Spirit, since it's such fast lockdown. Speaking of fast lockdown, Rubik. If you ever steal Frostbite as Rubik, you feel so good. It is a devastating spell to have.
Infinitely encased in the frozen frost.
It's not a good feeling to play against. He has so long cast range on it as well, so you can really struggle to get to him.
Yeah, you got to go and talk to Jabba the Hutt to get released.
Encased in ice. In carbon.
What was it called? Like, was it not vibraniums from Wakanda? What was the stuff that Han Solo? I'm just going to Google a bunch of stuff now.
And carbon copied.
Was it just carbon? Was it carbonite? Carbonite. Trapped in the carbonite. Oh, Mr. Darkseer's come out. Got some nice vacuum into Wukongs. A fair amount of damage from all of these heroes.
I am always a fan of seeing the Darkseer combos well with a lot of the AoE stuff that they have already. Azure Ray, though, got a pretty big amount of teamfight ultis here with the Brewmaster able to lift. He can protect the Phoenix from someone else killing the egg. So the shields a little bit into the Phoenix. Two of them work well together. Still don't see that tremendous amount of burst damage on the side of Azure Ray, though. Like, Nouns have much faster damage outputs. Monkey King and Marcy in particular.
And then 2 kind of enabling heroes as well with the Maiden and the Darkseer. We're still also unsure where like any of these heroes are. Oh, not any, but 2 of these heroes are going. The Monkey and the Marcy is still very open.
Yeah, they're completely flex. I mean, they're even banning a carry on the side of Azure Ray. I feel like it's either Marcy or Monkey carry, but it could be that one of them is mid and one is +4, and their last picking carry. They ban 1 mid and 1 carry hero. You know, cover your bases, hedge your bets. I don't know. It's so much flex potential.
There's like a lot of discussion required now. You know, Yuma's like, well, am I playing Monkey King? Is Copy playing it? Am I on Marcy?
Yeah,
We're going to pick me a different carry hero.
Because they're like, who do you want to play? Wait, what? No.
And on the other side, we're looking for a low hero. It is a carry hero. We have Rubik Brew, we have Storm mid, we have Phoenix +1, so probably a melee hero. About the Troll. There's already CK Lifestealer gone. Who else is out there? What has Low been playing?
No, he's been playing the Ursa, but you know, and he played the Gyrocopter before, which is something we could see him go back for again. Does look a little bit like it's gonna head that direction, but I'm not sure. I personally advocate for Sven again here. Please don't. It's not gonna work in this game. I mean, it's got some AoE combos, but you're all super long cooldowns.
Yeah.
And again, not the best spells to dump into it. But
I'm not advocating for it. I'm not saying it's good.
I understand. You're worried about it.
Yep.
Okay, now they have locked in. It's a Huskar. The dirtiness. This is their last game at the event. You gotta do them like this. A Huskar pick.
Oh, dear me. Yeah, FY. That wasn't a smile of joy. That was, okay, they fucking got us. Right, Storm safe lane. and Sniper mid.
I mean, Huskar is a very good pick here, actually. The silence is great against the Storm, and it's a very nasty lane matchup. So, yeah, this is a tricky one. I think they got him good with the Huskar pick.
Yeah, at least you have 2 minutes here to really just like sit and think. Like, there's nothing we can really do in terms of lane swaps. Everything is kind of locked in place right now.
Carry Storm,
Storm's
let's go. Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Swap it up.
I mean, it was a thing back. I don't even remember, but it was. I'm talking like 4 or 5, maybe even longer ago. In China, there was a period where Storm, I guess across the world as well, it was like Storm and Queen of Pain were both being safe lane heroes. But I guess that was back when Sol Ring turned into Bloodstone, and it was okay to be a side lane Storm.
These smiles are giving me the feeling like there's memes coming out here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Ancient Apparition mid. AA carry?
Go for it. I'm so down with them doing something strange here, you know, you might as well. You're getting Huskar picks when you're 0-9 in the group stage.
Does PA still have a break? Oh, never mind, it's a Wind Ranger.
Okay. It's still going to be a Carry Wind. And Carry Wind is good against Huskar, don't get me wrong, but that means Ori is still going to have to deal with that mid lane. At least, as long as he doesn't show up with like 0 mana to the laning stage. Good smiles there, like, yep.
Lelis with a thumbs up. Good job for picking Huskar. Well, yeah, we did it.
It was the right choice.
We'll see how this works. You know, there's potential here for Azure Ray. You know, we're having a bit of a giggle with this Huskar last pick. We've talked about it a fair amount through the group stage as that potential cheese hasn't really been in the meta, hasn't really been seen. But we'll get the first real viewing of it here as he'll be up against the Storm Spirit mid. But like team fight for Azure Ray is pretty freaking solid.
It is. They have great potential when all their ultis are available. They have good 5-man, and the Wind Ranger does mean that they have a more active carry and a super strong laning carry, which honestly, I wish that they would have picked more throughout this group stage because Lu has been having such a hard time on a lot of these safe lanes. I just feel like the safe lane has been the weakest component for Azure Ray. So getting something that survives a little bit more, and Wind stands really, really well against Darkseer. So we'll see what kind of a start they can get off to, and with a little bit of item timings, they could potentially, deal with the threat of the Huskar here.
So Huskar was played once before, huh? Let's have a look. Heroic played it 2 days ago against Mouse.
Right.
And what was that? That was a mid Huskar. They had an offlane Ember Spirit. It was like was it a POS 4? No, wait, what was that?
What in the world? What are you talking about at this point? What game was that?
Okay, so Hector was out. So they had safe lane Alchemist. They had safe lane support Phoenix, and then they had offlane Ember with a POS 4 Hoodwink and a mid Huskar. They beat Mouse. It was 11-1, a 27-minute victory. Analog went 3-0-3 against the TA in the mid lane.
Yeah.
My goodness.
I mean,
offlane Ember. Okay. Well, we'll keep our eyes on that one later on down the line as Heroic have got themselves through. So,
in fairness, playing TA mid against the Huskar is not really the dream as well. So it sounds like that was a rough one. We'll see how this one is going to be. Early
I'm just
wards
imagining.
go down.
Yeah, Davai Lama playing offlane Ember. It's kind of wild, honestly. But yeah, into this one. Game 2, Nouns up against Azure Ray. We'll see if Nouns are able to get up into that tied spot with Aurora and what's happening there. Looking at other results later on. It's all in this game now, though. Azure Ray, they need to save some face. They need a win, one singular win, to look a little bit better than the 0-9 that they are currently sat at. Can't end out in 0-10. The trouble is they're against a copy Huskar in the mid lane. Some nasty stuff. Nouns bringing the toxicity to the draft.
Yeah. Ori walking back and forth mid kind of signals that there's high ground vision here to Nouns, but they're not going to slap down the sentry just yet. First prioritizing the fight.
Lelis deciding not to go for the bounty rune, letting Bach come in and take it. And that leads to the 2 for 2.
Get to see Yuma. Look at that Monkey King go, dude. The Simian stride. This is why we see this hero banned out so much right now. This mobility is crazy.
And it flies across the canopy. Jumping, hopping, skipping.
No cooldown. The thing is, it makes you faster at jumping off trees as well, this facet. So it's not just that you have lower cooldown, but it actually speeds up the time it takes to hop off a tree if you are high HP. And that has a really big impact on how fast you get around.
And 2 nice early denies for Ori in that mid lane. Fresh wave coming in, but he's sat half HP, having to last it under tower. And Copy is already putting that pressure on. I'll take a look at these side lanes, though, as Lelis is battling out with Tianming. Marcy versus Phoenix. Low on this Wind Ranger against a Darkseer and a Marcy double melee lane. Could be decent here for Azure.
It should be. I mean, Phoenix Wind Ranger is super devastating here to go into as a double melee. They need their level 2 power spike on Marcy so they can make a play around that. But even then, Wind Ranger is always going to be able to get out of their catch. So Phoenix is the only one they can really play for.
Man, even he's got a dive. Still going to be a decent time for Gunnar to get his first couple of levels. There's no need for the lane dragging stuff just yet. Yeah, we have to keep flicking back into this mid lane to see how Ori is contending with the Huskar. Currently doing well, 5-3 against Huskars, 1-0. Copy just ignoring creeps, hitting hero.
Yeah, I'm not sure. He's not doing too hot right now on the Huskar, and Ori's standing pretty well. He's got his bottle coming out, so the worst part is, over, I would say. This usually the first few creep waves are really tough against Huskar, but also level 3 timing is pretty big once the Berserker spot hits.
He's getting punched around. Stays alive, though. Mid lane, the Fiery Spears burning away at Ori, but he's okay under his tier 1 with Fairy Fire and Bottle to keep him up and running. Yeah. And up at top lane, Yuma just trying to get the Jingu stacks going.
This lane is kind of even for now. Up on top, both teams are getting decent farm, 9-1, 8-2. Not too much to report on up there. Lou is playing very aggressive down bottom with his Wind Ranger, knows that he has the Wind Run and should not be able to die. So he got a lot of auto attacks into the Darkseer and on the Marcy. We can see it on their HP pools dropping pretty low.
Yeah, finally gives a chance for Tianming to try and unblock the small camp, get the pulls going. As we did see Ori grab the Water Rune, refill himself back up. Copy pops the full stick, just stands and fights. That's all about keeping the Storm as low as possible.
Now he has the boot though on this Huskar. Now it becomes a little bit tricky for Storm, who just wants to be able to farm here, but the continuous harass is something that Huskar can easily deal with, as long as he doesn't overcommit.
It's on a knife's edge though. It's so scary how low both these heroes are getting, and the Storm, he's just dead. First blood is there for Copy.
He could have fair fired, but I think he realized that even if he does, what then? 0 mana, 0 HP basically. So he just dies.
Rather die.
Yeah, but rather die when the opponent gets a first blood. It's not a good feeling either. So first blood, and of course takes the Water Rune as well on Huskar.
Oh, that's
Huskar not get anything for the mana from the Water Rune? Does he get nothing then? It's just HP.
He just gets nothing.
Yeah.
That's the Huskar effect in full force. It's kind of weird not seeing the blue bar, right? You just like the HP bar and then blank.
Oh, we missed the potential. There's no clockwork in this game. He's immune to clockwork, you know? It's really funny. The cogs don't push him.
No mana to burn. Can't touch me.
Not a viable target, so he can just walk out of the cogs as he wants.
That's great. I'm gonna... Getting booted out of the lane by Tianming, who also blocks the large camp. Even diving on the Darkseer here. This feels like risky business.
Committing.
There's a Lotus. Oh, he's got a lot of damage, and the power shot dodged by Gunnar.
He's not
He could go for this. Gunnar turning with a Lotus, trying to fight back into Tianming, but the Phoenix looks like he's just got a straight-up solo kill on the Darkseer. Lelis is now arriving. Maybe he can get this takedown with a dispose and a rebound, a few punches being chucked around. Tianming finally falls, but good move out with that Phoenix there.
Yeah, gets a nice solo kill, and this is all time this carry is free farming, so bottom lane going right according to plan. Very good stuff for them. And, you know, kind of keep checking in with the Storm on mid lane. He's now kind of bullied out of lane, so he's going to start jungling, but at least the jungle camp spawned. It is blocked up now, though. Blocked with an Observer ward, so when they deward that, they're going to get paid for it.
This'll come in handy.
Another dive in. Get out of here, Lelis. You do not belong in our bottom jungle.
Look at that dying light doing so much work, just running next to him.
That's an awful lot of damage, but now they've got a rebound back in with Ion Shells, and look at who's here. It's the Huskar. Copy comes in, secures a kill, even tipping Tianming on his way down to that bottom jungle. Now, we've looked at bottom, we've looked at mid a lot. What is anything happening top? Is that a fun lane? Or actually, we'll just stay looking mid because the Storm Spirit's being run at again. Fly. Yeah. Okay, can't catch up with the Huskar.
It's not a fun lane because Fly left it. He ran mid. He's like, top is boring, guys. We can't really kill Brewmaster. It's a little bit too annoying. But Brew, pretty happily just farming away is what I'm seeing so far. Yuma is doing a good job finding farm, but now a little bit being run at here.
Yeah, it looked like he tried to jump down, jump back up, killing some creeps on the way. We'll get the Jingus going off the Boundless Strike. And tries the lifesteal back up, and apparently he can just trade 1v2 quite nicely against this Brew and Rubik.
Yeah, he's not doing too poorly. Lotus is gonna be taken here by Ray. Storm's still only level 5. Sees that his camp is blocked.
That's rough. Yeah, Lilith has come in, pushed him away from the camp. Observer Ward is there, giving vision.
No power room for you, Storm. The Huskar is in firm control of that. Not too far away from Armlet now.
The Arcane Rune Huskar, huh?
Yeah, big. Less mana cost. I mean, he does have less HP costs, it seems, so that's always nice. Okay.
That's pretty cool, honestly. That's handy.
I think
I'll take back my laughter of derision. Yeah. And Storm Spirit just going to come back in that lane. Got chased around by Lelis a little too much. Bottom lane, Gunnar. Focus fire is there from low. Lelis, the vacuum dispose. Gunnar dodges the power shot. Still going to die to the Phoenix now, but the arrival of Fly and Lelis will secure them 2 kills and copy, of course. The Huskar is here.
Yeah, Huskar happy to make rotations for that one. Gonna come in, and this is a Wisdom Rune as well taken by Nouns. So, you know, the big rotation reaction here is fine because you also secured your Wisdom Rune by doing so. And yeah, he did get his target, I guess, on Wind Ranger, but he didn't get the last hit for it. So ultimately, doesn't feel too good going in there. He was having a really good game, and now at death, it kind of sets him back a little bit.
Yeah, he was racing up to the top. Now that little bit behind the Huskar at this point. Honestly, feels like the majority of the cores are kind of underfarmed in this game as the supports have been running around doing stuff, leaving people to their own devices. And Yuma comes through that twin gate to fight down bottom with Lelis and Fly here, getting on top of Tianming's Phoenix. A fair amount of damage from that power shot could lead to a kill on this Marcy. But Low and FY a little afraid of what's around the corner. No level 6s on any of these heroes, so there's no Brew split, no wall, but they do have the life break, and the damage out of Copy will take down Bark in the end. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 members of Nouns, everyone's here. The entire alphabet coming in on towards Low and FY, the Boundless Strike, but no follow-through disables. Means the Wind Ranger and the Rubik will survive for now. A power shot slices back through Fly, but everyone from Nouns stays alive. Ori, half HP, half mana.
Yuma's caught.
Yuma's come back in here with Low, focus firing in, but a great dispose into Frostbite. The power shot misses, and Low, he pops a wand, has a very far to play with, but he's surrounded by iron shells. A lot of damage coming his way with a Boundless Strike and another life break. FY also just being annihilated, and Yuma is staying alive through it all.
He baited all of them there, stays alive. Storm in now.
Armlet toggle.
No.
Oh, get out of my game. Azure AR airport ready. 10-3, 3k lead. Nouns are just storming away with this one.
God damn, with the airport memes doing them dirty like this. The silence coming in from the inner fire there. Storm jumps in, immediately gets silenced by Huskar. Not really what you expect.
It's just nasty stuff, man. Like, what can you do? It is what it is.
Yeah,
it's
looking very brutal. They're trying to take these fights when they don't have the resources to do so. Level 6 on Brewmaster, and maybe, sure, you can take that fight, but you just don't have the resources or the tools to take that fight. And Huskar, he's very happy to fight against all these weak heroes without any timings.
Look at level 5, level 5, level 5, level 4. It's 8.5 minutes in, and we have a 5v5 bottom lane when no one has ultis. Brew is like, what am I doing here?
That's the difference right now as well. We still have 3 heroes yet to get their ulti on Radiant, whereas if we look at Dire, they're all level 6 or higher.
Back and forth, up and down, left and right, around we go. Low finally gets the kill on Lelis there, and a decent streak to be grabbing as well.
Yeah, that's a good pick off Low. Kind of getting closer to his Maelstrom at least. They do rely on him a lot to carry this game, I think, because Storm is not having a good time at all. So anything they can get on this Wind Ranger is very welcome. He is the one burdened with the responsibility of dealing with the Huskar. Speaking of Huskar, just farming away jungle right now. I like that he's not stressing too much. Some teams, they pick Huskar, they just immediately want to go every lane, take tier 2 towers. You don't have to. The hero is completely fine to just farm up as well. Like, he doesn't have the stressful timing that some teams seem to believe every now and then.
Nouns trying to make a play bottom. Yuma again, the centerpiece of this, trying to get the body blocks. The boundless strike, the wall dropped. And here comes the Jingu with the damage, leaping across the treetops to get in front of Low, but they've got the wind run back up. Good rebound, dispose stuns, and Low here, dead to rights.
No way to get away from this. The mobility from this team, so much mobility from the Surge, the Primal Spring, and also, of course, the Marcy just rebounding. Nice stomp there coming in from a neutral, catching them.
I'm just remembering, Huskar is kind of easier to play nowadays, right? Like I used to play a fair amount of Huskar, and I remember the old, armlet toggling, stressful stuff. But now you can armlet toggle down and then quick cast up with wand on like 2 hotkeys, right?
Yeah, if you set 3 hotkeys essentially. So if you have 1 hotkey for quick casting your item, and then 1 hotkey for normal casting your item, and then magic wand, you can actually toggle armlet even against something like Podge Rot, which is a crazy tech. Most players don't need to do this and don't really care about it so much. But it is crazy that you can do it. I think more importantly, we'll see here. This is the true test. The first Roche is where we see if a Huskar player is confident or not. Okay, he's actually getting contested.
Yeah, he's being run at. The Storm Spirits come in, the Silence is there, the Stolen Life Break, the lift up, and Copy's dead. Huskar down. Big, bad, evil guy, he's dead.
They beat him. Monkey also getting caught.
Dropped off the trees, stunned up and gone as well. Azure come out with a that's a massive double kill.
With focus fire, maybe? I mean, it's a bit awkward to go Roche here, but they did harass it for them. They need to kill these creeps. You can't have 2 melee creeps. It's showing that you're doing... Oh my god, Rubik is like, get off me, get off me. Poor FY, he does not want his positioning compromised.
Tianming, put your Kobold to use. Get him attacking these melee creeps.
Here comes the Dark
This is taking a while. The wall into the Roche pit. Roshan about to die. Nouns move in. Gunner with a vacuum back. Roshan dead. Aegis claimed. Denied by Gunner. How's he done that? Azure Ray not clicking their buttons. Tianming being killed off by illusions. Ori TPing out. Phoenix dead. What a wild sequence of events. Rubik also in trouble now, spotted by Copy on the back lines, taken out by the Huskars. In the meantime, we've got this unleashing Lelis Marcy slaying the Wind Ranger.
Wind Ranger going down. Dude, I'm not on board with the Wind Ranger 0-point shackle shot, by the way. I just want to be on record saying this. Level 8, no shackle shot, I think is not okay. You want to be able to disable your opponents. You want to be able to get that Marcy off you. But that deny, let's go back to it, dude. That deny by Darty. Look at this. They didn't insta-take it.
Up? Ori has
he had full inventory. He has full inventory there. Yeah. He zipped on it in time, and he just didn't pick it. So I think he must have had his Iron Branch or something in inventory.
It looked like Fairy Fire that he should have used.
Oh my god.
Tragic stuff.
Yeah, I mean, he just did him dirty. Gunner pulled him away a little bit with the vacuum, and then, I mean, it's a nice play by Gunner, but it should never happen there.
Absolutely
Crazy.
not. Storm Spirit's going to zip in onto Fly and then immediately zip away again. Yeah, so I was wondering, why isn't the Wind Ranger shackle shotting Roshan to pop the Lincolns so he can focus fire? And you answered my question. He didn't have a point in it.
And level 9, he still doesn't have a point in it. He can take the shackle shot cooldown talent on 10.
That'd be incredible.
Value pickup. No, I think 1 point is so good. Like, shackle shot is 70 mana. It's not like it costs you a lot of mana to do it either. I don't know. This is not what I usually see from carry Wind Rangers.
I'm honestly not sure if I've seen low play carry Wind Ranger, Get into the situation where it's not a comfort pick. I mean, all the nuances of the heroes.
He's showing a silver tier on Wind Ranger, so maybe he hasn't played that many games on it. Compared to the Grandmaster of Storm here, the Monkey King, some hero spamming going out. Storm, by the way, working towards a Witchblade in this game, as we have a bit of an item update here. Witchblade coming in soon for him. Radiance is still 800 gold away for Brewmaster, so that's his big timing. We also have Phoenix optimistically going for a Nullifier. Seen this every now and then. It's a good item in this game, but far, far away.
I've seen a couple of Chinese players do this. I think it was DY, a couple of qualifiers back going for it. Looked pretty good, if you get there. And also Yuma kind of shifting his idea as well. Initially had Orchid queued, bought the Cornucopia, and then goes back to Battle Fury after a couple of good fights.
Yeah, I like it more. I mean, you already have a silence in the Huskar, so better to get yourself your farm, secure that, and then from there on you can optimize your item build however you want. Top lane now. Storm and Wind Ranger kind of holding hands and farming. The wraparound is coming. Wind Ranger. She can get away from this one. Uh-oh, she's picking Lotuses. You can see that in Fog War.
Lelis says hello. There is a level in Shackle Shot. Mini stun, but the wall
can jump on illusion
enough with a slow, thanks to the rebound and the dispose. And you are stuck. You shall not pass. Surrounded by nouns. Killed off, and Wind Ranger dead for a good 30 seconds. And this is the timing with the Radiance, right? You want to go and move with your brew now, but you got to wait for your Wind Ranger to respawn.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward, but you could still group up and try and play around him as the Marcy ulti is on cooldown, Darkseid ulti is on cooldown. They're going for a CM here. Could get a kill.
Try and burst down fly.
Everybody
Vortex. Coming up. He's healed himself back up a fair amount and bought some time for the Boundless Strike and the stuns to come in onto Ori. The vacuum into dispose will do the trick. And now Bach. Is he going to have to Primal Split to run? Looks like the answer is no.
Looks fine. He gets out safely. No more chase, really. And I used their spells already, but trading a CM for a Storm. Good trade for Nouns again. And back to farming. They go Monkey King, just pushing bottom. Also, Lelis is getting pretty far in his Marcy. Wind Ranger. Nice catch.
Shackling up Gunner. There's a mech and a ton of healing here, though. And Bach was thinking about that Primal Split, but there's just no chase potential. The disengage from Nouns is pretty damn good.
Very, very difficult to catch with the Surge, and also a little bit of healing from the mech coming in there.
That's a stain. Now look at Monkey King with Vampire Fangs. Already thinking about these next team fights where he's going to have Marcy with a sidekick, Jingu stacks going, Vampire Fangs, the Greaves from this Darkseer.
It's also pretty huge, not just for that, but also the night vision. When you jump around as Monkey King, having more vision while you're on a tree dance is really fantastic for him. So, can go and clear more Ancients here, using the Battle Fury to its efficiency. Farming those premium creeps.
Okay. Best item in the game has been purchased. 3 minutes faster than patch average. Gleipnir for the Wind Ranger. This is so vital for them to catch and kill people. We saw how they struggled to latch onto a target, and this is going to give them that little bit of extra oomph.
Yeah, it's a way for them to try and set up some kills. Maybe they can, you know, get onto that Darkseer, for instance, who's surging around. It's going to be good until he gets something like a Lotus Orb. Wind Ranger recognizing that she doesn't just want to farm and carry this game by just getting big. She's trying to activate. I like that, playing around the Brewmaster as well. So Azure Ray recognizing their kind of power spike here. And honestly, it's only a 3k deficit right now against the Huskar. I think they've done a pretty good game, early game here.
Yeah, holding their own. And we're still looking at some pretty tremendous team fight from Azure Ray. We've yet to see a Primal Split, a Supernova. So that kind of element of surprise, you come into a team fight and finally you're met with some resistance. It could be Noun's undoing.
Smoke to bottom, exactly coming around here. They find a Huskar.
Straight into
He doesn't have BKB yet.
He doesn't have his
on
team.
Courier coming.
Super close by. Yeah, dragged back into that focus fire. And Noun's now scrambling to run away. Monkey King going to cut waves. TP's out from the rest of them. Good stab into that bottom jungle from Azure Ray.
Yeah, that's fantastic. That kind of lifts up the entire area here to be farmed, so they can now start getting whatever they want, work on their item timings, the Storm getting closer to his BKB, and of course the Pipe coming up for the Brewmaster. Not too far away. He's got 2.3k gold. And somehow, Nouns, despite being in very firm control of the game earlier, feels like they're slowly falling behind a little bit here.
That's a lot of room for Azure Ray.
Look at that mobility. How are you catching it? Look, he's so far. Ain't no way you're catching him.
It's like moments like that where I'm like, I'm glad I'm not an observer, because I would not be able to follow that Monkey King flying across the canopy.
When he hits level 15 observer, I want us to follow him a little bit when he moves across the map, because it is so dirty. The 15 talent, 450 cast range on Dance is gonna completely unlock him to be a different monster there.
We're gonna give people a seizure.
Buy an ether lens. Go for it, buddy. Faster, faster.
Oh my god.
And nothing feels worse playing Monkey King than dropping below that HP threshold. If you are below 90% HP and you can no longer do it, that's why the Vampire Fangs was also big. so he can stay
Yeah,
above
true.
90%.
Are there any cast range neutral? Oh, there's the Ring of the Vizier, right? Cast range neutral
yeah.
items.
Yeah, of course.
Anything
got
else?
The Vizier, got the tier 3 as well, the psychic headband.
Headband, right? Of course, yeah.
Yeah, we even have telescope still. Oh, all of them are there. The entire path. Lou getting wrapped around.
Oh, straight in on top of this Wind Ranger. Yeah, no chance of survival. Well executed smoke gang from Nouns. It seems like this bottom jungle is the the real battlefield, the war zone. All the fights have been happening.
It's where cores go to die, dude. The bottom part of the map right now. For both teams, funny enough. We saw a steal on the Wisdom Rune. Sneaky Bach getting in there. And he has 3.5k gold. Hasn't bought out any of the components yet. But now seems like he's going to purchase. He's committing. It is going to be a pipe.
Tianming trying to clear waves. Shows his face to the Huskar and says goodbye again.
3,000 gold on him right now. 3.1, so 300 more gold. And he has the Nullifier complete. That's going to be huge against Darkseer. Okay,
you're right. Wanting to go for a
around
fight
the cliff.
again. Do we have high ground vision? No, nothing. Nouns just trying to hold staircases, use terrain to their advantage.
Yeah. They do scan out Radiant being down there. Halberd on the Huskar as well, so he can counter the Wind Ranger ulting him now.
Now they have the
They
high
took
ground
away his
ward as
disarm,
well.
but you can always buy another one.
Yeah, true. BKB and Halberd. There's the pipe for the Brewmaster. Now, would have been nice for Azure there to kind of cycle through their ultis, use the Supernova, use the Primal Split, get a big fight, especially with the potential for Roshan to be already spawned. He is currently a minute away.
I feel like Azure hit a pretty strong timing here with all their items. They just lack the BKB on Lou right now. Otherwise, a lot of items being completed here. Nullifier is basically done on Phoenix. 20 gold to go. There you go. He buys it.
BKB Marcy, though.
Yeah, she's also
Lelis
strong.
Transforming into a core hero. FY with a
could he jump?
Nice little push back. Does jump away. Rebounds off to safety.
Oh,
Lelis even use BKB there.
FY Rubik, he's showing us a quick reaction there. I think he used his... Was it the inner fire to stop the Marcy jump from working properly? And then he lifted her, stole her rebound, and jumped away. That was crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, inner fire, pushed her back, silenced her, stole it, jumped away. Very nicely done. A new record, 4 minutes faster. Look, the second time Nullifier has been picked up on the Phoenix.
The very common speedrun category, the Nullifier on Phoenix. He does have it. Can be useful against the Glimmer Cape as well in this game. Already up on CM.
And now our favorite part of Dota 2. Standoff around Roshan. It's about a minute until nighttime comes, though.
High ground enjoyers. Any high grounds?
Yeah, a little high ground with a twin gate. And Copy says, no cares high ground, go straight into the pit.
She's finishing BKB right now. 100 gold for her. Then she TPs. Will come in with the BKB.
Storm Spirit. He zips into the backline, see who's there. Copy, ultied into the storm, drops pretty low, but he's a Huskar, so he doesn't really care. Boundless Strike comes out, or he's still BKB'd, so walks it off. Shrugs away the damage as Bach is being pounded a bit here by Copy. The wall's dropped on him as well, but he's got Magic Wand and the Primal Split, being stunned up and doesn't get it off. No split from Bach, gets outplayed and outstunned. Supernova does come down, lands onto Nouns, but the move forward from the rest of them. A 5-man Gleip there, the power shot. Low turns around and kills off Lelis. Good Sunray as well. Copy has to run back, bail away. The focus fire coming into play low. He's going to get life broken. Tries to survive with his BKB up, but Yuma and Gunnar on his tail. Looks to the Wind Ranger. The Boundless Strike stunned. The final touch not coming in. Low survives, Yuma's in trouble, Nullifier's there, the freezing field, FY destroys them all, and Lou with a triple kill just completely crushed them.
God damn, Lou coming in big there. He was very late to the party, and I was a little bit questioning what he was doing because he was taking so long. Even after he had BKB flying out on Courier, he didn't run to meet it. He just kept farming. He's like, whatever, Storm initiating a fight, who cares? But when he came in, did he come in big? Look at that 5-man catch when they go up here. All of them are very grouped. The Gleipnir hits everything. Literally a 5-man Gleipnir, I think. And then the power shot, of course. And they don't have the tools to stop a Wind Ranger from BKB ulti and bringing down the Huskar. They don't have a BKB piercing stun to stop her.
And a BKB Wind Run, invulnerability.
Yeah. I mean, this is huge, man. They got the Aegis, they got the cheese. Some signs of life here from Azure Ray. Are they gonna do it, Gareth? They're 0-9 here in this group stage.
It's possible.
A win.
A single
It's been
win.
10 years.
Well, it's just down to the Emperor, right? The thumbs up, thumbs down. Is it going to be given to them? They're in the arena, trying to fight away at it.
They are going to take themselves both Roche and Torment. They're actually snowballing super fast. Look at the 6k gold lead now after this. Of course, Torment are taken on the same time over for Nouns, but this is huge, man. They swung the game entirely around, and now it is back to the drawing board for Nouns. How are they going to solve the Wind Ranger? And how are they going to deal with Aegis Storm in the next fight? Because now the tools are coming in here for Azure Ray.
It comes back to that point you made a good 10 minutes ago. You know, Huskar has kind of been... The Storm has been weathered. Huskar didn't get that immediate kind of run down tier 2s, force your enemies to bunker down in their base. There's been a bit of leeway here.
I want to see another team fight before this freezing field disappears from FY, because he has it ready right now. So, and freezing field is crazy with this facet, arcane accumulation. If you just spam some spells first, spam some fade bolts, you know, lift somebody, get some AoE on it first. It's a shame he doesn't get to
damage.
Yeah, shame he doesn't get to have a spammable spell with it too. Monkey King.
What's coming up
playing
next? Monkey
dangerous
King
here.
Wants an
Gets
MKB
spotted.
next. Needs a way to get through the Wind Run.
Speaking of Wind Ranger, she is working, for her own BKB to counter the halberd evasion of the Huskar. Also, the MKB is pretty close now. Like you said, 500 gold for Monkey. It is his bar after all. He should get a discount.
It's built in. Had enough of the Wind
with it.
Run and the Radiance. Oh.
He's stunning the Wisdom Rune into existence.
Do they have animation cancelling in other games? Like, does League of Legends have fun little things you can do with...
Does League have animations? It's all instant from what I remember. It's like you click a spell, it's boom, it's there.
It's all the same grouping of 3 pixels.
I think that's the main complaint I've heard from League players playing Dota. It's like, what, my spells, they take so long to come out.
What's this cast time? What's this going on? Oh, Huskar. Oh, hello. Where's he gone? Storm, Huskar, following each other across the board. The Wukong's is down. Storm BKB dub. They focus down the Phoenix though as Tianming falls.
Wind Ranger coming in.
Lelis charging in with the Unleash towards the Storm and the Rubik. FY is still indisposed. Not going to help you there. A good Gleipnir though from Low Might, but the BKB's up from Yuma. Focus fire, and it's doing a tremendous amount of damage onto this Monkey King. Low trying to turn back and fight. The Promo Split finally comes into play. He's been cleaved down though.
Oh, the halberd.
Copy. Shackled, the halberd disarms Low's Wind Ranger. A lot of back and forth, but it's 2 kills for Nouns, nothing for Azure Ray, and Nouns are still chasing, looking to kill off the Brewlings, but it looks like that'll be that for now.
Great start to the fight for Nouns there, getting to go on the supports. Wind Ranger wasn't really there, Storm wasn't the one to lead. Ideally for Azure Ray, the fight goes completely differently. They want to go in with the Storm first and have Wind Ranger there at the start of the fight as well. So Azure Ray, they did a good job playing under their own vision and finding kills with it. And Monkey barely surviving there. That was dangerous. The Wind Ranger had the ulti going on him, but he was healing up with his Jingu. And of course the Halberd at the end there from Halberd and Glimmercape actually. Both of them saved him there. His teammates got his back.
Honestly, I kind of just want to watch a replay of the start of that fight where the Storm and Huskar were like flying around following each other. Like the life break into Ball Lightning into, whoop, where have you gone?
Oh, Wind Ranger spotted a Marcy up here. Any Gleipnirs? No. Doesn't really know where he took off.
Oh, Aghanim Scepter Huskar. It's time.
Oh, that is the lockdown that he needs here against this Wind Ranger, against the Storm, even against Brewmaster. You can now set up on him. Actually, it's pretty damn strong against Brew. You ulti him first, and then you press Q afterwards, silencing him.
Yeah, then you have all the follow-through from the rest of your team. He is out on an island right now, but it looks like the signal's been drawn. They know where Azure Ray are coming from, thanks to that ward in the top left corner of the map.
Yeah. Gunnar has like the Triforce assembled, the Guardian Greaves, the Pipe, the Crimson Guard. He's like, guys, we can just go. I can make you all invincible. Trust me.
Hyrule is mine.
Yeah.
And it's smoke time. So MKB Wind Ranger, Aghanims on the Huskar, all the auras you mentioned on the Darkseer. Storm still looking to finish off his next item, as we have Nouns making a move with this smoke. And it's timing into timing, but it's all about vision, terrain, preparation.
Brewmaster wants to get his 18 here. He might jump him. He's playing cautiously though, not going too far out. Entire team behind him as well. Nouns patiently on the high ground. Just gonna farm a little bit. They say, okay, let's push top. Take the tier 1 tower. They're out of position, can't defend here. They have a ward on the triangle, so if Azure Ray want to defend top, they're gonna have to walk through it.
It feels like this is the kind of game where you need to just get like a little bit lucky with your initiation for both teams. Finding that right target, finding that opening. I mean, luck is
your
when...
own luck. You create your own situations.
Luck is when preparation and opportunity meet in Dota,
Exactly.
right? It's all about setting things up for yourself.
So basically, my supports need to place wards. That's what I hear.
Yes.
That's the prep work.
Precisely.
Oh, speaking of the prep work, the
Keep
wards
being
are
back.
revealing some people here.
Wukong's command is here. Focusing FY. Glimmer Cape gives him protection, but not for long. Tianming dragged back in. Dive away, though. Gets him to safety for now. TP out. The life break comes. Oh, he's been dueled up by the Huskar.
Yeah. Hate it when Huskar duels you. You just can't get away. Good catch. And again, that was exactly what you were leading into. The opportunity arises from the wards there. And they pounce on it. Meanwhile, Ori, looking like he wants to split push a little bit. While, of course, the aggression is coming in from Nouns here.
Yeah, you got to get something done on the map. I love the speed at which Nouns move as well. They go to their own Ancients, get these kills, immediately to the enemy Ancients, limit the farm of your opponents, get some more wards down. And, you know, as Dire's side, you love playing into Radiant Ancients. Kind of pivot from top to mid, where the 2 tier 2s are still standing.
Yeah, always nice to try and take away the valuable resources and valuable farmlands when you gain any advantage. Ori, we're going to see him here zip in and cut between the tier 2 and tier 3. Let's get himself closer to that Parasma. Almost has the entire thing, 30 gold to go. That's a nice damage boost as well once he gets that. Parasma still, I don't think it's been changed. It still pierces BKB, by the way. It does a lot of damage and slow.
Right, some nasty stuff. What's this? FY inventory. Blink, Glimmer, Spirit Vessel. Lots of ways to try and stay alive, deal with the Huskar.
Shiva's almost up on the Brewmaster. Gonna be a huge timing. You want to have that heal prevention against the Huskar. Of course, the Darkseer as well. I mean, all of them. You call it a heal strat during the draft, basically, right? It's a good Shiva's game, good Skadi game if they could ever get to it, but it's more of a luxury item here. Same time, 100 gold for the Aghanims here for Wind Rangers. Every single core hitting a big power spike at the same time. I would like to say Azure Ray play around that now, once they have all their items. Meanwhile, Nouns still have 700 gold to go for the Aghanims on the Monkey King, and they're kind of waiting on more timings, it feels like.
It honestly still... have we seen like a proper team fight where Azure Ray are the ones like using Supernova and Primal Split in an advantageous situation? It feels like Azure Ray are always kind of like surprised or surprising.
Yeah, they've never been 5 at the start of a fight, it feels like. Nouns are way better at just being grouped at the start of a fight, and Azure Ray always being the reacting team to Nouns aggression. But I would love to see him just group and get some value right now. Looks like they're going to go towards the Warp Gate, set up shop on top Roche, as Roche could spawn in... Well, it could spawn already. And of course we know it's 120.
Where are we now? Battlestar Galactica?
Yeah.
StarCraft.
Yeah, BSG, yeah, of course. Oh, here we go. Both teams smoking into each other. Ships in the dark, Gareth. This is scary. Hold me.
They are going straight into each other. There's ships into iceberg, honestly. The way this is starting. Ball, the blink away from Lellis. Copy. The dodge. He dodged away from life break. Jumped in, jumped out. Wukong's is down. Supernova on top of the monkey king on the left-hand side. Focused, but he gets his BKB up. The Supernova, it's gone. Unleashed and finished by Lellis. They come in now towards the Wind Ranger, taunted up, the zip back in, the Huskar's dead, the Monkey King follows into the grave. Ori has done so much work this fight, the Storm Spirit single-handedly keeping Azure in the game.
Dear God, what a catch there. That was some hectic reactions to each other, jumping in. I can't believe Monkey turned that fight around there on the egg from Phoenix as well. But then he got a little bit overzealous, tried to chase down for too much. Quick buyback from Azure. They stabilize and take a handedly one fight there. Let's get a replay going.
Oh,
look at that storm reaction. Just boom. Oh, so beautiful.
And then the focus onto Yuma. Well done by Nouns to kill the Supernova, but then this chase. They think they've got the fight.
Once the BKBs were down, it was hard for Nouns to keep fighting, right? The moment the BKBs are down and they try to kill the Wind Ranger here, they just get controlled by different abilities coming in.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
It feels like Ori has like doubled his damage this game in that one fight. Oh, he did so much with that Parasma.
FY is having a field day right now, by the way. He's got the tree dance, so... And he has, of course, the Psychic Headband, so he's jumping around. Sadly, it doesn't count as one spell cast every time he jumps on a tree. That would be very broken, though. Then you could have some extreme AoEs.
That'd be insane. A 4K lead for Azure emerging, and now with Roshan grabbed, they've got Storm, Aegis, Aghanim's Blessing.
He's gonna get caught by the Rubik. Could lift him. Maybe they don't want to go, though.
Who got the Ags Blessing? Did Storm just take everything? Or he's like,
yeah,
mine?
Storm got Ags and Aegis, whereas the Cheese went over to the Wind Ranger. So, yeah, Storm, massive power spike. Still has the Aghanims queued up. He wanted one, so yeah, getting one for free, that is a good feeling. That's a big injection of net worth for him.
Nice, he's
I would like to see
now.
him get a Shard perhaps next. It's still very, very good in these team fights. Now that he got the free Aghanim Scepter. We'll see what his priority is.
It's kind of wild where Dota is right now. You know, 4 or 5 years back, you'd see this and think, Wind Ranger carry? Curious, interesting. Yeah, Universal Heroes? Okay, Storm mid. And then you look at like a Monkey, Huskar, Darks. Oh, they're going to scale way better. Late game's theirs, but no. Universal Heroes. You got Parasmas, you got Aghanim Scepter upgrades, Facets.
If I saw Wind Ranger have 212 base damage on level 23, you know, I'd be like, huh? Excuse me? It's now 243 even, yeah. Just increase the stats with an ultimate orb, get even more. He looks to be building a Linken's next to deal with the Huskar. Comes to push. They're stealing Tormentor right now, but they're not in position to react if Azure wants to push here.
I mean, as soon as they see this Tormentor die, Azure is going to be like, wait, hang on a second. Where are they? Are they at their Tormentor or our Tormentor? What's going on?
They realize now, but not really in time to get anything. So nice little grab by Nouns to get something for himself, to get the Shard on CM. Definitely one of the stronger ones, especially like late into the game like this, where you have the mana pool to pay for it.
And a couple of big things for Huskar there as well. Satanic and also the Rattle Cage neutral item. Azure going to try and steal the Tormentor away from Nouns.
Yeah.
Looks like
he's
they're
not
quick
using
enough to do
Rattle
it.
Cage yet. He's keeping Paladin. He took the Rattle Cage, but he's holding Paladin still. He wants to lifesteal.
Okay.
Not being a bro, he used up the neutral item instead of sending it home to his poor support. CM is like, it's okay, guys. I'll walk around with a tier 3. You take yours, you don't even need it.
He could have done some window shopping, you know, see what he's got, and then hand it over when he didn't like it.
Exactly.
Instead, selfish.
Very, very. Storm finds himself a haste rune. Not the most impactful rune for a Storm, perhaps, but it's a power rune nonetheless.
2 minutes left on that Aegis.
Oh, FY with the Aghanims on his Rubik as well. That's going to be fun for him in the next fight. Get to steal 2 spells. See if he can stay alive.
The vacuum to high ground.
Did they have
And the
shard
wall on
Rubik?
him as
Don't.
well.
Uh-oh.
Hang
He's in
on
trouble,
a
then.
second. Life break, Wukong's back in trouble, taunted, stunned, dispose comes, the chain disables, kills the brew, copy pops the satanic too. He's in the back lines trying to deal with Supernova, they've got the kill on, the Phoenix Chanming's out. The Wukong's command was stolen by Rubik, but that matters not.
Yeah, no real damage, sadly, so he can't do much. Storm still wants to go.
Do. Jump on his Husker, you're right. He's got no BKB or Satanic,
what a
so
shackle.
Copy in trouble. Lifted up and dragged back. They've got disposed to save him. The freezing field is there. A bit of covering fire as well. Copy is so low. He's trying to get out, but he's dead nonetheless. FY with the steals, freezes them all.
It's
destroys Nouns. He's a massive Rubik.
Oh my god, dude. He had 5 amp on it, so it was really large AoE casting. Big damage there. I think they've done it. They brought the game back after all the losses, Gareth. After all these losses in the group stage, Azure Ray, they have done it. They take 1 game, but not yet. Not if Yuma can say something about it. He wants to stop them.
They've cracked it now, surely. I mean, Rubik FY, 7,000 damage, 3 ultis stolen, massive impact from FY. Lalith will come in here to try and deal with low, but look at the storm, straight onto the Monkey King, destroying Yuma. He can mischief all he wants, but he is dead to rights, and GG called.
They
a
do
1-1 tie, the first win of the group stage. Some wry smiles and sighs of potential relief from Azure Ray that they don't go out 0-10.
Yeah, those smiles on them right now, that's just like, okay, we don't have to like remember this forever as the tournament where we went 0-10. But yeah, they played good here in the final game. It's unfortunate for them that, you know, they are where they are, but props to them. They played it out. They definitely took it serious and played it at their best, whether the game was irrelevant to their result or not. And now they end up going 1-1 here. So that means we don't have a potential tiebreaker between them and Aurora anymore. So it's going to definitely be Nouns versus Mouse in the head-to-head.
Yeah, it sure will be in that 4th, 5th slot. And that guarantees Aurora's top 3 position as well. As we say goodbye to Azure Ray in their last game of the tournament. Yeah, definitely a great thing to see them actually pick up a win and show. It's like in the words of FNG, right? They showed at least they can play some Dota 2. You know, through all the struggles, they came in, they played their hearts out, and they got a victory in the end. As we head to a quick break, and we'll come back with some highlights and potentially an interview.
adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
Welcome back to day 3 here at the Riyadh Masters as we round out that last regulation play series here on the C stream. Azure finally getting a victory in the play-ins. Unfortunately, they are already out, so just a bit of pride there towards the tail end of things, Waga.
Yeah, they get a win here against Nouns, so that means that Nouns are going to be the ones going up against Mouse for sure. And we have finalized the results here of Group B. We only have that head-to-head still waiting for us. But yeah, Azure finally ending on a nice little touch here towards the end of the group stage.
Looking like they're in a solid spot, as I believe we can take a quick look at some highlights back here. That Huskar last pick from Nouns was a pretty nasty grab for themselves. It looked very good as they were kind of storming towards victory, but man, FY on this Rubik, we saw so many times, you know, him snatching spells to turn around team fights and do just beautiful stuff.
Yeah, he played his heart out in this game for sure, and I think everybody did. Like, they all delivered in this game. I think Lou finally stepped up really big as well and carried this game in a good way. We saw Ori making plays even though he was shut down in laning stage, and you know, the supports were shining the most, I think, in the team. I think both the Phoenix and the Rubik impact in this game was tremendous.
Yeah, I mean, Ori like dodging these life breaks. You know, the Aghanim Scepter should have been a deal sealer for the Huskar, but some incredible punches back. As this was that last fight where FY comes in, he steals like 3 or 4 ultis, drops the wall on them, steals the freezing field. Look at him just skirting the edge of that team fight there in the bottom left corner of the screen with low, and then jumps in to destroy them all.
Yeah, I mean, this freezing field, he had a good fight here, FY. He got to play with that Aghanims to sit back and cast a lot of spells. His teammates played in front of him, which allowed him to do all these great things there. And, you know, Nouns, bit of smiles coming out from them. They you know, they would have liked to see another win here, but ultimately they respect what happened here. It wasn't a bad play at all. Azure, they earned this final victory.
Oh, they absolutely did, as we have Bach on the line. Faith Bian himself coming in here as Azure did take that game 2 up against Nouns. And Bach, congratulations on that victory. It must be a good feeling to not go out, you know, 0-10, and it's honestly kind of sad for us to see you guys go out in such a fashion. What have you guys learned as a team through this tournament?
What do we guys learn? How to lose games? Maybe next time we should pick Rubik for FY earlier.
His Rubik was incredible. Really beautiful stuff. It's great to see you in high hopes and high spirits as well. Waga, you got some questions?
Yeah, I want to ask you, you know, looking at this, you played out the groups here and you played on this patch a little bit. Is there anything you feel about this patch that you want to express? Is there anything you would like to change? Do you like the aura method that we're heading into? What do you generally feel about the patch we're playing on right now? Is it to your liking or not?
I feel like we definitely have some, like, we are not doing well on game understanding. This patch is really fast, and everyone, like support or offlaner, is buying aura items. I can't say like we didn't like it. We just play bad. We not like learning this patch fast enough. Yeah.
Is there any team that has impressed you with how fast they adapted to the patch in particular? Like someone that you think has who do you think has the best understanding of the patch out of the teams that you see here right now?
Every team except us.
Well, you did end on a win though, and you guys played really well there in the final game. It was exciting to see how you guys turned it around. I was especially concerned when I saw the Huskar pick come out, but you guys dealt with it in a fantastic way. So it was nice to see you guys take it back there.
Yeah, was the Huskar something you guys expected? Was that something that you knew could happen? Was Ori afraid of it at all, or was he confident taking on the Huskar?
We didn't expect they pick Huskar, and it's very lucky we catch the first Roche. Yeah.
Yeah, it was good stuff. You made some really incredible moves there. Thank you for joining us, Bach. It's a pleasure to see you, and it's sad to see you go out of the group stage. Hopefully some success awaits you in the future, as it's always a pleasure to watch you guys play some Dota 2.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. And it's always nice to see him, players as well, even after losses, even after going out of play-ins, still in like a high spirit, having a bit of a joke about stuff, asking, what does he learn from the group stage there? He learn how to lose games.
Yeah,
factual.
He's a legend, right? He's got all the decorations you can wish for in a player. So of course for him, he has to self-distance here. He can just say, yeah, we sucked. This wasn't good. He doesn't feel proud about it, but it's not gonna get better by you being sulking about it. So good spirits. I hope to see them keep working on stuff because they've been together for a little while, but they have more time to grow as well as a team. Hope that this can just be a motivation to even kick back and try even harder.
Yeah, and it is kind of incredible, like how fast Dota evolves, right? Like the learning process, understanding the facets, understanding how fast things are played. A new patch has dropped, and all of a sudden you're thinking about, draft analysis plus map analysis. How are people moving across the map? All these things just happen so quickly. You get dropped into a massive tournament like this a couple of weeks after a big patch, and you're like, well, the things that we thought were true no longer true. These teams are playing 10 seconds, 20 seconds faster than us, and it gets crazy.
Yeah, really does. But, again, nice to see them there in their final performance. Like he said, maybe should have picked FY's Rubik earlier. I'm so happy that we got to see it a little bit because he delivered in that game. Shows us why he's the name that pops into people's minds when you say Rubik.
We can take a look at the standings at the end of our C stream here and take a look at where we're sitting with Entity, Blacklist, Beast Coast, Heroic, PSG Quest, and Aurora all going straight through. Azure Ray and LGD look like... well, Azure Ray is out. LGD and G2IG, I believe, still playing, potentially. And then, of course, the 4th, 5th slots. Nouns against Maus and VP against one of those two Chinese teams down at the bottom. But they're tied, huh? They went 1-1?
I think they went 1-1, yeah. So, because they all played out their 10 matches. So that means that G2IG and LGD, they kind of have to solve that tie first, I guess. Or who goes up against the VP. Otherwise, we have everything solidified.
Yeah, so we have one tiebreaker, I believe, on the B stream it should be. And of course, the 4th, 5th place matches will be tomorrow. As we wrap up things here, that's it for a few days from us. We'll be back for the group stage in a couple of days. I believe it starts on Tuesday. So make sure you check out all the tiebreakers, the 4th, 5th placement matches tomorrow. Check out all the Dota 2 here at Riyadh Masters. And we'll see you next time.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Structure
That's when you remember who you are.